make this fight happen versus Alliance. Alliance is like, oh, that's a good, oh my good heavens, what?
YZG CXZ is going to go through massive damage with Pixel. Is going to be able to almost shut them out from outside of it, and he doesn't have enough time to pop his Yoda. Oh, yes, he does. Pixel has just enough time, though.
It's going to be the Yota ultimate coming down though from Aki. Can he make it happen? It's in a 2v1 right here. That's a good hit. Another good hit as well coming through. He might be able to pick this one up. He is going to get a kill. Wu Chen's going to make this one happen. Or is he though? I may have spoken too soon. I may have jinxed you. I'm so sorry about that one, but I believe that might be my fault. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
No, you hitting that cast. Did you just get in with that cast? That's what just happened. Say it again?
Would you rather Zeus as a best friend?
Oh, I would say best friend. The only reason why I say best friend is because I feel like with a best friend, it's not really necessarily like, oh, you have to. It's more just like, oh, it's just a thing and a vibe and everything else, and so it just makes things a little bit easier. Meanwhile, even with this coming into it, there's still more and more to be had. It looks like King Pao is going to be able to get the elimination.
的失误了。
这个正当组合
打残血，他逊步，他秀了。
如果没有那一次考验，也许我还是无名之辈。
但这过来的话，
同时还有暗喻的一个伤害啊！哎呦，这边被震到了。
Nbpl S2的舞台，我会创造出属于自己的奇迹。
实力与争议成为了我当下的印记。其实我并不会在意太多，因为此刻我更在意赛场上的博弈。
Spider 接打药，场上3名选手，一个震刀漂亮，得到了麦克的进攻节奏。虽然麦克血少，都一段漂亮。
那这边的话接一个虎啸龙爬，
那出现的压色吗？那最终也是要恭喜麦克。
麦克是我曾经天人之战中最崇拜的对手，如今跟他同台比拼，我要正面击败他，成为大家心目中的强者。
Spider 跟另外一名选手，他们其实会把火力更多是倾向于阿莎，但是
又是一个跳帧，倒没命中，但是这边的话，这儿虽然他命中了，往后场篝火，好反正是被这边的一个飞影剑给冻住了，接一套，
铁然直接把人打上去了。
过来，这边被震到了，翔宇，楚真这几刀砍下去的一个效果不是特别的好。
说起团队的配合，那蓝队一定不逊色于任何对手。
过来，要知道晚风这边是没有一个大招的，这边被震刀了。过来的话，左右来回摇摆，大招什么时候开？但这里已经被开了，
出来了。狼队这边的话又接一队啊，感觉狼队今天气势如虹，小吕这边也被带走。
经过 S1 的沉淀，我们最终会站在最高点上，加冕为王。
冠军令牌再一次出现在眼前，在此刻，没有人比我们更渴望触碰到它。
是，但是半径这时候有好走吗？过来一个震刀，风扇赶出就赶着，接的是一个大会马扫。我这边血量只是14过来的话，也是面对一个对方势力无名，只能用一个身法赶紧拉走。这边粘上，冬青可能也不好走，冬青倒了。卡卡西这个抬手间也没能把这些队友给保下来。是，
风魔结界应该是把他最后的一个救命稻草给拆断了。
YDG 来了 ，YDG 来了。7号2D 呢就是被淘汰了，那这次也不能在中决再看到他们的一个表现了。在 YDG 这边上来也是给一些的一个压力，过来的话直接上来这个皮神青龙被屠了，直接完成一个无敌的成就。
我非常信任我的团队，周冠军只是一个起点，
是吧？
哦呦，
这么多人，
脚来了，
开吧，你不开。
青龙之力，我要拿，不过又来一队，一脚踢到了月山，赤练无名直接给苏苏欧游记，这一把先带走子瑜，躲掉了，欧游记的速度天降了，是个本命，这一波速度啊盆满钵满，欧游记的星宇这个时候开始拔刀清扫战场。
Nbpl S2 准备好迎接 OUG 的统治吧。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and Naraka fans? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. We're in our second bi-weekly split, and today we're going to be taking care of our solo finals for the bi-weekly split. I'm, of course, your host and your caster, the Runekeeper, joined by my main man, Hip Rain. How you doing, baby?
I'm doing good. I'm excited to get into these into the solos. I was pretty outspoken last week when I was with Moxie about how I'm actually preferring solos at the moment. I think it's a really fun game. You have your opinions on it. We had a brief chat about the zipping meta and your thoughts on that. I'm still not jaded by it because I've only had one day of watching the pros play on the zipping, but I'm, you know, with the addition of Holoref, with the kind of addition of a new hero, it actually has shaken up the solos meta. I think this is a really fun kind of time to be watching, purely because there's lots of different heroes that, you know, have been kind of showing up. We saw towards the end some Takedas last week on Holoref. We were seeing, you know, we did see some Valdas get pulled out as well. So it felt like there was lots of different kind of things showing up. Yes, Zipping and Yoto are still dominating the solos meta, but then when you have the addition of Holoref as well as a map, it really changes up the play. And I just think solos has been so explosive and so fun. I'm loving the pacing of it as well. You know, we had one game which I think should have ended about 8 minutes early, but for some reason the 3 players left just decided to chill out right until the end to actually fight. But yeah, I think the meta is, I'm really enjoying solos at the moment. So I'm excited to see, you know, how our second solos finals is going to go down.
Oh, absolutely. Look, I'll say this. I'm not excited for the Z-Ping meta, obviously. Speaking of which, before we get into that, we got to talk about the format. As is always, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be doing 2 matches on Morris Isle before we get on a boat and paddle our way over to Hollow for game number 3. Then we get back on the boat and head back to Morris Isle for 2 more before heading back one last time to end the day on a Hollow. You guys know the scoring format already, of course. If you're first and second place, you're walking away with that coveted 1.6 times multiplier. But you can't forget, this is a bi-weekly final. So, you know, those points going to count for so much more, because not only are you going to be walking away with placement points, but you're going to be walking away with some of that big cheddar. We're talking about 116,000 RMB on the line here today. First place walking away with 7,000 of it. Also, you can't forget, you know, we talk about placement points, but we got to talk about those coveted ranking points, because every single player that gets to play in the grand finals, depending on where they place, sorry, not in the grand finals, in the bi-weekly finals, depending on where they place, earns points to go to the World Cup. And if you're not looking ahead to the World Cup, you're just not here playing Naraka Blade Point.
Exactly, and these are our players who have qualified here into the finals today. That each of them will be carrying some of their points over from the last 2 weeks, the last 3 days of games. They'll be carrying a percentage of those points over into today's games. So for the player who had obviously scored the most points, they do have an advantage going into this game, and in some cases it's more than a game's worth of points as well, so it can really help them. Here we go, we can see the points overall right now. Ego does have some climbing to do along with Dalhui and Panda Man. Yes, this is all very fun, but I want to see what it's looking like on the top end of that table, to see exactly how many points our top end players will be bringing forward with them, because, you know, even for Reki at 7.3 points, that's not a bad score for a single game to actually bring forward in. So, you know, it makes, you know, Ego, Panda Man, Dalhui's life even harder for them, because they've got to do that not much more to even just get closer to some of these teams who are higher up. But we'll pass it over to the top side of the table right now. 10.6 points is what Zhang Yu has got there, and he's in first. 0.1 of a point. Spider is behind him, and then Mike with 9.3 points in third. It's very tight towards the top, actually. Very, very tight towards the top.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tight day in general. And, you know, we're talking about the players who did make it, and we're talking about the points that they brought over. But I really want to talk about somebody who didn't make it here. There's a name that's absent here that we've never not seen make it to a bi-weekly final. And, of course, I'm talking about GG Shop.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I thought you were going with that. I thought you were going with that.
No. I was expecting a little more shock from you.
It's oh wow. No, it's actually it is a little shocking. I think this season has been interesting for me in the sense where we that's a cool graph, by the way. That's a very cool graph. Average damage along the bottom, average points along the top. What's kind of caught me off guard about the second season of the Nbpl is how unprepared almost everyone feels. Like, it's when you go into the trios, nothing was going as expected. None of the teams were placing where we thought they were going to place. FPX were probably the biggest, kind of like close to meeting expectation, but even so, I still was expecting more from them. And then, you know, you're like, okay, well, to be fair to the trios players, they've had like 3 weeks off. Most of the players took at least 1 week holiday, so they've had like 2 weeks to prepare going into the next season. There's been roster shuffles, there's been new team dynamics to work around. So yes, you'd expect it in the trios, but maybe some of these teams weren't quite ready or weren't quite practiced enough for one another, so the outcome isn't reflecting the predictions. But then coming into the solos, there isn't really that as an excuse, to be fair. Like, yeah, it's a pretty full-on schedule at the tail end of the year. They've had the first season and then 3 weeks and then the second season. But you feel like, if anything, that at least allows these players to kind of carry that momentum forward. I mean, Mike only being in third right now, and from what I've seen of him, you know, it's not the Mike who was dominating season 1. This is still a strong Mike, but it's not the same Mike. And I'm curious why the players in solos are suffering from a similar problem that the trio players seem to be suffering from, where it's almost a lack of unpreparedness. Yes, we've had obviously a new map, and yes, we've had a new hero introduced, but the first week that wasn't the case. The second week is where, you know, they've started to show up. So actually the first week, Zipping was in, I think. I can't remember. Either way, you know, it's been interesting to see how both solos and trios have kind of suffered from this problem of players not actually getting quite the predicted performance from them so far.
Yeah, I mean, we also have to talk about something else as well, and we talked about this a little bit earlier this week. Me and Moxie did. Take a look at Spider, by the way, where he is on this graph, how far he is from these other players in terms of damage, and he's still relatively high. He might be like 0.1 point behind in terms of verticality on that, but Spider clearly setting himself apart. And I think a big issue for a lot of players that we've seen in this particular Biweekly is that when Spider comes into solos in a lobby, right, he absolutely forces the entire lobby to play on his tempo and his momentum. If he has a good early start to a match, he makes everybody play a different version of Naraka. You know, we're used to getting into that mid game towards that late game where we're going to see a lot of ranged poke coming out from these solos players trying to, you know, dwindle down resources and things like that. And we usually get all the way to the final circle with, you know, 7, 8 people left alive in solos. When WBG Spider or AOW's Mike likewise as well pops off in the beginning of the match, they start W keying through the mid game straight into the end game, and we see games that are ending in 4th or 5th circle, and it's because they're forcing the rest of the lobby to play a completely different game than they're used to playing. And I think that's some of the reason why we're seeing so many players struggle in solos that we're not used to seeing struggle that way, is because they're being forced to play a momentum that they don't want to play, right? Nobody wants to have their pacing and their momentum forced into a direction that they're not comfortable playing. And that's why some of these players are struggling so hard. Not only that, like you said, Z-Ping coming into the meta has really changed things up quite significantly for solos as well, because you have to play into Z-Ping very differently than you do other heroes.
Yeah.
You know, when Justina came into the meta in solos as well, a lot of players were a little hesitant to jump onto Justina in the beginning because she had the option to kind of reset and elongate that fight just a little bit with that F ability, or to use the ultimate to run away and reset the fight. And nobody wants to commit to a fight that's going to be a long fight, because every second longer that fight takes, you're risking being third-partied, right? Z-Ping just kind of takes that and extrapolates it tenfold, right? Because she's so easily able to use that F2, to use that ultimate as soon as she goes low, to buy back into the game almost, as it were, with basically a free Mortal Defiance. She makes fights take an eternity. So when you have a lobby full of Z-Pings, nobody wants to commit to those fights, apparently, except for players like WBG Spiders and AOW's Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. It is interesting with the kind of the way the state of the game is looking in that sense. I guess, you know, kind of harking back to your point on players not willing to adapt or not being able to adapt. That's kind of just something they've got to learn to do. Like, if you want to be a professional player, you need to learn to change with the times, and you need to learn to do it quick and fast. Otherwise, you do just fall behind. Oh, look at Mike just waving at the camera there before he's getting ready to go into his first game of the solo finals. It's gonna be a good day, actually. I can't believe we're on our second bi-weekly finals already. I can't believe we've been going for 4 weeks. What the hell? Where's the time going? It feels like we're still on week 1 to me. Like, absolutely flying by.
It really does. And you know what? We spent a lot of time talking about AOW's Mike and the likes of Spider from WBG as well. But we really have to talk about OC Zhang Yu. Yeah. Zhang Yu is a player that in the first season, at the end of the season, I mean, we talked about it during the roundup, but you, me, and Dobby when we got together, right? Zhang Yu had the shining moment in solos for season 1. That comeback play in the end where he finishes the one fight, turns around, it's a 1v1, He has enough HP to survive a single clank, and the other player is full health, both of their abilities, and Zhang Yu just literally plays the fight perfectly. He clanks once and mechanically forces the other opponent to make mistakes and is able to come out on top. I still stand by that it's like just the best moment in solos from season 1, and I said coming into season 2, he's a player we need to watch. Here he is again. We're in our second bi-weekly, top of the table, OC Zhang Yu. He's just plays so consistently.
Well, we're getting ready to go into our first game of the day from all things appearances. Obviously, like you said, what's fun about this is now that we're on to the second week and going forward, we will be seeing Horror showing up, and it actually forces the players to kind of change up their pace and their play style, because Horror plays very different from Mora style. So it makes for quite interesting games, actually, where, you know, you don't really know. Well, I mean, I guess it's hard to say, because you don't really know what you're going to be expecting to see coming out from these players on those maps, especially when it's still very, very new. But here we go. You can see what the hero select is going to be looking like. Pretty standard stuff so far. Yotos, Justinas. I expect to probably see some Z-Pings in here as well, but mostly it's going to be these Yotos once again.
Well, you know, so there's a meta developing here in solos. You know, you only did get to catch the one day of solos, but with Holoroth added in the mix, Z-Ping actually brings more to that particular map, because she has so many movement options available to her. She can pop those resets and almost guarantee she's going to get the full reset just by moving around in the space that is Holoroth. So a meta is kind of developed where these players aren't picking her into Morris Isle, and they're saving those picks so that they can take them into both matches of Holoroth, right? Where she gets even more mileage out of her abilities. So this is kind of similar to what we saw earlier this week on Wednesday, where a lot of these players in game 1, there was no Z-Ping, and everybody was like, wait, what? Because they're taking it to Holoroth. So I expect to see maybe 1 or 2 Z-Pings in the next game, but then our first big Z-Ping game is going to be game 3. But we're locking in for game 1 here, and we've got a pretty decent spread across the map here as we get ready to move into the action. And as is tradition, we're going to start with the top of the pack, OC Zhang Yu.
Yep, and he actually has nobody around him, so he's just free to loot up here to start up, get himself whatever gear he needs or whatever gear he can get his hands on in the area. Meanwhile, WBG Spider has spotted out Ego. They are actually right on the edge of the zone as well, so pretty rough one for them on that front. Got the double nunchucks to start with Spider. Gonna get himself knocked up, but Ego, only with that grey shield, is gonna lose a lot of health immediately to Spider. Forces to freeze out as well. Spider quickly grabs what he can, gets a shield recovery off, and now Ego, freezeless, has to be very, very careful, but he's equipped himself out with some gear as well. And both players now, blue armor, and I think that's just going to be the end of that action.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I expected WBG Spider to completely dog Ego down there. He had the advantage, and that's what we've seen Spider do all week when he's excelling, is from start to finish. He W keys fights. He just picked up resources off the back of that as well. I'm not sure what happened there. But you know who's not afraid to dog down a fight here? It's going to be JDG's Chu Zhang, as he gives chase, pops the F3, and aggressively turn around. Chu Zhang turns around with the nunchucks, though, hits him with the 1-2. Both of them going to move behind the building here to take a quick reset, but Chu Zhang wants to come back in. Mike, though, swaps to the dagger here. Really smart decision by Mike. Unfortunately, he's getting caught out by the nunchucks, is not able to respond with the dagger, and Mike's going to go down here and be sent back to the soul altar.
Mike literally just didn't get to play. He spent the entire time airborne or bouncing off a wall. That is just tragic for Mike. Really unfortunate start. And what we've seen from Mike is, if this is how he starts his game, then expect him to play fairly slow now, because he doesn't have that fallback of the revive. He obviously wants to get a decent placement and make it into the later sides of the game. So it's going to be a quiet one from Mike, unfortunately, but Dongqing with the purple katana actually going to get it stolen away, because Spider got the counter off and is able to take the weapon away, as now Spider's going to use this opportunity to try and heal up. Daohui unable to land his F ability to interrupt Spider, but Spider's going very, very low with the dual swords. Daohui making this damage stick, but Daohui's lost a lot of his shield as well. Spider now being chased down because Dongqing wants his purple katanas back. And it looks like he's going to be able to keep the chase up onto him. Spider goes to the armor switch out onto that gray armor, but he is being pounded by two different players who are both after those purple weapons. And it looks like Spider thought he was able to make an escape. Dalhui going to stay hot on his heels and keep him pressed with his back to the zone. Spider desperately trying to get away, but it's so hard to do so when you got all of these players on you. Spider looking for, well, trying to avoid these shots coming in onto him as the F ability's been thrown down to buy a bit of space as Dalhui will lose track of Spider for just a moment, but Spider will land down on top of him as Dongqing now also waiting for his opportunity to come in. Spider's lost his shield. He's low on HP. He's going to be forced to panic ult to try and finish up Dalhui. He's able to land one slash, looking for the second one, but Dalhui's going to ult himself and look to hunt him down. Spider going very, very low, dodging out on one of those slashes, but it's not going to be enough. Spider is bleeding out as he will finally be hunted down. The F ability to buy space will interrupt onto Dalhui. He gets another armor swap off, and now he actually might turn onto Dalhui, but no! The counter comes in, and Dongqing takes down his prey and gets his katanas back.
Man, what a play here from GD's Dongqing. He just lets them put in all of the work on each other, and he takes the patient route, waits till they're both low, slides in. Unfortunately, he doesn't pick up the kill onto Spider, but immediately turns around and picks up the other kill. He's going to get loot from both the bodies. He gets both his purple katana back and all the resources he wants. Now NPG's Dubai comes in for a third party off the back of it, but Dongqing still has all of his abilities there. That said, he's getting absolutely blitzed down here by Dubai with his dagger. Dubai putting in complete control and just working Dongqing. Dongqing gonna ult, Dubai just waits, gonna patiently tap dodge around, gets the read, using the ult to try to dodge some of that damage. He's gonna get that off, but Dubai, is he going to? Yes, he's going to go for the freeze, but he doesn't quite land it. The blue's going to save him there. The focus just barely not being froze out here in Dubai. Now the one who's in trouble as we see Dongqing turn. We're going to see the armor swap come out, though, and now Dongqing's regretting turning onto this fight. Dubai continues to pressure. Back in with the dagger. The F3 comes out. Dubai going to reset in Dongqing's face while Dongqing does the same. Dubai more than happy to, because he's been able to control this fight. Walks into the F3 a little too much, catches the uppercut though, and all of that purple armor is gone in an instant. Dubai still controlling this fight off the back of an easy mistake with the ultimate here, looking to get onto Dongqing. Dongqing's gonna use the scale rush to create some space, and WBG Spider comes back to pick up his loot off of the corpse while these two continue to go head to head. Absolutely insane what we're seeing come out from these players here today. WBG's Spider now the one giving chase to Dongqing as we move over to XCG's Wang Liang trying to lock things down.
Not sure what happened there, but I'm back. Yeah, you know what's funny? You were talking to me before the game started about, like, man, the zipping method just makes fights so long. We've had two incredibly long fights back to back now, Rune. Like, I don't know, man. It feels like just all of the meta fights at the moment are just incredibly long paced and drawn out mechanical checks on one another. Now, things will speed up once there's more people involved in it. I guess when you get into those later circles. We don't have a single zipping in this lobby, do we? Actually, now I think about it, it's all Justina and Yoto. Nothing but Justina and Yoto. Unbelievable. Panda Man being countered is able to re-pick up his weapons as Reki lands one slash with the Yoto sword. Gonna cancel out the ultimate, get some of that cooldown back and available to him. But Panda Man countered a second time as Reki will wreck his day and take him down. Panda Man, not the start he needed.
Yeah, no, not whatsoever. Reki coming in there and played that so well. You know, we don't often see back-to-back parries. I mean, WBG Spider being the exception as he just parries everybody. But coming in there and seeing Reki land both of those so confidently and just putting Panda Man down, man, we love to see good parries. Speaking of which, we're going to see a huge fight break out here as the Morse Blessing pops as Zone 2 is finally fully collapsed onto. It's XCG's Wang Liang, AOW's Mike, EWG's Yiran, and Bowdow's Swampfly just sitting off to the edge here, trying to come in with the bow shots and make something happen, but now getting mixed up in here with the dual blades on to the likes of Wang Liang. Wang Liang taking a ton of damage, forced to go back and hot swap into that blue armor, but it's completely blitzed off as Yiran comes in with a pair of dual blades of their own. Wang Liang going airborne here, just trying to escape, just trying to make something happen, but AOW's Mike waiting in the wings with the bow. We see one bow shot connect. Wang Liang down to quite literally one tick of HP. All these players hungry for it. The F3 comes out. Who's going to be able to connect on it? Wang Liang gets one pot off. Will they be able to get the second? They do, but Bowdow Swampfly still waiting in the wing, comes in with a left click, followed by a charge left click as well, and Wang Liang is down to just the tiniest bit of armor and half of their HP. All of these players giving chase. Wang Liang still somehow holding on for dear life as 3 of the top players here in the NBPL give chase. Wang Liang caught out by again Yiran. The F3 comes out, the flame burst comes out, the cannon, so much damage. Wang Liang takes a bow shot, gets one shield pot off, but that F3 is not going to last forever. He's able to get the second pot off as the chase continues. Wang Liang gets grappled down by Huangfly. Yiran coming in, mistimes the parry. Bao Da catches Yiran, and it looks like they might have bought enough time for Wang Liang to get away for a third time. Wang Liang is fighting for their life so desperately here. He gets topside and is able to find what looks like a full reset off the back of this Huangfly. Gonna pop the bell, get some information on Wang Liang but Wang Liang is able to finally get away from that fight.
Spider dodging away. Oh, Spider going low. One more slasher. Do it. There it is. Panda Man takes him out, and Spider out of the lobby entirely there. Beautiful aim coming in from Panda Man and able to take down Spider as now he's actually keeping the pressure up. Reki dashing away. Panda Man. Don't know if he's actually really feeling the fight because he has used that his ultimate, so he doesn't actually really have that to work with as he's trying to chase onto Reki. Reki once again won this fight before and he's looking to win it again. Last time just burning the revive. This time Reki's looking to take Panda Man out of the lobby for good. Panda Man, he wants some revenge from that earlier, trying to catch Reki with the uppercut, but Reki's able to dodge away and return fire onto Panda Man. Panda Man gonna heal up as Dongjing tries to find the bow shot off onto him. Panda Man gets a quick recovery and actually switches back to the gray armor. He just wants to get out of dodge soon as possible, but Reki is not letting Panda Man escape. Panda Man dodges away for the moment as Reki able to land himself to grab onto Panda Man. Panda Man dodging out for now, but he is 1 versus 2. A good shot did land onto him as we cut over here to multiple players. As Wang Liang, low HP, throws out the F ability and gets through the window, but he goes down to Jin. Jin's able to take him out, and there's just so many players all brawling on the rooftop here, forcing each other away. Jin trying to get in through the window, is able to do so, and is able to just reposition back and out the building. All the kind of tech comes into play on this building. If you know your way around, you're able to get through all these nooks and crannies, all these little window sills, holes in the walls, door frames perfectly, and slide away and escape. And it looks like Jin actually able to do so for now. But Dubai, hot on his heels, chasing him down, catches him with a grapple to lock him in place. And Jin just going to freeze himself up to try and be able to survive for just a little bit longer. But Dubai won't let him do so. And that is the F ability forced out from Jin. Jin able to buy some space, but Dubai is just relentless. He just will not let Jin get away. Jin tries to get the freeze off, just wants to get a recovery, and is able to recover his shield and armor. Jin going to be happy with that escape, but not happy that he had to burn the ultimate. Meanwhile, Panda Man and Nareki, it's still going on, Rune.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Panda Man desperately now in the same place Wang Liang found himself not too long ago with what looks like half the lobby giving chase, but Panda Man looks to be in a much worse situation. They're super low. They've got the ult right now, but no, it's not going to be enough. GD's Dongqing is able to pick up the elimination with a bow shot, and that's going to send Panda Man not back to the soul altar, but back to the lobby. Unfortunately, Panda Man is only going to pick up 2 additional points here in our first game of the day. NAD's Dao Yihui coming in to pick up some of the loot off of Panda Man's body there. They didn't quite get the elimination that they wanted, but they are going to get some much needed resources. We are Zone 2 now collapsed fully down onto Zone 3 with 13 players left alive. WBG's Spider, KZ's Panaman, and 17JL's Ego completely eliminated from the lobby. AOW's Mike coming in here on Dao Wei. He's trying to secure this Morris Blessing. He's not able to get close enough as the dueling F3s keep him from picking up that purple armor he wanted. Dao Wei looking to see if he can pick off somebody who goes low here. AOW's Mike turning around onto JDG's Chu Zhang. Mike coming back in for the armor swap is able to get a little hit of armor, but not a whole lot here, and is able to find a place to pick up a reset as these players back off, as they know those resources have been run dry. And as we watch that in the kill feed, we see OC's Zhang Yu eliminate OUG's Lu Ren King from the lobby.
Another player falls down. High tempo, actually. Still got 10 minutes left in the lobby and only 12 players remaining. I mean, that sounds more than it is, actually, and it is, because there's only 4 people who've been taken out. Bane's Breath coming down, though. I'm not sure who actually placed this, Zhang Yu. Well, the fact he's trying to get away, I would assume not his. But there's still, 12 players left in the lobby. We can see the overall standings right now. Zhang Yu is leading the charge with 3 kills. Dongqing got a match score to that, but with obviously Zhang Yu's start to the day, has got himself a good point lead over his opponent. Mike, on the other hand, he was in 3rd, still on exactly the same amount of points he started today on. He's got 9.3, 0 kills, because he got taken out so early in the game. This is what I said to expect from him. If Mike goes down early, he just becomes an incredibly non-committal player and very, very passive. So he'll just probably sit on his laurels for a little bit longer before he looks to get involved in any action in this game.
Yeah, him and WBG Spider suffer from the same thing. If they don't have a good early game, they don't have that momentum where they can take control of the lobby, which is where they excel, right? When they start aggressively pushing players, these players start to make mistakes in the face of that aggression, and they're able to capitalize on it so well. If they can't make that aggression happy and they get eliminated early, that's it for them in these games. And we've already seen Spider eliminated. We're going to see now OC Zhang Yu using that flamer to go ahead and pick up a kill on NAD's Dao Wei as well. And we're going to see Dao Wei eliminated from the lobby. Wolves, Kai Bao here, very, very low. I think Dong Queen was chasing them, but I guess maybe distracted by 3 or 4 of the other players nearby, and it looks like Kai Bao actually going to be able to get the reset here, but unfortunately Kai Bao hasn't been able to secure themselves any points here in this game yet either. Turning our attention to JDG's Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang, one of those players that has been doing very, very well this season. Unfortunately, only 1 elimination under their belt, and they have been pressured multiple times here in the lobby for game number 1. They do find a place to get a reset for themselves, but Huang Fly waiting just around the corner. Chu Zhang needs to be careful. Huang Fly comes in with the dual blades and is able to take all that hard work away from Chu Zhang, who just popped so much healing. Chu Zhang gonna F up in the zone. They do have healing cut already. This is so bad for JDG's Chu Zhang, and there it is. Bowdow's Huang Fly picks up the elimination.
That was a really nice, just a really nice play there by Huang Fly to make sure that they're not going to be able to get away, keeping the pressure on them in the zone, securing the kill. Lovely stuff as Dongqing's being chased down, low health, goes for an armor swap actually, is able to get away from Jin for now, but Jin not giving up his prey without a chase, but into the waiting hands of Mike he goes. Mike actually was saying he needs to start getting active in this game and trying something, but Mike, again, it's fairly non-committal. He's actually backed away from this once he saw another player involved, and Jin with the flamer not gonna be able to make it quite stick, as now Mike is finding himself on the receiving end of being chased down, is making his way up the stairs and out the window as he has been knocked down. Mike lost his entire armor as he may go for a recovery, but the flamer from Jin is gonna deny him. Mike, now bleeding out, low HP, heads into the zone, slides back in, but he has too many people on his tail. Mike, I don't know how you're going to be able to make it out of this one, mate. Has still got his grapples up and available if he wants to try and make a grand escape, and it actually looks like Mike has been able to buy some space, but there's just too many players about, and everybody has smelled blood in the water. Look at them swarm Mike! Like bread in a pond, and all the ducks come piling in. Mike, looking like a juicy snack for all of these players. He is being toasted by Jin. And Mike just able to get away for now. Jin actually freezes himself, and Mike may just have made it.
The question is, will Mike end up duck food, or will he end up on top of this lobby? GBL Zin is hungry, though. Sees Mike in the corner, is able to catch him out. Mike now forced to pop the ultimate as well, and then multiple players coming in with the range shot.
Oh, no!
Mike's HP continues to tick down, and it's Ventus's Reki who's gonna send him back to the lobby. And of course, AOW's Mike does end up duck food.
Look how geared Reki is. He's got golden armor. He's got a purple repeater crossbow. I didn't see what his kind of melee weapon was, but I think it was purple. Reki is oh no, it's blue. But Reki's stacked right now. Got the blue dagger. Here we go, the repeater crossbow. Just this is when you get to that kind of range phase. I feel like we should be at the range phase already, but when the players decide not to be melee and go ranged, Reki's gonna do some serious damage with that thing. It's going to be a real nuisance to try and face check or just, look around in the area. But it feels like now players moving outside of the buildings, getting themselves settled and situated for this next phase of players. Dubai and Jin, just a gentleman's agreement not to fight each other there. And all these players holding fast. We've got 9 players left on the lobby. And Zhang Yu and Dubai just taking a couple of bow shots at one another, just seeing if they can... get a little bit of chip damage on each other's resources and shields. Zhang Yu has found out Jin. Jin pinned for the moment, has to freeze themselves. The flamer comes down immediately, and Jin, not the play they needed, is able to recover their shield, but quite a lot of damage there from Zhang Yu.
Yeah, Zin able to get... Oh, well, I spoke too soon immediately as I say that. Zin going to be on the receiving end of a bow shot straight to the chest. Just looking to get a reset here in the hut, but every single window, somebody is waiting in the wings looking at him. And this is the thing, right? As soon as you become a target, Zin's full health here, right? These players don't give up. Once they smelt that blood, they smelt that weakness, they're going to chase. It looks like Zin able to break a line of sight, though, as multiple of these players don't want to give up what little ground they do have after seeing Zin get the full reset, as we are now Zone 5 getting ready to collapse onto Zone 6 in the next 5 seconds with 9 players left alive. Taking a look, the top of the order, it's OC's Zhang Yu with 4 eliminations, GD's Dong Qing with 3 eliminations, and Ventus's Rexy with 2 eliminations each, holding on to the top of the charts. Ventus's Rexy here, like you said earlier, have just really stacked. The purple repeating crossbow, the gold armor here, really setting themselves up for a good positioning in that final circle. They're playing Yodohime. They know they can make some big noise there if they survive long enough to get that ultimate off towards the end. And with the gold armor, they've definitely set themselves up better than anybody else. OC Zhang Yu, though, coming in with a flame breath, said, I don't care if you've got gold armor. It's almost as if I knew it was
Oh my word!
Three flame breaths come out, and Ventus's Rexy is put down like a shrimp on the Barbie and goes away from game number 1.
That's quite an intense barbecue you're using on your shrimps, mate. That was horrible. He had nowhere to go. It's like he ran into 3 of the heads of Tiamat there. He just got toasted. And Dongqing gets his prize. Golden armor for that as well. They're trying to take shots at him, but with 3 minutes left on the lobby, everybody is just situating and recovering themselves up for this next and final fight to decide it. Oh, Dongqing can't even get a full reset off, though, as everybody doesn't want to deal with him on the Yoto, fully stacked and geared up, is able to get himself most of the reset done for himself as he dashes up the tree and heads away to safety. Dongqing did lose a bunch of armor there, actually. I think he took a cannon shot from someone. But still got those 8 players left standing and the circle closing in. This is going to be a very open circle. And a fairly even spread of Yotos to Justinas. So that's going to be... It's going to lead us with a very interesting state of affairs. That house has got a flamethrower in it. Because it's in fire spitting out the window.
Yeah, oh my goodness. This is where we're going to see these ranged weapons really come out. I'm still just in absolute shock. Never have I seen 3 flame breaths just bearing down on the same target from every direction. Like you said, multiple heads of Tiamat just destroying Ventus's Rexy. That has got to be one for the highlight reels. as these players continue to just try to hold on to the space, but they're not going to have too much space left for long as Zone 6 is now collapsing down on to Zone 7. 8 players left alive, many of these Justinas and Yodos banking on their ultimates being what separates them from the pack here. And we're just seeing GD's Don Quing absolutely put everybody down onto the barbecue. Just a flame breathing left and right here. Don Quing gonna drop the F3, opting to try to get a reset here while they're on the receiving end of some fire. To GBL Zin coming in, gonna use a little bit of flame breath of their own, and we're gonna see somebody go down to the swarm. GBL Zin picks up Zhang Yu. Zin now with 3 eliminations at the top of the order with Dong Quing. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu is eliminated with their 4 kills in 8th place. They're not feeling good about that right now, as you're gonna see all of these players just holding this space, but they only have 12 seconds till the final showdown happens. All of these Yodos banking on that ultimate, coming in and being able to hold on to it as long as possible so that they can hit multiple people and be the last Yodo ulting in the lobby. Kaibao goes low up top, forced to pop the F3, and Don Quing gonna continue to punish with the barbecue. Kaibao so low, on fire, multiple flamethrowers coming out. Kaibao forced to pop the ultimate before the showdown happens. Kaibao, there's no place for him to go. There's players above him, there's players below him. The zone catches him on the tick. He's forced into the zone. Can he even adjust? No, he can't. GBL Zin picks it up. Now XCG's Wang Liang forced into the zone with their ult as well. Here we go. It's gonna be an ult up. Ladies and gentlemen, Wang Liang picks up 2-5. Now we're gonna see Zin pick up Wang Liang. Zin pick up Bardock's Longfly. Now we're gonna see Zin pick up Dong Quing. Oh my goodness, it all comes up. GBL Zin.
Big old Yoto off. Just what we expected from a lobby of all Yotos. Kind of crazy ending there. You know, you're seeing players kind of just taking those stray shots, and that's the thing, is like, a stray cannonball hitting you will be enough for everyone just to go, oh, they're low, and just swarm that player, forcing early ultimates out, which means you have no chance. If you're forced to ult early there, you know you're already doomed. It's too little, it's too late. But Jin, he didn't ult too early. He ulted just at the right time as he takes first in this first game of the Biweekly finals. Really, really good performance coming in from Jin. It was a bizarre game, to be honest. It felt like it was moving very quick the whole way through, but it went all the way down. Like I was like, oh wow, we've seen quite a lot of action already. Wait, it's been 20 minutes. I don't really know what happened that game, but the pace was fast but slow. Really, really bizarre game. But you know, Jin comes out on top of that first game. He's been feeling happy with that one. Obviously, got those points put together for the overall standings for the day, and a needed win for these players. And seeing, you know, the kind of front runners like Mike getting taken out early, seeing oh god, brain fart, but you know, first place getting taken out in 8th place with only 4 kills. Gonna be good for the rest of the lobby, because everybody else wants those guys to have bad starts today so that they can at least catch up and then kind of go in for equal footing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, OC Zhang Yu, though, still able to put at least, I believe, 5.6 points on the board. So if you're in first place, that 5.6, really keeping that gap as wide as you can. Not a bad game for them. Whereas players like AWB's Mike and WVG Spider, no eliminations, going out in the middle of the pack, not even getting placement points. This is a bad start for them. And it's equally as bad because we're talking about 2 players who let a bad game or a bad start to a game affect their mental heavily. So the question is going to be now, off the back of a almost 0-point game for both of those players, is their mental going to be able to recover coming into game number 2? Or, like history has shown us, will they let it just bring them down here in the grand finals? You know, that's the issue AOW's Mike had in season 1, right? He would absolutely dominate throughout the bi-weekly, get to the grand finals, have a bad game, and then completely fall off and not perform well. Nice to see the likes of GBL Zin, though. We're talking about the defending world champion for solos in GBL Zin, a player who hasn't been doing very well in these bi-weeklies. Now coming in, he takes the first game. It's going to be really good for his mental. And this was not a low kill game for him at all. That Flame Breath in the end, putting in absolute work for Zin.
Yeah, no, completely. It's been an interesting one in that sense, actually, where I think mentals has been something that I think a lot of the players suffer from. Like, a bad game seems to really sit with some of these players. I think, you know, Season 1 J-Team is a prime example of that. It's something that, you know, coming into maybe next year, I'd like to see teams invest more into, like, kind of coaching on that side, like how to recover from a loss. Because, yeah, right now, if you're Mike and you've just had a 0-point game, you're like, oh, no. This is going to be really hard for me to catch up. You know, Zhang Yu got 5.4 points. Jin just got 14 points. Like, how am I ever going to catch up? You've still got 5 games. You've still got, you know, all it takes is one really, really good game to catch up. So you can't let it get to you. But here you go. The overall standings. Jin, 14.2 points for himself coming out of that first game. Dongqing gets himself 8. And Zhang Yu with 5.4. Pretty decent kill spread, to be honest, as far as the points go. Below kind of, you know, third. Everyone's fairly tight, actually. Third down.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a really, really close scoreboard. But again, this is interesting. Another 7-point scoreline. In our first 2 games of solos earlier this week, we had 3 7-point scorelines. Or sorry, 3 7 elimination scorelines in our first 2 games. And the record is 8 eliminations. We've been seeing the average of 5 eliminations being kind of the top of these lobbies. So seeing 7 continuing to come out, something is changing in the momentum of these players. And we're starting to see higher kill games come out. And it really shows on the leaderboard when we see multiple players, including players like AOW's Mike and WBG Spider, walking away with a complete donut of a score.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, a big gain coming in from the side of Jin there. 13,500 damage dealt. You know, pretty decent Soul Jades, but, you know, actually some pretty decent Soul Jades. I was about to go, oh, nothing special, but actually, yeah, pretty decent. 8.4k damage coming out from that Flamebringer as well. Just really solid stuff coming in from Jin and locking in the Justina. There's a great thing about the Justina. With all the autos ult, you just press F and you just stick your head in the sand and pretend those abilities aren't coming at your head. And it worked out. That mixed with the Flamer burn, that mixed with the Zone burn, Jin able to put a whole bunch of kills together and really hold fast in this game. I'm excited to see what Game 2 is going to look like. You know, Game 1's always kind of getting a feelers out. You know, the players have only played 1 actual game this, well, sorry, 6 games, but 1 actual day this week, and then they go straight into the bi-weekly finals. You know, these are the top 16 players in the tournament right now, or at least from this week. So you've kind of got to get that feelers out. This first game of the bi-weeklies is always like, right, let's just get warmed up, let's get comfortable with everything, and then Game 2 is when I'm expecting things to start to get a little bit more explosive for the rest of the day.
You know, hopefully you're right. You know, I want to see the likes of players like AOW's Mike and WBG Spider pop off, because those lobbies are very interesting. They're kind of do or die for a lot of these players. When you see those 2 particular players start getting kills early, that meta completely shifts. And don't get me wrong, I love seeing big circles like this at the end where we've got like 6 Yodos ulting each other in the face, but there's nothing better than being like zone 5 and you still have like half the map really in terms for these players to go play on, and there's 2 players left alive duking it out in a 1v1 to determine who walks away at the top of the lobby. That's where, you know, it's just juicy. I love that content, and I know our chat loves that content, so hopefully we get to see some players pop off like that. But happy to see the consistency coming out from a lot of these players. Happy to see Zin back on top again. You know, that's a player that I always expect a lot out of, and then for him to struggle through this couple of weeks here in our 2nd season of Nbpl has not, you know, it's not been great. We want to see all of our players perform very well, I think, at the end of the day, but especially if you're the defending world champion, you don't want to come in here and just sputter out and not make any noise.
Yeah, no, completely. You know, I also think I'm excited to see how things move when we get to Orif, because it'll be our first bi-weekly finals where we're on this map. So it's gonna be exciting to see, you know, how everything's gonna be looking on that front, because obviously it's a whole new map. It throws a whole new layer of spice into this soup of finals that we are currently concocting right now. So I'm excited to see, you know, what that's going to do for it. Where the zippings are they coming next game, or are they saving that for Hollow Rift, just because of that map? You kind of want something that's going to be fairly safe, especially when we got to speak to some of the players, and some of the players were like, I haven't really played it that much yet. I haven't had enough time to kind of practice on it. So when you have like a big match and a big finals, and two of the games are on a map where some of the players probably aren't overly familiar, I'm pretty excited. We saw obviously quite a few people getting taken up by the rolling pin last week on that. We saw obviously the puzzle being gigabait, and actually people getting kind of mediocre stuff. They fought tooth and nail for it for ages, finally got the puzzle, and then just got like a golden weapon, and that was it. Like, none of this like orange armor, none of like the, you know, the really juicy stuff you can get from that. So hopefully, you know, I just want to see the snow area. I want to see a snowstorm. I haven't seen any of this yet. I want to see what that's like. I know for the players it kind of sucks. No one likes the snowstorm. I want to see a final circle in the snowstorm. That's what I want. Please, Naraka gods, give it to me.
Jake over here, he knows what he wants from some Naraka action. All I'm hoping to see is not a repeat performance on Hollow Roth from some of these players. I'm going to call out JDG's Chu Zhang right now. He goes into a fight where a rolling pin comes around in the puzzle room down below. That rolling pin hits the opponent he's fighting, knocks them to a single HP, and Chu Zhang's like, nice! Instantly kills them, picks up that, stands on the body for the rolling pin to come around, hit him again. He walks away, shield pots up, walks back, stands on the body, and takes a hit again from it. And he just walks away like, man, yeah, no, I really hope I'm not on camera right now. And the observers, watching him the entire time. But speaking of watching the entire time, I hope you guys stick around, because we're getting ready to jump to a break before we come back for game number 2.
everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. Getting ready to go into our second game of the day here at this the Biweekly's Solos finals. Jin did take that first game in pretty dominating fashion, actually, on the Justina. A 14-point game put together for himself, but it's time for some of these other players to strike back because there was a lot of donuts coming out of that first game.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing that really struggles for some of these players is when you see a game like this where the top person has 7 kills and the next person underneath them only has 3, the score split is so crazy different between the first place person and the rest of everybody in the lobby, and then you end up with multiple players in the bottom who walk away with absolutely nothing, and it really creates these drastic shifts in the leaderboard that these players have to worry about. They need to be aware about it, because you can't walk into that situation multiple times, because then you're just going to put yourself in a situation where you can't climb back up. And it's one of the things that we noticed with Zping when we started going to Hollow Roth, once she's come into the meta here in solos now, is that Zping games, we don't see players put more than 3 to 4 kills up on the board because of how long some of those fights do drag out. They're not these massive high kill games. They tend to be these games where everybody is relatively close in points. So while yes, you're playing a hero that really comes into the meta and gets to shine because you have that survivability, unfortunately everybody does, and you're not really walking away with the points you need to climb that leaderboard like you do off the back of a game that Zin just had.
Yeah, exactly, and that's probably why you are seeing things like the Yoto's getting still picked up quite a lot, because Yoto has a lot of burst with her ultimate. Obviously, doesn't have quite the same level of safety, but you still have that F ability which you can use to get a marginal reset off of. So yeah, it's interesting seeing how these players do actually kind of handle their like hero selection. And obviously remember, there is like a limit of how much you can pick or can pick certain heroes. So you also kind of have to account for, all right, which games do I want to play my Yoto games? Which ones do I want my Justina games or my Valda games, or even my Wu Shen's, because we saw Wu Shen start to show up last week as well. Again, back into this solos mix, and there's still heroes who aren't, I would say, the big 3 right now, who are definitely playable and definitely capable of showing up. Reki, we just got him on our screens. I do want to talk about him actually, because he had a bloody killer game. He was playing really, really aggressive. Poor Panda Man fell victim to this man twice in one game. He was playing really, really well. He didn't. I think he got knocked out quite early. You can see average kill 1.5. Not amazing. Those 1.5 was Mike and a half. But Reki has been a player to kind of keep your eyes on, in my opinion. I think he's been someone who is showing a lot of promise. Not quite there, not quite at the top level yet, but definitely showing a lot of promise.
Oh, absolutely. Ventus Rexy is one of those players that comes in, and you see the amount of growth that they've had since the start of the season to now, and you have to be impressed, right? Because we saw just a little bit of Reki kind of pop off in the beginning of the season, and then he wasn't able to keep the consistency coming, and now he's been able to. But speaking of somebody popping off, we're going to throw things over to some comments from WBG Spider.
来打单排之后，朋友肯定是认识的越来越多嘛。然后单排，但是帮助的话，反正我觉得他们应该都藏着，不会告诉我。周常规赛的话，我觉得就觉得还好吧，就打着，反正大家也都挺放松的。然后更期待周决吧，想拿个冠军。难度肯定是有的，但是我比较更有信心一点吧。反正第1周打完之后，我也就是累积了不少经验，对这个周决比较自信吧。
Spider giving us just a little bit of insight there into how he's feeling coming into the bi-weekly final, and what it's been like moving over to WBG and getting to play on the stage. And I think we saw a little bit of that nervousness that he was just talking about in the first bi-weekly split from Spider. He did have the one big pop-off game, but coming into the first bi-weekly finals, he just kind of came in and did nothing, whereas this week he feels a little bit more confident consistently across the board. Speaking of his confidence, we're taking a look here at the average stats between WBG Spider and OC's Zhang Yu, and man, talk about very close. The only thing that Spider really gaps him in here is that damage, right? That average damage, almost 5,000 more average damage, and he's only behind in average kills by 0.1. It's a very, very limited margin for WBG Spider here, but that damage difference is absolutely massive, right? 5k damage is a lot of damage to be dealing. Unfortunately, it's not turning into kills for him, right? So we see that Oshi Zhang Yu is just slightly more effective with the damage that he's dealing in terms of securing kills with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Sin, obviously, you know, I'm curious what this game's gonna, like, what's gonna be changed going into this game, because it was that game kind of went back to what I expect from previous like season 1, Justina Yoto's. You know, we had towards the end some developments, the Valders, the Wushens, and the stuff like that. Then we're going to get into Hero Select, and I guess we'll find out what this is going to look like going into our second game of the day. Obviously, Jin was the victor from GBL coming out of that previous game. We saw Spider actually have a pretty good start to the previous game as well. Actually, no, we didn't. He was getting hunted. Yeah, well, no, we saw Spider have a bad start to the last game, actually.
It was interesting. He turned that fight around and had the opportunity to dog down the other player, but then I don't know if he just didn't have the confidence to follow it up or not, but he stopped giving chase, and that's when Spider doesn't do well, when he doesn't bring the aggression. But here in the Hero Select, I think we're going to see maybe 1 or 2 Z-Pings, right? Not a lot. I don't think we're going to see too many till we get to Hollow Rough, because like you said, you can only play the same hero so many times. There's one coming out from Lu Ren King. But these players really want to save that Z-Ping for the map where she excels the most, which of course is Hollow Rough. So they want to make sure they're not running out of those Z-Ping picks too early coming in here. No surprises just yet. Of course, Yodohime, Justina's coming out, but they've got to be careful with how many times they pick them here as well, because there's 2 more games of Hollow Rough. So if you pick the same hero 3 times here, you're gonna have 1 game. Sorry, not 2 more games of Hollow Rough, 2 more of Morris. If you pick 3 times, you're not gonna be able to play them for that 4th game. So they need to find a little bit of variety here as we take a look at the map. We're gonna see most of these players clustered in the northwestern side of the map, and this is probably where we're gonna see that final circle move towards.
It's a nighttime environment as well. I'm happy with the environment. Big fan. Yeah, a lot of players actually are grouped up, so maybe we're going to see some action to start us off with. We saw Zhang Yu actually start pretty much alone last game, and Jin starts this game right on the edge of the circle, a bit like a bunch of our players from the previous game, and it's just going to head in. You're not going to take too much damage here to start it off, so can get, you know, some pretty decent gear from the loot outside. Was that a purple nunchuck?
That was a purple set of nunchucks. Wow. This play just paid off hugely for him early. Those purple nunchucks are going to pump out a ton of damage. Speaking of which, we head over to JDG's Chu Zhang going head-to-head for battles. Huangfly, they're trading blows with dual blades here. Back and forth, back and forth. Huangfly looking to back off here. Take a little bit of a reset. Gold pile nearby. We're going to move over to NAD's Dao Ihue, who's being eliminated as we tuck over by NPG's Dubai. But Dubai now, the third party inbound from the likes of GBL Zin. Zin more than happy to give chase to the likes of Dubai, even with the white armor under their belt. You gotta remember, Zin here has got those purple nunnies in the back pocket, and that's going to do a lot of damage if they're able to get hold of Dubai. Now taking a look over to Ventus's Rexy and EWG's Yiran. Rexy able to tap dodge out of the F3 and get the grapple off into Yiran at the perfect timing to send them flying out as the F3 dies. Now Yiran, after getting a reset on the back foot once again with the bell to keep track, they do find an armor swap though as Reki slides down to the bottom side.
Yeah, forced back as Spider, dodging away with a freeze, but will we actually be able to dodge away from Wang Liang? And he just takes him down. Wang Liang knocked out already. So he does still have that revive, but Spider Played that fight very, very well. And it is just a lot of action. Like I said, the first game, slower pace because they all had the feelers out. But everybody definitely feeling the action right now. Jin is going to get froze up in the middle of his reset. He's going to try and get away. But the great counter comes down. And Cabal able to get it with a second freeze. Dongqing now in danger. Cabal still has one last dash to close the gap onto Dongqing. As Dongqing's going to get bopped back. He is chain locked. He is CC'd. He has nowhere to go. He's going to have to use that F ability to keep himself going. But Cabal maybe wants to pressure for a little bit more. I think with that reset, he realizes, let's not bite off more than I can chew. He's happy with that kill onto Jin.
Man, Don Queen looked like he was going to come in there and third party that. And Kai Bao just flips the script immediately with a freeze. And Don Queen almost instantaneously forgets it now as we see this fight between 4 players break into 2 1v1s. NED's Dao Yue going head-to-head with the other player. Battle Swang Fly going head-to-head with JDG's Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang really not in a great space here. If I'm not mistaken, Chu Zhang's already been eliminated once in this lobby. So if Huang Fly is able to connect onto them,
oh no,
we're going to see the freeze come out. Chu Zhang able to flip that on its head, but now Dao Yue coming in. Chu Zhang still no ult charges left after that though. Dao Yue still with the ult available here, but is going to walk into those dual blades again. Mistimes the parry, and it's JDG's Ego who picks it up with a pistol shot. Now, JDG's Chu Zhang able to get an armor swap into some blue armor, and it's 17JL's Ego going head-to-head with Chu Zhang. But the third party just waiting up the hill. Chu Zhang doesn't want to stay here. They're tired of getting third party, but they turn it around again. Chu Zhang in true form here today, making it happen. Resurrection or not, Chu Zhang's going to keep hopping off AOW's mic. Going head-to-head now with OC Zhang Yu.
Can he find him? He's still got another charge on that freeze if he wants to be able to get it through. It looks like he's actually just going to dash away. Mike deciding better of it, but Zhang Yu says, you walk away when I tell you you can walk away. With the dual swords is going to make very quick work of Mike. Mike frees himself up for the quick reset. Zhang Yu trying to catch back out onto him. Mike's able to dodge away just a little bit longer as he actually able to get through Zhang Yu's health bar. Zhang Yu armor swaps to the great armor as Mike gets a charge attack off, gets the counter onto Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's juggled up, and Mike strikes back and takes him down.
AOW's Mike coming in there, turning things around with the parry. We love a good parry. Now it's WBG Spider. With 2 eliminations under the belt, this is where we usually see Spider bring the aggression, right? They still have their resurrection. They've got multiple eliminations under their belt. More than happy to take these fights. Spider backed off for a little bit of a reset, but he's got purple nunnies, purple musket, and purple armor this early into the game. We're not even in to zone 2 yet. Now gonna get a massive parry onto Lunar King. What is it with WBG Spider? In every situation where you think nobody could parry that, Spider makes it happen at the last possible second, turns it around, and now it's Luren King who goes extremely low, and all of these players are like sharks. They smell the blood in the water, and they are going to swarm on him. You know what? I guess we shouldn't even call them sharks anymore. We should probably call them piranhas, the way they be swarming on these players.
Or ducks, one of the two. Zhang Yu now, fresh off a revive. Reki looking to deal with him, catching him out with the grapple. If Zhang Yu goes down, that is going to be big for the lobby, but Reki actually forced to freeze himself immediately as this fight gets turned around back onto him, but Reki then unleashes a barrage of attacks onto Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu trying to get away, gets joggled up with the uppercut and is now going very, very low. He's forced to freeze and pop the ult to try and get away. He's going to quickly loot up and just see if he can get anything good for himself. Gets the armor swap off, and Reki not happy with that one. Will not let Zhang Yu get away with this, but he's able to get the freeze off, and Zhang Yu dashing away, but Reki refuses to let him escape, refuses to let Zhang Yu get away with this as Zhang Yu freezes himself up for a quick recovery of that armor as Reki looks to freeze him in place, unable to get the damage off as Zhang Yu going incredibly low. Reki gets barraged onto the beaten up is huge. Reki loses all of his health bar, and now both with blinking health trying to get this fight going as Reki finds himself frozen, quickly recovers, chases for more. Reki trying to get himself away with a reset as Zhang Yu goes into the zone momentarily, freezes up. Reki has found him, going for the reset, bops into the zone. Zhang Yu's low HP, and down he goes. He is out of this lobby.
Zhang Yu getting a little greedy there, pushed too hard. A little bit like Icarus flying too close to the sun there. You know, you got no sunscreen on. You can't be walking into the zone with only a single tick of HP, and Zhang Yu pays the price as his wax wings melt, and he's eliminated here from game number 2. AOW's Mike now going head-to-head with the likes of Wang Liang and Yi Ran for the second game in a row, fighting over Morris Blessing. These 3 exact players find themselves duking it out, but it looks like Wang Liang was the one able to secure that purple armor, and I do believe a purple spear out of that as well, setting themselves up for success as well. Coming in with the third party, Mike gonna frost core up here, and Wang Liang more than happy to just wait nearby, continuing to pressure Mike against the zone, and Mike knows they need to get out of dodge. Wang Liang able to catch them with quite a bit of damage there before walking into the charge left click of the dual blades, but Wang Liang does not care as they just continue to pump out massive damage onto Mike. The F3 comes out to aggressively swap the combo out. The freeze comes out from Mike though.
Oh, what?
It's so close! Wang Liang's gonna open, no! AOW's Mike gets it, and then he gets eliminated by a bone shot from EWG's Yi-Ran! Oh my goodness!
He's still got the revive though, so Mike's okay. Euron gets away in the best of this because he gets all of that armor from the Mora's Blessing, all of that weapon as well. Mike, that was so clutch. I don't know how he turned a basically doomed situation around to get a kill as he cut over to Lu Ranking and Dubai now in the middle of a skirmish themselves, but Dubai definitely on the back foot, using the movement just to try and get away, get some sort of rooftop, and actually really, really well played there. Should just have been able to escape his pursuer. Lu Ranking a little bit too slow on the punch and did stop to get himself a revive off. 15 minutes left and we've lost 4 players from this lobby. Actually only 3. Mike hasn't revived yet, so only lost 3 players so far, so we've still got, you know, half the game left to go as we cut over to Dubai and Lu Ranking in the middle of this fight. Lu Ranking on the zipping, being punished heavily here. All of that recovery, keep himself going, and actually Lu Ranking looks like he's made a pretty decent escape, and with the healing available to him to the fact he's zipping, looks like he's gonna be able to get away.
Yeah, he's got the full reset off the back of both of his ultimate and F2 being popped there. Dubai gonna be forced to just give up that chase unless they want to start it all over again. Lu Ranking gets away with the skin of their teeth. Speaking of getting away by the skin of their teeth, you guys, if you're very quick, can get away with a free copy of Naraka Blade Point. You see those Steam codes down below you. You need to head on over to Steam before they disappear, and they just disappeared. I hope you guys were able to get yourself a copy if you haven't been able to, and you can join us here on Morris Isle. WBG's Spider here, moving across the map. Still only 2 eliminations. And as Zone 2 gets ready to collapse down, anyone who still has resurrections are going to see that resource dwindle away at the start of Zone 3. So these players with it need to either die now and use it, or just hope that they don't get caught out. We've seen players before who had that resurrection run away like Lu Ranking is right now, and find themselves in a situation where they die right after Zone 3 collapses. And if they had just let themselves be killed seconds earlier, they would have been able to revive and stay alive in the lobby. So hopefully nobody ends up in a similar situation here as NPG's Dubai. Gonna use that scale rush to get up into the building, moving away from the likes of GBL Zin. Zin with no eliminations under the belt this game, but Zin started out slow. Zin's one of those players that doesn't really need to have an explosive early game. They've got a flamer already. I fear for this lobby right now, Hib.
Everyone has, like, in last game, Jin had it, and he made it work. He took the victory. It's a Yotu off versus a Yotu off, and we're going to the skies. Dubai gonna get taken down. Jin lined up those shots fantastically. And like I said, still got a flamer, starting to stack up on his first kill. He's got that taste for blood, and we'll see, you know, how he's going to make it work for him. Spider, though, gonna have to freeze here, keep himself alive. Gets a partial recovery off as Hongfly chasing them down. Spider maybe looking for the quick turnaround. Does whap onto Hongfly as Hongfly gets frozen in place, and Spider should actually just be able to get away. No, actually, caught out by the grapple. Hongfly continue to chase up on to Spider. Spider gonna have to play this well. We saw Mike do it earlier today. Gets himself a lot of damage dealt to Hongfly's shield, and both are just gonna go for the reset and probably just back away from one another at this point.
This is not the Spider I want to see playing here. He's playing so passively. Usually Spider in that situation would have turned around, even that fight out with a single hit, and press that advantage as far as he could take it. I'm not sure what's going on with Spider today, but that confidence of his that he usually has just is not there.
I see Mike being kind of returned to that aggressive style we wanted to see from Mike. So it looks like that game didn't get into his head, as he is able to pick up another kill in the meanwhile, and also a whole bunch of damage off in the middle of this courtyard. Spider, again, another player who you praise for their aggression. They ain't quite passive right now, got the purple nunchucks, purple armor, doesn't really want to give it up, and actually wants to make it a little bit later into this game.
Yeah, not sure what's going on in the mind of WVG's Spider today. Hopefully he doesn't have the same issue that he had in the last Biweekly, where he just comes in and kind of does nothing off the back of a record-breaking game the day before the Biweekly final here. Now OUG's Luren King gonna catch out Mike's with a grapple, but not quite able to catch them because the terrain of the window actually gonna stop Lurang from being able to follow through with that, but still aggressively pressing Mike nonetheless here. They've got the dagger looking to make something happen. Mike might have just broken line of sight, but it looks like Lurang, maybe I spoke too early. It looks like Mike may have found the window to get out of there as we turn our attention about how Kwangfly going head to head with the likes of Wolves. Kaibao struggling to find armor better than Blue for the second game in a row, which is very interesting because Kaibao has been one of those players we consistently see go to final circle with gold armor throughout the week. So now all of a sudden maybe a strategy change has left him in a situation where he's not able to find the armor that he really wants, not able to get on those Morris blessings and just guarantee the loot he needs. But still alive nonetheless with a couple of eliminations under their belt, looking to take them to the late game as we turn our attention back to the fight happening here at Eventide Temple as OUG's Luren King, JDG's Chu Zhang, and Wang Liang and multiple other players go head to head. Sorry, not Wang Liang, Dong Quang, I apologize. KZ's Panda Man forced to ult in the courtyard by OUG's Luren King, and that F2 from Z-Ping does not stop the hit stun from an ultimate. That doesn't mean Panda Man is safe, as we see the likes of AOW's Mike come in and snatch the kill out from everybody around them with a well-placed bow shot.
Mike is just playing unleashed in this game. He really wants to get a good points on the board, and after a 0 point game, having a killer one here is going to do a lot of good, but he still needs to make it late into the game. 5 kills for Mike, though. Really, really solid start on that front, as the point totals seem a little weird. 15. Oh, yeah, that's the overall point totals, of course. I had a complete brain fart there, as Zhang Yu knocked out early. Again, not a particularly great game from the person who was in first, starting off today. And it feels like a kind of Biweekly's curse. It's like, if you come in first, you are going to get punished, and everybody is just trading out here. This is a bit of a scrap over the Mora's Blessing as he ran, taking so much damage. Homefly with the legendary Katana Soul Jade there to get a whole bunch of damage off his Luren King with a Flamer as well, toasting away the Bane's Breath. Probably just going to send a whole bunch of players packing away from this area, but it looks like the fight's not completely done as the Spider chasing onto Yiran. Yiran's going to throw down that F ability just to buy himself a bit of space, and Spider looking to chip in a couple of shots with that musket. As soon as Yiran finishes this reset, the F ability times out, and Hongfly seeing if he can chase onto Yiran, but it's getting stuck on the ledges here. Looks like they are just going to back off and decide better than to get into the middle of all of this fight and all of this action. We see Luren King taken out by Mike as well, so that's 6 kills now for Mike. Where was this Mike last game? He's on a tear right now.
Yeah, I know, right? Mike coming in really making things happen here. JDG's Chu Zhang has had a fairly decent game, but he continues to struggle. You know, he did have quite the impressive turnaround earlier. Luckily for him, he didn't get eliminated there because he needs this game. He didn't have a strong game last game, and he's been one of those players that's been fairly consistent. So hopefully he can keep that going here in this game, as he is tied for second place in this lobby, but so is most of the lobby, considering AW's Mike completely shadowing everybody else with 6 eliminations under their belt, and there's still 9 players left alive. Mike could potentially break the 8 kill lead here in this game, you know, break that record and walk away with more than 8 eliminations. If he did that, Mike would be easily setting himself up to walk away the big winner here today in our solos bi-weekly final. Mike coming in looking for some more loot here. Needs to be very, very careful though. With 9 players left alive here, zone 5 collapsing down. There's not a lot of space for error here, and it's so much potential for a third party. And again, we are zone 4 collapsing down onto zone 5. It's going to get very interesting once we move towards that zone 6 space and these 9 players start to lose so much of this space. WBG Spider coming in looking to try to eliminate AOW's Mike here. Spider, one of those players that usually comes in and goes very aggressive, catches on to Mike. Here's the aggression we're used to seeing from Spider. Says, look, I don't care who's watching. But now the Flame Breath coming in, and it might come back to bite Spider as the Fly shows up and says, I'm not going to get stuck in your web this time. This is going to be my elimination. And Wallfly!
Oh no, Mike!
Is Mike in the corner! Mike goes so low! And it's not the Spider, but the Fly who picks up the kill leader here in game number 2.
Mike, he just into range of everybody. Everybody saw him go in that window. He thought he was sneaky, but he just wasn't. And he pays the price. Spider causing absolute carnage in this lobby. Mike going out early has done so much for the other players here. Fly able to actually knock everybody back with that Soul Jade on the katana. And everybody really likes being top of these roofs right on the edge of the circle. But it looks like they are just going to back off as Dongqing climbs up and realizes, oh, there is a Fly up here. Probably can't deal with that.
Oh my goodness, Badass Huangfly just comes in and is like, Spider and Huangfly working together. The Spider and the Fly to eliminate the kill leader here in game number 2. We said we want them out of this lobby. We don't need them coming up past 8th place with 6 eliminations. That's just bad for us. Still not a bad game for Mike though. He's going to be walking away with 7.7 points, which is more than 2nd place from our first game because of how tight that lobby was. So he's got to be at least happy about the number of points he was able to put on the board for himself. But we are 8 players left alive as zone 5 now collapses down on to zone number 6. All eyes were on Mike, but now all eyes on to WBG Spider and Badass Huangfly.
Yeah, I'm sure Mike's kicking himself a little bit, but he got himself caught out there. But unfortunately, you know, it was a good game from him. Just needs to kind of repeat that performance and get a better placement next time if he wants to contest for that top spot here in the lobby. And the expectation is he will be looking to contest that because, you know, he was 3rd coming in. He is one of the players who was heavily celebrated last season as well. But for now, he's out, and we still have 8 players all looking to play for first in this game. 3 minutes, 40 seconds left until the circle fully closes out. And there is a lot of Justinas and Yotes, actually. Mostly Justinas left in the lobby, though.
We're gonna bump over now to Huangfly again. Dubai just chilling in the bush underneath. The Spider comes with a massive grapple and puts Huangfly into the zone, but Huangfly not taking a lot of damage off the back of that. Spider looking to take the top of this little space here, but Huangfly is gonna hold on to it again. Spider gonna come in and punish it for a 2nd time, and a musket shot rings out from, I do believe, EWG's Yiran, and gonna punish Huangfly even further, but Huangfly able to get the full reset. Is going to be forced off the top of that building though, so he can no longer hold on to that space. NBG's Dubai using that Universe Slash just to buy himself a little bit of space, but needs to be very, very careful. That Universe Slash extremely punishable in the pro league like this, especially when you just throw it out. Somebody can walk up and parry it at distance. You end up in a very, very bad situation off the back of something like that. Huangfly able to establish a little bit of space on the opposite side of the circle now, as we are zone 6 collapsing onto zone 7. The action is about to get very, very heated because there's not a lot of space for these players to hide from one another in a very open final circle here for game number 2 on Morris Isle. NBG's Dubai trying to pump some rain shots down onto GBL. Zin almost catches a scale rush, but Zin able to catch them first. with the charged left click from the dagger into the uppercut. Now Dubai with half shield stuck out in the middle of the zone, just trying to threaten the space, not going to be able to find a reset amongst all of this chaos.
No, unable to do so, but everybody is holding fast, but the circle is forcing them closer and closer together. Spider still very, very equipped with those purple nunchucks and that golden armor, but the Flame is going to make short work of anybody who steps close towards either Yoran or Hongfly. Both of them equipped with that as whoa, Cabal lost a lot of health there to Hongfly, able to catch him again with that Soul Jade on the Katana, just able to get that kind of ranged attack. There it is once again. Jin takes a whole bunch of damage as Dongqing actually forced to use the ultimate here, is able to take out Dubai in the middle of the air, but he is low HP, slams back into the ground, and Dongqing is just somebody's kill to take, and it's going to be Spider who cashes in on that, his third kill of the lobby. Homefly got the Flamer and starting to cook away on multiple members, and actually Spider found himself a purple bush just in the circle to hide up and recover some health as he ran with the Flamer on this kind of slightly high ground, raining down the pain onto the rest of the lobby here. Hongfly gonna get himself a slight heal off and switches back to the Flamer. A lot of Flamers coming out as this is starting to become a bit of an oven here as Cabal is going to get himself taken down. We're down to 5 players left standing, most of which are equipped with Flamers, 3 of which are equipped with Flamers, actually, as Jin is doing his best to hold on to this as much as possible. He still has that Yotuol. He's got the armor to work with, and here he goes. He's going to throw the ultimate down. That's going to be Yoran, able to find one already. Jin outside the circle, bleeding down to the zone as Jin takes out 1 kill, looking for the slashes on for the next one. Inside the circle he goes with the Flamer coming down. Spider able to hold fast and take the game.
WBG Spider going to be coming out on top. This is interesting. WBG Spider was able to find a little bit of that momentum into the early game that we're used to Spider picking up, but then it slows things down, which is not the name of the game for WBG Spider, but able to make it to the final circle, pick up a couple more eliminations off of the back of it, and just barely able to eke out first place, because we still have to remember AW's Mike picked up 6 eliminations this game and walks away with 7.7 points. Spider gonna be walking away with slightly more than that, I do believe around 8 points off of the back of that performance. But man, what a game for all these players involved. We got to give it to Badass Hongfly as well. Man, coming in and picking up that elimination onto Mike, and then the way he played that zone and how he utilized Soul Slash, that moment where Hongfly goes topside and everybody's looking towards him, it looked like Hongfly was going to die off the back of his elimination onto AOW's Mike, and then he was able to catch out every single player who came topside to try to pressure him while he was low with that Soul Jade from the Katana and send them flying back to the bottom, which bought him all the time he needed to get a full reset. So Hongfly playing very, very well in this particular game as well, but it comes up WBG Spider in the end.
Yeah, WBG Spider, I think mostly because he was inside the circle. If we're going to be real with you, we were following the perspective of someone else and they went out of that circle, spent too much time taking zone tick damage. Spider was in the circle winning a fight and then can just quickly dash out on the Justina and finish that up. Like, you know, zone tick hurts, especially when it's the final circle, but a very explosive game from Mike, and I think that's the big thing. Is we asked the question, is Mike going to be able to recover coming out from that pretty horrific game number 1, getting 0 points? And the answer is yes, but actually no. He recovered, got himself a good game. His mental's definitely there, but he needed to place way higher to actually get himself, you know, a good multiplier, good points, and actually really rein in that top spot. But, you know, there's still 4 games left to go today. If Mike continues to play like that for the rest of the day and at least has 1 good placement game in there, Mike is set up for a really, really good day. But the same thing could be said for Spider. Spider, very, very good game coming out from him on that previous one. I am starting to worry about some of these top boys, though. They're at first place. 2 bad games in a row now. Not first place anymore. Starting to struggle quite heavily now.
Oh, yeah. You know, we've seen quite a drastic shift in the overall leaderboard off the back of that. I'm honestly willing to bet that GBL's in still at the very tippity top of the overall leaderboard, because that first game there's a huge difference, like we said, between 7 eliminations first place and 4 eliminations first place. You know, WBG Spider able to create a little bit more of that gap. Zin not having a phenomenal game this game, but still putting up a 6.2. Spider only closed that gap by 4 points with a 10.4 off the back of 4 eliminations. So Zin still sitting very, very comfortable after a huge first game and then playing consistently. AOW Mike still taking second place though. He goes out in 9th place, but picks up a 7.7 game score because he had such an aggressive early game. Baudos Huangfly going to be the player taking 3rd place here with 3 eliminations and a 6.5 game score. Very interesting. AOW's Mike picked off by WBG Spider and Baudos Huangfly. Gets sandwiched between the two of them here in the leaderboard, and I'm sure he's not comfortable about that because he definitely was not comfortable being sandwiched between them in that particular game, because he does get eliminated early and he was having a very, very good game. But unfortunately, sometimes that's the way it happens in Naraka. You find yourself in a situation where somebody pumps a little bit of damage onto you, and these piranhas, or ducks as you like to call them, absolutely descend on you. And no matter how mechanically gifted you are, sometimes it might not be enough, and for Mike it was not. So he goes out early but still takes 2nd place with an impressive performance with 6 eliminations. And it's going to be WBG Spider who's our MVP with 15,000 damage, 4 eliminations, 2 counters, and 13,000 of that damage impressively coming from melee weapons. Not abilities, not ranged weapons, 13,000 damage strictly from nunchucks.
He was looking very good with those nunchucks as well, actually. Really, really solid stuff coming in from Spider. And, you know, I actually think this game didn't come off the back of Mike being too W key heavy. I think Mike was actually very good with his W key. He just happened to get caught by this man, and you saw what he was capable of doing. You can see the damage of the nunchucks. He was deleting shield and health bars if anybody got into range of him. He was playing very, very clean, very, very smart. And you know, there's 2 counter strikes coming in as well. I'm sure he's a bit miffed that Mike had so many kills, because he only got 4 himself, and this could have been a way bigger scoring game for Spider. But at the end of the day, he still takes first. He still takes 10 points with him. And the next kind of couple of games are really going to shake things up. Obviously, next game we're going, oh yes, it is next game. We're going to Holorif as well. So I'm curious to see what that's going to be looking like. You know, are the players going to maybe have who's starting to get wind in their sails? Is that going to take the wind out? Are they going to trip over a little bit on themselves on that front? Or, you know, are they going to carry that momentum forward to the trap-riddled, infested chaos market, I'm going to call it, that is Holorif?
Look, I've got a prediction coming into game 3, heading over to Holoroth. 80% of the lobby, Zpin Yang. We're going to see 1 to 2 Takedas trying to use their ultimates to buy that final circle, right? Because the big thing you have to remember about Zpin is that F2 blocks only the stagger from white attacks, which is still a huge, massive advantage for the Zpin players. But if you are playing Takeda in that final circle, you're able to use that ultimate and press that F to hit every single Z-ping in the circle that's used that F2 and force them out into the zone where you can just sit happily in the circle in the middle, and every time they come back and pressure you, just hit F again and force them back into the zone on a repeat. If you can set that up as a Takeda, you can dominate that final circle. The problem is you have to stay alive until the very end. And in a lobby full of Z-pings, if you're playing that Takeda, you are a huge target. So you have to bring the mechanical skill to know that, hey, I'm going to be targeted this whole lobby. I've got to stay alive, and that's got to be your focus until you get to the final circle.
And I can't remember who was doing it last week on day 3, but they were pulling out the Takeda quite a lot, and that exact thing happened. They were just hunted. Like, you get slightly close to the final circle, and the whole lobby would go, right, let's deal with the Takeda, and then return to this actual game. And they all just, like a fox hunt, just hunted down the Takeda and would take them out. It's pretty rough if you are locking him in, just because, you know, you will get taken, you will get at least hunted. Yeah, I mean, it's what you expect when you pick that up. But you know, I also think this just like what I love about Holorift is just so many people don't know what they're doing on it yet. There's so many kind of like just variables. There's so many like new interactive things, traps. Just obviously you got lots of like the ballistas at the there's 2 ballistas at the puzzle. That's the word I'm looking for. It's such a chaotic map. That's why I'm excited for it. We have so I haven't seen a zero gravity zone until since anyone go to the zero gravity area since we did the show match at the beginning of or the end of last split. So I'm excited to see what this map has in offer. I want to see some snowstorms. I prayed for it. Hopefully we'll get it. I'm curious. I think you are right though. It will mostly just be Z-Pings. You'll probably see a few Yotos show up as well, just because she is good. But then again, a lot of people probably use their Yotos, or for this game, their Yotos up. So that's another thing they do have to kind of keep in mind going into this game 3.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, I think we're gonna see, like you said, a lot of Z-Pings, a couple of Cicadas, maybe a Justino or Yoto thrown into the mix, but most of these players trying to save those picks for Morris Isle, where they can really get that extra mileage out of them, because they're not trying to do it into the face of multiple Z-Pings here on Holoroth. And again, it comes down to like that favorable final circle, right? There's a lot of verticality in Holoroth, and that Yoto ult, very good on the horizontal, right? You're able to pick up multiple players as they're just trying to clutch that space on the ground. But when you have a ton of verticality and there, you can have 6 players above you, 6 players below you, where do you turn those Phantom Blades to try to pick up those eliminations? It becomes a hard question of how you make it happen in the final circle. And speaking of making it happen, we're going to come back after a short break and make it happen all in game number 3. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. We're in our second bi-weekly split, and it is, of course, our solos finals. We're about to jump in the boat, Jake, and paddle on over to Hollow Rock for game number 3. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm excited for this game. I mean, I've been excited for. I like all the games, right? But I think new map, new heroes. That's the kind of thing that grabs my attention. Yes, I know you're not a massive fan of the Z-Ping. I'm not jaded by it yet. I still, have some time before I'm starting to go, all right, I'm bored of this. Because I was excited by Justina when she first started getting played in response to Yoto. Now I'm just like, please, no more. No more ice person. I don't want it. But yeah, I think this map obviously has a lot of things going on. There's obviously puzzles, there's the big rolling pin, there's traps on the floor, there's the snow zone, which I'm still yet to see. There's obviously the weather effects within that area. You have sandstorms, you have the zero gravity zone. There's a lot of variability on this map, and each biome effectively genuinely has a very, very different way in which you need to play around it, the way you need to control areas. And I feel like unlike learning your normal drop sites, you've got to really understand how each biome works, because if your final circle is there, you have to know what to look out for, how to play around certain things. It's one of those things where if you think about how regular Naraka works, or how any regular battle royale works, is you typically have a favorite area where you drop and you go, okay, this is where I like to get my loot. You know where the good loot is, kind of your general kind of almost rotation at the beginning of the game, and then you'll understand the map so you know how to rotate into the final circles and stuff. But typically the final circles don't really matter too much. If it's open, long range weapons might be good, or in the case of Naraka, monk might be good. But if it's closed up, then you need to kind of have that in mind. But on Hollow Rift, it's more than that. It's more than it's an open area, so these weapons are good. It's closed, so I might want to stick more to the melee weapons. It's there's a big rolling pin that goes through the center of this final circle. We need to play around that. There's traps all over this area, and if I trigger one, it is pretty much me just out of the lobby, if not an instant kill. So how do you play around that? The final circle's in a zero gravity area. Suddenly verticality is super important, and you have to be very careful that someone could just be above you at any point. So I think it really shakes up the overall way that you play the game, and that's why I like this map so much.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Hollow Rock, like you said, is just so diverse in biomes, and it's everything from the traps to the potential weather hazards, to the verticality, to the number of surfaces that players can scale rush off of, right? Yeah, look at Huang fly over here yeah, let me dap it up. Speaking though of the scale rushes, one of the huge differences between Hollow Rock and Morsile that we don't talk about is the lack of trees, right? Yeah. Every other surface that you can scale rush off of, except trees, right? You can instantaneously scale rush as soon as you grab the wall. Trees, you have to fully charge to the blue state of the scale rush to initiate the scale rush, which is why when you get in those final circles that are mostly trees, we don't see a lot of that scale rush coming out, because these players have to commit too much time to being stationary to make it happen. But in Hollow Rock, all of the terrain is not trees, so there's so many opportunities for these players to scale rush more often, create that movement, and create the space that they need to either buy a reset or walk their opponent into a bad position.
Absolutely. No, I actually didn't think about that. That's something, other than maybe the snow biome, which again, I don't know, but from the pictures, seems to be a fair amount of trees. But hopefully, yeah. I'm gonna stop saying it. I'm just gonna stop saying it. I will, at some point, I will see the snow biome on this bloody map. Elsewhere, let's talk about the performance of the players so far, because I think it's been a bit hit and miss. Obviously, Mike had an amazing start to that previous game, and like I said at the end of the last game, I don't think Mike fell victim to his W key. I think he was very tempered with his W key. He just happened to like stop pressing W where Spider was, and Spider's like, ha, surprise, and he was unable to deal with him. And Spider and Fly, two annoying insects, able to take Mike out. But yeah, it was. You know, for Mike, it was a bit unfortunate. But the one moment he's like, right, I'm gonna chill on the W key. I've been a little bit too hard. But this happened to be a Spider hovering above him. So yeah, it was a rough one for Mike on that front. But again, very different map, very different play style, very different state of the game. Like you said, you're expecting a lot of Z-pings. Z-ping typically means you're not gonna have a snowbally game like we just saw Mike have. You have slower pace games where fewer kills are picked up. I think for some of the guys at the top, that's probably something they're okay with because these games are slipping away from them. But we actually had a chat with Yuran before we get going into this game, so let's hear what he had to say.
我觉得的话，其实没必要都要去打单身吧，因为你专精一个，就你术业有专攻嘛，你专精一个肯定是更厉害的。而且如果你要去打3排的话，像我的话，我在3排基本上。 从一天下来的训练赛到晚上，基本上我就没打几把天人单排吧，大概就是半个小时的天人单排量。就我其实没什么时间训练单排的，所以都是靠天选单排去练的。所以我觉得这个并不是说是一个很好锻炼自己一个东西吧。如果说你想要去尝试3排的话，我觉得应该是没问题的。你想尝试这是好的。
Euron really talking about, you know, his practice routines and things. And very unfortunate for him, he's not really able to make it to as many of the solo scrims as he would like. And he gets most of his practice in ranked. And that can certainly affect your performance here in the Nbpl because playing in ranked is a much different beast than it is coming here and playing against all these players, especially when they are able to make it to the scrims and are used to scrimming that way. You know, you have to approach ranked in a very different way. And then on top of that, if you're not here in the scrims, you're not playing against these players. So you're not gathering data and intel about the way that they are playing. So it puts you at a huge disadvantage. So the fact that Yiran has been playing so consistently throughout the second bi-weekly split this time around says volumes about him as a player, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, ranks where you sharpen your skills, but like where you hone your blade is in those scrims. So being able to miss out on that and actually still perform, like you said, pretty impressive overall. But we're getting ready to go into game number 3. We're dropping on the brand new map. Holorif, I say brand new, it's been out for a bit now. You guys are used to it. Players aren't though, and that has been something we are keenly aware. The players have been very outspoken about. A lot of them aren't particularly familiar with the map all that well yet. We saw it in an interview last week, players saying, I just haven't had a chance to practice on it enough. You know, we had a very short period between Season 1 and Season 2, and, you know, they have struggled. Hey, look, it's snowy! Maybe we'll see some snow as we are getting ready to go into our 3rd game of the day here. And oh my word, here she is. It's the girl. Zipping.
Z-ping coming up for 3
Zipping. I don't know why I keep calling it zipping, like a zip. It's gonna...
Kaibao, however, locking in the Yoda. We are going to see one Justina coming out as well from OUG's Aluren King. No surprises here, though. Lots and lots of Z-ping coming in. And here we go. Once again, no surprises. Z-ping, 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 Z-ping.
Now who's doing the same pose?
He really is. Take a look here. More Z-ping coming in across the board here. You know, if this is a slot machine, we'd be making out like bandits, Jake.
Well, only one player can make out right now in this. Wait, hold on. Only one player can. Only one player can take it all. There we go. Get the prize. Get the jackpot. That's the words. I have some videos to show you later, mate. I often say stupid stuff like that on air. As we are getting ready to go into our 3rd game, as we are eyes on Spider, the victor of the previous game, after a pretty good takedown onto the front runner Mike, performing very, very well. But there you go. Twitch chat, Phoenix Spark, Phoenix_Spark_. Let's go Spider, or Spider, let's go.
Yeah, here we are over the coveted puzzle here. It looks like Kaibao down below right now trying to get that intel on it, but so is JDG's Jujang following directly behind them, and we hear people up top on the ballistas as well, so it's not going to be free for any one of these players as they all are trying to lock it down. Zhang Yu moving across the space here, able to get a little bit of loot here, and it looks like they picked up an elimination as well, but here comes Kaibao up and around the backside onto Zhang Yu. They're both going to whip a parry to their face, but it's Kaibao who takes control of the neutral again with an uppercut combo on those nunchucks. Zhang Yu very, very low, even with the F2 on top of them. And oh, Wolf says, I do not care about your F2. I will bow you in the face. Zhang Yu able to at least get one pot off, though, and make up the difference from the bow shot as we now turn our attention to AOW's Mike, who lands a massive parry onto NAG's Dao Hui. And wait, he jump cancels into the left click aerial combo twice before Dao Hui ever touches the ground. But now Mike, off the back of it here, going to be forced to pop his ultimate. Very impressive coming out from him. Catches the click as well, but now Dao Hui has an ultimate of their own. Mike gets a little bit of a respite with a bit of an armor swap, trying to catch Dao Hui with that charged left click. We're going to see the parry come out. Dao Hui not able to connect onto it, though. Mike very, very low. Dao Hui, and now Reki coming in, and it's Dao Hui who picks up the elimination onto AOW's Mike.
That was a quick fight. That was what I wanted to see. Something very, very explosive. Mike, though. And this is the problem. Mike goes down early. Mike plays passively. We'll have to see if that rings true going into that. But that was not the start that Mike wanted. He almost pulled it off, but that shot did enough. Oh, Debite, you are sent flying into the into that anti-grav area or near it. I think, is he in it yet or is he just on the edge? I can't tell. Either way, it doesn't matter. He's gonna jump down into Yoran's face. Yoran trying to hold up for the moment. Gets a whole bunch of damage off. The F ability's been thrown down by Zabaya. His health bar is depleting very, very quickly right now. He's trying to escape away from Yoran. Yoran refuses to let him escape. And now the fight for the puzzle starts out as Zhang Yu lost a lot of health there.
Wait. Did I just see Don Quing use the ballista to hit the bell to get some information? I love it. The commitment here is just like, look, I don't care. The ballista is gonna give me that information. Turns around here now on it. Yeah, onto Zhang Yu, both of them very low in terms of armor, but Zhang Yu very, very low. And is that a legendary greatsword? I'm
pretty sure he did the puzzle.
Yeah, either way, Don Quing is hungry for it. Zhang Yu looking to try to get in here and maybe use that trap to his advantage, but Don Quing just does not care. Is absolutely going to blitz them down in this corner. Only needs one more tick. There it is. Don Quing going to be picking himself up a legendary greatsword, and that's a scary thought considering the momentum he's created off the back of 3 eliminations into game number 3 here, and we're not even on to zone 2 yet. You gotta remember, last match at the very end, 4 eliminations was what won the match, so 3 eliminations is quite a lot already. WBG Spider locking down GBL Xin as well off the back of a massive parry. Xin trying to get away, but the charged blue uppercut here from the dagger actually making some work happen. Spider gonna grapple and give chase, but it doesn't look like they're gonna see them, so they're gonna opt to go ahead and take a reset off the back of that performance. GBL Xin needs to be very, very careful as they grapple themselves over that Ruda. Hopefully not gonna be hit there as we move to KZ's Panda Man going head to head with Bowdog's Plumfly.
Yeah, Panda Man seeing if he can get the upper hand in that fight as Yoto Ultimate comes out onto Lu Rain King. About actually cancels it out early, and Lu Rain King not gonna let him get away with this as the reset didn't actually come out from Kaibao. As we're cutting over to Spider and Jin now in the middle of a fight. Jin recovering thanks to his ultimate at the moment. As Spider doing his best to try and take this fight, catches him with the uppercut. Jin loses a lot of HP. Jin now on the run, and Spider not let him get away with it. They need to be careful because the 40 rollers coming past. Oh, that was close, but they are able to get away and put some distance between them. It looks like Jin is going to be able to escape for now.
Yeah, GBL Xin able to move around the edge there and get in the middle of that roller. That roller buying a little bit of protection. Did you see how cheekily they tried to like run towards it, and then as soon as they heard it, move towards the side, trying to bait the other player into it? These players very, very aware of the trap's presence here in the map on Holoroth now, trying to bait some of these players who are maybe a little less aware of those traps and make some plays happen out of that. 17JL's Ego here on the receiving end of a pair of nunchucks from NAD's Dao Yihui. Ego going to be forced to pop. The ultimate Dao Yihui says, I'm not going to give you the opportunity to get that healing regen. You might pop the ultimate, but I'm going to kill you before you get any benefit from it. Dao Yihui more than happy with that, securing their second elimination, now turning their attention to EWG's Yiran. Yiran going bottom here as JDG's Xuzhang continuing to put pressure onto them, forced to pop the F2. And Yiran is going to move around the corner after being given a little bit of a respite. GBL Zin still trying to get out of this space as we see both players, Ventus's Rexy, as well as another player giving chase. Xuzhang going to be finding EWG's Yiran now. Yiran going to pop that F2 and take a significant amount of damage. Xuzhang trying to counter the F2 there with the bow, but unable to connect the shot. So they are going to get away, and Xuzhang lives to fight another day.
Spider still chasing onto Hongfly here at the old thorny roller track, and actually a lot of players are about. This is going to get very messy as the roller's coming by. Dubai is close, but no, don't check! You fool! Why would you do that? Straight into it. The Mora's blessing makes people go crazy. It looks like Panda Man now taking himself a fight versus Reki, trying to force him onto the track. Look, they're forcing him back. Reki's going to get rolling over. No, just about survives, just about gets away. But Panda Man says, it doesn't matter. I will formally roll you over. As Reki trying to get away, trying to find some space, but Panda Man refuses to let him escape. And they continue to chase up onto him as it looks like actually Panda Man's going low, gets the counter off onto Reki. Reki goes down, Panda Man secures the kill. And Dubai actually tried to steal that one away, so Panda Man unleashes onto Dubai's shield to teach him a lesson for trying to steal away his kill. Gets the counter as well. The shot comes in from the bow, and Panda Man is setting himself up for even more as Dubai is going low, but Dubai is able to survive for just a little bit longer, but everybody is swarming onto him. Dubai trying to escape the swarm of players, and it looks like he's actually been able to buy himself a little bit of space, but not quite enough because he has been bopped down. He tries to climb himself back up the wall, but he's unable to do so, and now he is getting grapple locked by all of these players, is able to climb over the wall to safety, get away. Meanwhile, in the pit, Dongqing and Jin are going in for a fight themselves. Looks like they're going to be okay for now as they are just backing away from one another, but Dongqing maybe wants this fight a little bit less than Jin did. Jin still hunting on for Dongqing, and there are a lot of players actually all in the area. It looks like, I think everyone is cooling off after that Mora's Blessing fight, other than Spider, who's still in the middle of scrapping a whole bunch of players.
Yeah, it's Spider here trying to keep that aggression alive as we finally get to take a look at the current overall standings. GBL Zen still at the top of the order by over 7 points right now. WBG Spider and GD's Don Quing very, very close. A 0.5 point difference between them for second and third place. EWG's Yuran rounding things out in 4th place with a very close tie to OC's Zhang Yu, who started the day at the very top of the leaderboard and now has found themselves all the way down in 5th place. And once again, here we are, AOW's Mike, no points on the board, keeping it slow, and as if to prove me immediately wrong as I say it, comes in and picks up an elimination. It might be picking up a second elimination, and he's on top of JDG Xuzhang. Busts out the flame breath to counter the inevitable F2, the parry, and I just, Mike, am I secretly in Mike's ear and he's just got to prove me wrong the second I say something, Jake?
Yes. Yes is the answer. Mike says no, Rune. No. I do. That's it. Mike, honestly, that was super clean. That wasn't a 2v1. That was a 1v1 into a 1v1. Just put together flawlessly, seamlessly there by Mike. And oh, is this the sandstorm? I get a weather effect. What does this one do? I actually don't know what that one does.
So if you stay in the sandstorm for too long, it can actually end up blinding you pretty drastically. A huge effect covers your screen, and it becomes very hard to see what you're doing. But knowing, speaking of seeing what you're doing here, Luren King knows exactly what he's doing, bringing these nunchucks into this fight here with the likes of NAD's Dao Huey, who is on the receiving end of some massive pain, and a huge parry comes out. Dao Huey, so low, hits him with the fist before he swaps into the weapon, but Luren King's not gonna let this fight go away that easy. Dao Huey gets a massive reset off the back of the ult though, and Luren King still happy to continue the chase into the F2 here, but now we're gonna see a little bit of that toothpick coming out, but not quite the uppercut combo Dao Huey was hoping to get there. Is Justina able to freeze it out? The toothpick comes back in, and they do find the uppercut combo this time, as well as two other players who find themselves coming in for the third and fourth party. Dao Huey gonna back off, as he wants nothing to do with that action any further. He was trying to get out when it was a 1v1, and now it's a 1v1v1v1. Luren King, though, not willing to give up the chase.
Yeah, he doesn't want to let him slip away at all. Dao Huey gonna be in for a whole lot of hurt here. Luren King actually uses F ability there, so that's a massive weakness now for him, as Dao Huey still got the sustain, still able to escape away from Luren King. I think that was a bit of a fat finger from Luren King, forcing him to use his F early, as Dao Huey able to climb up this wall. He is still being hunted, and the rest of the players are coming around the corner, so Luren King needs to wrap this up fairly quickly if he wants to be the one to pick up the kill. Dao Huey's lost his shield, now gets himself up onto that high ground again, but he is being chased, he is being pursued everywhere he goes. He pops himself the F just to try and survive, just to try and sustain, but it's not going to be enough, because Luren King will look to take him down through the healing. Down he goes.
Luren King been chasing that kill for almost 4 minutes here in this match. He was not going to give that up after putting in all that work. Unfortunately, he is going to give up the loot as Zhang Yu comes around and kind of bullies him off of it. We turn our attention back to GD's Dong Quang, who's being chased by the lights of Panda Man. Oh my goodness, and AOW's Mike with the flame breath. But KZ's Panda Man's the one who's able to secure the kill. Mike coming in with the meter dump. Not happy about that. Turns his attention fully onto Panda Man, trying to lock them down. Panda Man catching him with an uppercut combo off of the nunchucks, and then we saw a huge greatsword swing come out from behind. All of these players gonna back off and reset.
Really, really clean there, but Mike unable to connect on that kill. Oh, hold on, Spider. Spider's kid. Spider's like really, really built actually. Look how much gear he's got.
WG Spider is very, very good. Look at this purple dagger, purple armor here. Quite a few resources. He's got 10 shield bots, which is very, very good considering this is a Mortal War and those resources can dwindle down very quickly. KZ's Panda Man coming back in, looking to pick himself up another cheeky elimination off the back of multiple of these players continuing to open third parties to him. Panda Man losing sight of the target, though, is not going to be able to continue to chase AOW's Mike, finding himself a Morris Blessing while all these players go head to head. Mike more than happy to get some free loot here. He's desperately going to need it, as we see OUG's Luren King here looking for his third elimination after spending almost a quarter of the lobby chasing down a single elimination. Luren King towards the bottom of the order desperately needs to have a good game here, especially considering he is playing the only Justina in the lobby. So it might give him that tactical advantage that he needs into that final circle to lock some of these things down and make it happen. And he finds Ventus's Reki next is going to be his next target, as well as another player coming through with some massive cannon shots. But it looks like Reki's not going to be the one who's being chased now. Now it's going to be OUG's Luren King, as the monster that is Badass Swankfly gives a chase. Luren King going to be forced to swap into white armor, and nobody's going to see that as a disadvantage for them, as they are definitely going to give chase. Luren King able to come back topside, swap back into the blue armor, and opting to try to find a reset. EWG's Euron sitting downrange with the ballista, trying to land some shots onto anybody.
Oh, I don't think he hit anyone with that one, but actually going to hold off for now as he makes his way over to the Morris Blessing to see what he can grab from there. Any scraps that are left over for himself, but Panda Man getting a whole bunch of attention put into him. He's actually got 3 kills. Panda Man's had a pretty good game. And you were pretty on the money, Rune, when you said there's not going to be as many kills. It's not going to be snowbally. It's 2 to 3 kills across the board right now. And then that's it. And then a bunch of players, just the big old donuts. Kind of keeping my eyes on right now. Just having a look. Where are you? Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's got the 1 kill. So, you know, not being a particularly great day from Zhang Yu. So, for them to at least get 1 kill here. They need to do a bit more than that, but Panda Man is going to go down as Dubai is the one able to take them out. And actually is able to just scatter away to safety. All these players just quite happy to call it there. Get that 1 kill, separate, reset, and wait for their cooldowns to come back up. Wow, Spider with a shot coming in from the bow onto Dubai, able to chip away a fair amount of health from his opponent there.
Yeah, you know, Zhang Yu not having a good day here, but this particular game, he's done very well of sliding in after a kill is there and forcing these players off so that he can have his pick of the resources before anybody else comes in and picks through the loot, which is going to leave him in a great situation coming in to that final circle, because as you see, players like Nbpl Dubai here down to a single shield pot, and there's not a lot of space left for these players to get these resources. Really, you can only pick them off of the corpses of other players, because this is a Mortal War. So most of that loot has been picked through, and it is not a lot of loot. As we turn our attention now to see Zhang Yu, who's on the receiving end of quite a bit of pain, and Battle Squongfly giving chase as well as NBG's Dubai. Dubai caught in that corner now, but now an uppercut comes in from WBG Spider and might have just saved NPG's Dubai from the wrath of Zhang Yu's Flame Breath. Zhang Yu once again gonna have a kill still out from underneath him. Ventus Rexy gonna be picking up Wolves Kai Bao on the kill feed as well, as we move down to our top 8 players, with Zone 4 collapsing down onto Zone 5, and NBG's Dubai able to get a full reset. WBG Spider saving Dubai. He lives to fight another day.
The big thing there is all of the players who had 3 kills are now out. So the guys leading the charge right now in the points have been knocked down a peg, and you now got these players who have got 2 kills, should easily be able to overtake that, and the people who are threatening them are slowly starting to be whittled away as Hongfly looks to see if he can get onto Mike. Mike obviously being a person who is scary within this lobby, not actually able to connect the damage on, and Hongfly actually takes a bow shot there right to the head as he's trying to scale up the wall. Actually, Mike get a couple of shots put into him. Jin very, very low. Mike goes in for the cheeky reset, but doesn't want to overcommit for the reset and lose out on this kill. So he gets himself onto the high ground as Spider tries to grapple in onto Mike. Spider unable to make the connection onto Mike, though. Mike able to just dash away to safety for a little bit longer, as everybody is just playing on this kind of cliff edge, on the edge of the zone, just to try and find themselves some area of kind of safety, some little nook or cranny that they can hide in. As Jin being chased out by Dubai, but is able to escape for now, but the grapple comes in. Jin breaks out, gets through the back door, and there is Dubai waiting for him, chasing him around the house right now, as Dubai will not let Jin escape away. He boxed him into the zone. He's low HP. This is just going to be an easy kill there for the side of Dubai, as now Dubai has to deal with Yuran. Yuran is trying to get the damage off on to Dubai. Dubai able to get away, pops his F to be able to heal up and keep himself okay.
Yeah, NBG's Dubai here with the legendary nunchucks and legendary armor. 2 eliminations under his belt now. But again, here's the issue we're walking into for a game like this. The most impressive points we've seen are 3 eliminations this game. We're down to 7 players left alive. Most of these players are not going to be able to lock down the majority of this lobby and go to something like 7 eliminations that we saw in the first game and we saw in the second game. And even though we're going to see somebody come out on top, the point difference is going to be very, very minimal, right? Because all of these players are locked in that 2 to 1 kill range right now, unless somebody really finds a way to pop off. You know, which you would need something like a Yodohime ult or a Justina ult to make happen. This is just going to be a tight game where everybody kind of stays the same on the leaderboard, except for a couple of the players who went out early and weren't able to put any points up on the board. But most of those players, honestly, are the players who are already sitting at the bottom of the overall leaderboard. AOW's Mike coming in with some nunchucks, trying to make it happen on NBP's Dubai. Dubai going very, very low, getting caught out. Going to be forced to pop the ult on the back of their F2 as well. The Flame Breath coming out. Every player here trying to give chase. And we just see Dubai here gaining health and shield passively off the back of the ult. But they did take a significant amount of damage. So at least they aren't going to get the full reset as they move around. AOW's Mike is looking to maybe catch on to somebody here. Battle Squad Fly, though, comes in with a massive greatsword hit onto Mike. Mike, oh, the Flame Breath comes out. Now he's on fire as well. That ult not going to do too much healing because the fire tick going to counteract the effects of it. Mike could find himself in a very, very bad situation, but it looks like some of these other players have taken the attention away from him, and he's going to live to fight another bad day. Vados Onfly now, the one going to be eliminated is going to be OC Zhang Yu, who picks up their second elimination of the match, and it's mostly tied up across the board with 6 players left alive. The Zone 6 collapses down onto Zone 7. AOW's Mike, OC Zhang Yu, EWC,
oh, no.
Ron. Well, yeah, I said Mike. Mike goes out of the lobby as Vincent Rexy picks up their second elimination of the match, and it's 2 kills, 2 kills, 2 kills all across the board. NPG's Dubai going to be eliminated here by Zhang Yu, who finally finds their footing in game number 3, picks up 3 eliminations. WBG Spider up top trying to get a heal off here, but it's going to be counteracted. Their F2 going to go down, comes in with a huge charge right click from the greatsword, sends Yiran flying, but doesn't do a ton of damage, even though it's a legendary great. He's got a legendary greatsword and legendary nunchucks. What are you doing, Spider?
There's a lot of zone control that can be bought with these weapons as well, as all of the players waiting it out just a little bit longer, want to get those last repairs, those last resets on their weapons and shields if they can do so. Zhang Yu jumps forward, he's got himself 3 kills, and he needs a good game after the start he has had for himself. The Spider on top of this building, still fighting for control of the front, as Uran is going to get sent forced off for the moment. Spider quite happy just to hold this upper ground atop the building, as Zhang Yu, just his little neighbor on the slightly slower down areas. Uran taking a couple of bow shots here from Spider, but Spider again not fully committing. Everybody holding fast before this circle fully closes out on top of everybody here. 40 seconds to do so, but Reki with a flamer on the low ground is going to force Uran down, and Uran's health bar very low, but Spider able to unleash onto Zhang Yu to start off, gets himself up on the high ground, has still got himself that ultimate to keep himself sustained up for the moment, as Uran is being torched by Reki and Zhang Yu. 4 players still here, 1 up in the sky, but everybody else down on this low ground fighting out for control. Here go the ultimates, they're gonna get popped. It's getting hairy. Zhang Yu with a flamer putting some damage in, but it feels like the 2 of the flamers are gonna do the most damage, for Spider still able to hold fast. Spider closes it out and takes it.
Yeah, Spider coming in with another 4-kill game in first place. But again, here we go. Look, these 2 MVP matches for Spider here, very low kill, and aren't even going to net him as many points as GBL Zin takes in the first game.
No, you are completely right. But it is, again, the second win for Spider. You know, a win is a win at the end of the day. If he can continue to chain these together, then he's going to have a pretty good go of it today. And there it is. Spider from WBG takes his second win here of the bi-weekly finals, as we hit the halfway mark as well. 2 wins in the 3 games played so far, all gone to Spider. Mike again, okay start. It's a good start, especially in the lobby full of Z-Pings, but he just wasn't able to actually really slamming it together enough, and was knocked out a little bit too early there.
You know,
So
maybe
Mike not getting the greatest points.
I'd say maybe if I spend the whole lobby talking about how Mike needs to do more, he'll hear me and we'll just see him dumpster the entire lobby. But I mean, man, what an impressive showing from all of these players in general into this particular matter. I gotta give a shout out to NAD's Dao Wei, right? Or sorry, OUG's Luren King, the only Justina in the lobby, he chased that same Z ping for at least 4 minutes straight, did not give up in the face of multiple resets. Many other players would have been like, all right, look, I'm done off the back of this. I don't want anything to do with this anymore, but he has the tenacity. He brings it through. Unfortunately, he only gets 2 eliminations and he goes out a little bit early. He gets caught out in one of the early fights there, but many of these players going out with only 2 eliminations, even in the final circle. WBG Spider there in the end, able to make the smart decision. He realized he had that Dragon's Roar for the nunchucks and waits for all the other Z-Pings to pop their ult and kind of cluster together towards the circle, stands out in the zone and goes, okay, let me catch as many people as I can with this. Does exactly that, picks up 2 extra eliminations, brings it home with 4 kills in the end, and he's got to be very happy about that. Again, it's a back-to-back dub. It's nothing to shake your head at, right? But he still has a lot of work to do because this isn't a very big game for Spider. We're used to seeing Spider, when he pops off, walk away with 7 or 8 eliminations. I mean, he still has the current record for most kills in a solos lobby in Nbpl at 8 eliminations, which is huge for him, right? So he definitely needs to step it up in these next 2 games of Morsile. There's going to be a lot less Z-Ping. I think we're going to see more Z-Ping in these 2 games than we did in the previous 2 games of Morsile. But this is his opportunity to really, off the back of that, carry that momentum over into these next games and really pop off. Because if he has that one pop-off game right now, it's going to cement him as the front runner from the pack, and then he can just play consistently, which seems to be the name of the game for him today. It's like he came in with a shift today where he was like, okay, I just want to play a little more consistent today instead of kind of being coin flippy when I'm having bad games. So if he can have that good game, which I think he can off the back of that momentum, he could then just play that consistent style and potentially still take first place off the back of consistency alone.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, I mean, you're also right about the Z-Ping final circles. Not a lot happens. Not a lot goes down in those circles. If one Yoto is there, that was just like, that was just shooting fish in a barrel because no one can do anything. All they can do is heal. But another 10-point game, exactly the same points actually for Spider coming out. He got 10.4 last time, so 20.8 points in the last 2 games. Again, nothing to really sneer at on that front. Then it was Zhang Yu, then Reki just behind him. A very fair kill spread, to be honest, from 3 downwards. 3rd place downwards, all the way to like 13th. It's pretty close to be completely fair on that front.
Yeah, and I mean, this is exactly what I expected out of this game, right? We talked about it coming into this game. I knew the scoreboard was going to be very tight like this because Z-Ping really, those games don't have those big majority kills, right? Because it is so hard. You do have to commit. And we saw players like Luren King committing, but when you spend 4 minutes committing to a single elimination in a game mode that's only 25 minutes long, it doesn't leave you a lot of opportunity to pick up many of those kills. You have to love the tenacity from Luren King, but that's just sort of the meta that's being developed here into these Z-Ping lobbies. Really unfortunate we didn't get to see the likes of Diodo or Justina really make it to that final circle and get to pop off. But it is going to be WBG Spider walking away with our 2nd MVP of the day, a back-to-back. Question is, can he come back in game number 4 and do it again? We haven't seen a 3-piece all season. Will it be WBG Spider?
Yeah, can he go for that hat trick? 30k damage as well coming out, so really big numbers coming off. 4 counter-strike, 4 kills. You know, fair amount of healing. You actually kind of expect more, but, you know, maybe he just wasn't getting low enough. 20k damage. So he did most of his damage. 2/3 of his damage was done with melee weapons. This is exactly what he did last time. He had big damage numbers, and it was all just melee weapons. I think it was mostly the dagger this time. Did have that great sword as well, but really killer game coming in from Spider, playing very aggressively. Well, I say aggressively. As aggressive as a Z-Ping lobby can be. But, you know, aggressive in the sense where, like, he wasn't messing around and just going for the range. Like, he was getting into the thick of the fights. And I guess when you have a hero who has that much sustain, it's a little less risky to jump into the brawl in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being able to pop F2 and just take control of the neutral is really huge. Again, in season 1, we saw Takeda for the first 2 weeks like heavily favored into solos, right? Like Wang Liang absolutely just dominating lobbies. AOW's Mike also dominating lobbies on the back of Takeda because they were able to pop that ult, press the F button, and immediately take control of the neutral, right? Whereas Zping can pop the F2, takes control of the neutral because now you can't use white attacks. You're either forced to wait it out or forced to send blue attacks. And if your only options are ranged or blue, you go for the ranged. If you can't land those ranged hits, they just get the free reset. And if you go for the blues, they can guarantee almost every time that they're going to get the read and make the parry when they're as skillful as they are here. But you know who always makes it happen for us here? Jaeger. And we're getting ready to send it over to an interview with them real quick before we come back for game number 4.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite Panaman to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hi Panaman， 先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 KZ 的 Panaman。
好的，再次欢迎你。Welcome to our post-game interview. And today we have a biggest question to ask. Is that why? So from game 1 to game 3, you didn't use the Takeda G right now. 那首先想问你一个非常非常大的问题啊，打到目前为止，为什么还没有用出自己最擅长的武器沧海呢？
我觉得金沧海应该放到后面一些出，因为前面的话就月老机比较多嘛。然后就是虎南的话，它那个生存环境比较恶劣。就是后面出的话，月老机少一点。然后棉花装的话就比较容易存活。
好的。
有这样。
So actually from the game 1 to game 3, I think there are too much Yudo that there. So I think I will use Tarka in the game 4 or game 5 because I think it will survive more times. And also in the final circle, if there are too much Yudo, it will be too dangerous for the Tarka. Yeah. Okay, so maybe later I will use this hero. Okay, so we also know you are very good at using the Tarka G. So I would like to know, do you have any skill can share with our audience? 那我们也知道，就是你非常非常擅长这个英雄嘛，想问一下有没有什么技巧可以给我们的观众朋友们分享一下呢？
我觉得火蓝打法的话，就是要凶悍一点，然后就是在开大招的时候要控制那个精力的那个使用，就精力不能需要就是控制一下嘛，就是不能浪费，不然的话颠勺的话可能会导致那个精力不够，然后把人颠不起来。
So for using the Tarka G, it's like we have to control the energy, and if we don't have the energy, so we don't have the hero combo and with the skills and also fighting with the opponent. Yes, that's my skill for the Tarka G. Okay, so we also saw that in the game 3, you are almost like to make your opponent into the thorny roller. So I would like to know, did you plan to do this? And you have any skill that can share if how to use the thorny roller that have the biggest benefit? 那我们也看到，其实在刚才这一把比赛，你是差一点点就把你的对手弄到铁骑车当中，造成一个非常高的伤害。想问一下，当时自己有没有这个计划？然后在平时自己打比赛的时候啊，有没有就是怎么去利用好这个铁骑车，可以让它利益最大化的技巧呢？
有的就是尽量把对手往那个轨道上面逼嘛，就是让他走位就向后逼退，就是向前蓄力给他压力，这样的话他就会向后闪避。这时候如果那个车刚好到的话，就可以撞到他。
So actually, I have the way to use the Toronto roller. It's more like I will give the pressure to my opponent and let him escape to the way where there has Toronto roller. And if he have to dodge me, I will always use my blue focus attack, and he want to dodge. And maybe if the Toronto roller is already there, and it will have very high damage. Okay, so we know because the map 3 is the Holoros, and a lot of our players are using the Ziping, and we know recently Ziping also have F3 and V3. So I would like to know how you comment on the skills and ultimate. 那就是我们也看到，其实最后这一把火罗国有特别多的Ziping出现了嘛。那我们也知道，最近其实Ziping的 F3 和 V3 技能已经上线了。想问一下 Panaman， 你是怎么看这两个技能的呢？
我觉得 F3 跟 V3 的话，就是适合在3排里面使用，单排的话还是 F2 跟 V1 比较好。
So actually for the F3 and V3, I think it's more like using in the trios game and it will be very strong. So for the solo game, I think Ziping will have using the F2 and V1 is good. Okay, so we also know you are very good at Tarkaji. So at last, I would like to know, do you have any like skill or sentence want to say to our audience who are also using the Tarkaji? 那我们也知道，因为你的火男非常的强，所以最后有没有这个可以给我们电视机前这个用火男的玩家朋友有没有什么话想说的？
就是玩火男的话，你一定要坚持这个英雄，就是你不能放弃这个英雄，就不能因为他是版本弱势英雄就去放弃这个英雄，就是这个英雄需要大量练习去提高熟练度。 因为火男开大非常吃熟练度。
好的。So I think for these players who are using the Tarkaji, you have to instant on yourself because you can't give up because it's not very strong in this patch. So you have to have a lot of experience and full of experience and always to excite it, and then you will very good at Tarkaji. OK， 好的，谢谢 Panda Man， 就是我们今天采访，再次恭喜你。Thank you Panda Man for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop because I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop because I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain. They can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. tears and healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop because I'm the phoenix. I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I will choose another. My tears and healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop because I'm reviving. I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I will choose another. My tears and healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop because I'm the phoenix. I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I will choose another. My tears and healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop because I'm reviving. From the ashes.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're past the halfway mark. We're getting ready to go into game number 4. Spider has 2 victories but back to back for himself, and as we get into game number 4, question is can he go for the hat trick? Is Spider going to be able to do it? 2 pretty decent scoring games as well for himself. Has slungshot himself a little bit further up that overall standings, which we do have here on your screens to look at as well. Beautiful timing. Panda Man right now, not having particularly the greatest showing. We did hear from him on the interview just before this. He's promised us the Takachi's coming out, but there it is. Spider is narrowly into that first place, and Mike has slipped from 3rd to 6th.
Yeah, Mike falling. This is classic Mike. I hate to say this, honestly. Mike will perform pretty well during, the bi-weekly, and then get to the final, and if he has a bad game to start the day off, never able to recover from it. And we're seeing the same thing happen here. I think it's a situation that's exacerbated by the Z-Ping meta as well, right? Because a lot of these players like Mike, who kind of rest on the fact that they have huge pop-off games, right? And then in the other games, they're still able to put up some decent points. The problem is now is with the Z-Ping meta, those big pop-off games mean even less because of how many mitigating points you're getting across the other games now. So for him, you have a bad game, he had 6 eliminations in game number 2. That could have been the game that could have really, cemented him. And unfortunately, he gets caught out, gets eliminated by WBG Spider and the likes of Huangfly, and that cost him hugely today. So now does he not only have to come in and have a pop-off game, he has to consistently pop off if he wants to stay at the very tippity top once he gets there.
It's a big ask. It is a very, very big ask for him right now. But Spider, as you can see from this, I'm loving this graph. This is it's a very dominated lobby by Spider. He's averaging high damage, he's averaging high ranking points. Like, he is doing the work, and it's really, really good to see it. Hongfly actually the lowest on all the metrics right now. I'm slightly surprised by that, because it's always felt like wherever Spider goes, Hongfly is also kind of around, but it just feels like Spider's obviously doing a lot more in the middle of all of that action. Dongxing as well, also having a relatively good go of it, but you can see it's a very like consistent group who are placing fairly high with their ranking points, but they're not doing the damage. And yes, this graph doesn't show you the kills and stuff like that, but like, you're not seeing much from Jin, you're not seeing much from Cabal, you're not seeing much from Wang Liang. This graph is you can very much see who are the guys who are basically showing up right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do want to talk about one thing with WBG Spider that is very, very interesting. He's very far to the right on that chart in terms of damage, but his kill points still relatively in the same space as all these other players at the top of the chart. I think there's some wasted energy coming from WBG Spider. If he can find that healthy balance where he can pull back some of that energy, because typically if you think about it, purple armor and regular HP, it's 2,000 damage to kill somebody from start to finish, right? You're gonna have your resets in there and stuff as well, but you look at players like OC Zhang Yu, who's doing on average, 5k damage less per game than WBG Spider is, but is putting up more points. So I think there's space for Spider to continue to improve as a player. I mean, obviously there's space for all of these players to continue to improve, even though they are pro level players. But for Spider in particular, if he can find that space where he's wasting a little bit of that effort, pumping out damage that isn't securing him kills, and bring it back in line, I think we could see him fall in average damage, but his ranking points in terms of eliminations go higher than everybody else here.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I sneezed, so I'm just completely break the fourth wall here. I missed everything you said because I sneezed, but we are obviously getting ready to go into our fourth game of the day. Again, for me, eyes are definitely on Spider. Like you said, wasted energy and all that. I mean, in a way, wasted energy. In a way, he's still getting first 2 games in a row. Yes, not as high scoring as some of the other games. And his first in game number 2, Mike was very close behind him, and Mike went out very early because Mike was getting a lot of kills. And that's the big thing, is if someone's having a pop-off game, it denies you the opportunity to get those points. Because if they're taking those kills, then you're not getting them. It's very, very simple in that sense, but that is basically what kind of got Spider in that first game was, Mike had all the kills, and by the time he was able to start taking some names, there wasn't as many people left open. He wasn't able to take every player in the lobby down. That's a very hard ask to go for. So yeah, Spider definitely got some work to do, but he has got himself into first right now. It's, I think, a 4 or 5 point lead if I remember right. So, he's still got to do some work to hold that spot at the top, and a good win here could comfortably cement him into first, and then it's just a matter of being consistent and not getting those donuts. Zhang Yu, though, on your screen right now, this guy, I mean, he just fell apart. It's probably it's sad to say, but we had high expectations from him. He was first at the start of the day, and he has not hit any of the check marks he needs to.
Yeah, and then also, again, all the issues we've talked about today really exacerbating that as well, because he didn't have a bad game, particularly last game, but unfortunately, because it was such a tight game in terms of scoring, 3 eliminations doesn't net you enough points when you've had bad games earlier, and that's not necessarily his fault. It comes down to the meta's fault. So those bad games mean so much more. But before we get ready to come in and start game number 4 and head back to Morsile, we're going to jump to a quick video, and then we'll be right back to get into the action.
这个赛季打的要比上个赛季打得好一点，然后你像平时和王良、小新神一起玩的时候，他们也会调侃一下说，翔宇变了，不是之前认识的那个翔宇了，然后也会一起这么开个玩笑说一下。周爵的话会比平时打的，大家会比平时打的更稳健一点，然后就是更偏向拿分，但是不会去特别上头，然后去这么打。然后周爵的话要比常规赛要难打很多，周爵加油吧。
Speaking of the man himself, Zhang Yu, giving us some more knowledge about how he comes into these tournaments and expects to perform. Unfortunately, like you said, not quite performing in those first 2 games as well as he would have liked to. And off the back of I guess what I would call a consistent performance in game 3, not really getting enough points to make up for the bad performance that he had in games 1 and 2 because of the current meta. So he's going to have to come in now, and Zhang Yu not going to have to perform just consistently, but going to have to explode onto the scene in game number 4. And here we go. Wolves Kaibao going to be playing Z-Ping this time around. We're going to finally see some of these Z-Ping picks start coming in. And KZ's Pandaman keep it good to his word and bringing in the Tarka G pick. You gotta love a man who sticks to his word. Speaking of, NAD's Dao Yi Hui also coming in on Tarka. We always equate KZ's Pandaman to the Tarka player here, but I can never talk about that stat enough from Season 1. It was Dao Yue who played Tarka G more than anybody else in Season 1 of the NBPL.
Yeah, you're completely right, actually, and this is a very, very clustered spawn. Everyone is very close to one another. This could be an incredibly bloodthirsty game to kick it off going into game number 4. 2 Tarka-Gs as well. There is always that big concern, though, but when you do lock that hero in, you do paint a bit of a target on your back. Everybody wants to take it out. They don't want to be dealing with it in those final circles. As we're getting geared up, we're getting loaded up, we're getting ready to go into our 4th game of the day.
Yes, we are, and as is tradition, we're going to start with the MVP from last game, and this time it is WBG Spider, who finds some blue armor off the rip. A cannon. He spawned relatively far away from everybody, so hopefully he can get some stuff in. We're to see Wolves Kai Bao on the receiving end of the fist of Ventus's Rexy, and Kai Bao is not happy about his situation in life right now as he turns around with the spear. But now Reki able to secure blue armor and a pair of nunchucks. Can Kai Bao lock this back down? Reki gonna get a pot off. Kai Bao gonna be forced to cancel his as Reki comes out of the ice just a little bit early. Wolves trying to make it happen, but the nunchucks coming in, doing huge damage. Wolves needs to make this happen. Here it comes. Oh, they're not going to commit to it. They're very, very low. Wolves tries to commit to it. He finds the armor swap. There it is. Wolves Kai Bao going to come in and secure his first elimination here on Ventus's Rexy as we turn our attention to XCG's Wang Liang.
I told you it was going to be a bloodthirsty start. Everybody is too close to one another. Ego trying to find himself the wall rush off. Wang Liang able to get away. Tries to return fire back as Ego actually throws the F ability down just to go for a light reset. Only got that grey armor though. And has got a purple weapon, so is obviously fairly desirable for Wang Liang to try and take down. As Ego with the katana can do a whole bunch of damage to Wang Liang. Oh my word, his health bar's gone, but Wang Liang turns it back around and secures himself a kill. Meanwhile, we cut over to Mike with a purple polearm, looking to run down Dubai. Dubai's going low, and Mike is looking to finish him up. Mike with the uppercut secures himself a kill. Constant action to start us off, Rune.
I don't know if Mike intentionally did what just happened there, but the uppercut on the spear actually plays in the same way that the greatsword does. And there's a mechanic that we call greatsword surfing, where when you're in the air and you pop that left click off of the greatsword just before you touch the ground, you actually float across the ground, right? He used that uppercut as he was coming up the top of that rock. And because of the way that terrain was, it floated him higher and carried him twice as far as a regular uppercut was, and that allowed him to secure that kill. I have no idea if that was on purpose, but if it was, man, talk about knowing your terrain. Mike with a huge play there. NAD's Dao Hue here, gonna use those fireballs to push off Dao Dao Swangfly while I'm talking about that interesting mechanic, and WBG Spider going to use that F3 to find himself a little bit of a reset in the face of GBL Zid.
Yeah, it looks like Spider should be able to get away from him, but we cut over to Mike once again, who's now got Dongqing on the back foot as Mike gets turned around onto, has to go for the ultimate immediately. The freeze comes out, it's not going to quite connect as Mike now has to land his slash, but he's not going to be able to get it off in time. Maybe a light reset can come in, but Mike has been frozen. Mike is still alive. The F ability will keep him alive. He gets a slight heal off on the reset as Dongqing is chasing onto Mike. Mike gets himself the purple armor recovered somewhat, but he is getting jumped onto. The counter from Mike comes into the Dragon Rush. How on earth does he keep getting away with these fights?
AOW's Mike, man, again and again comes in and survives impossible odds. That Dragon Rush into the Neja's Might, and the fact that he has the purple spear, it all just comes together like the perfect storm and allows him to survive time and time again as we turn our attention now to Ventus's Rexy going head-to-head, giving chase to Wolves Kai Bao. Kai Bao trying to create a little bit of distance with that F2, get a little bit of a reset here. One of the few Z-pings in our current lobby here. KZ's Panda Man turning the dual blades onto JDG's Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang very, very low. F3 still available to them, but there it is. Gonna be forced to use it out from underneath Panda Man. Panda Man, look, it's using the scale rush. Chu Zhang knows that he could get away with that in the face of that F3 and is forced to back out of it. The safety's gone for Chu Zhang, but can Panda Man keep up? That's the question. Chu Chu Zhang needs to find a place to get a reset before he goes down. No question here. XCG's Wang Liang freezes up the likes of OUG's Lu Ren King and comes in with a huge charge left click from the katana to finish it off.
Yeah, and Lu Ren King actually eliminated the first victim of the game here, as it still feels like Panda Man's not quite done. Catches himself, pops himself a bit of damage off there onto Chu Zhang, as actually Panda Man able to dodge away thanks to that F ability just not being able to stop him. Panda Man is going to get bopped back, and if you want to see this from his point of view, POV, you actually can do so, as we're going to see the Yosu ultimate come out from Chu Zhang here to try and catch out to Panda Man. Cancels it out early, actually, and Panda Man continues the chase, continues the onslaught forward. This is a very, very extended fight, or a very, very extended chase, I guess, more than a fight, as Chu Zhang still avoiding away from Panda Man, but Panda Man is not letting up. He is relentless, but another F ability comes up in time. The reset not going to be quite enough, as Panda Man still keeping this going, but it's been turned around. Panda Man went too hard, and he paid the ultimate price.
Thankfully, he does still have resurrection, though, so it's not back to the lobby. It's back to the soul altar for him. But now, Panda Man no longer with the safety net as he gets ready to find a place to respawn here into our fourth game of the day. As we take a look over onto OC Zhang Yu, it looks like in the kill feed, EWG's Yuran going to pick up the elimination and send 17 Jail's Ego back to the lobby. The first player fully eliminated here in game number 4. NBG's Dubai looking to go top side to find some action here. Now Ihuey here with the greatsword, that weapon he clearly favors, and sets Reki on fire, keeps him trapped into the zone for the F3. Reki trying to get away. Will Dao Huey be able to make it? No, the freeze comes out. Dao Huey, so he's still alive off the back of it. We're gonna see the stone form comes out, and he actually lets it rip. Reki mistiming the parry, steps too far away and sends the parry out just a little too late. Now Dao Huey trying to lock it down. Comes in with the fireball. Wait, what? KDG's Chu Zhang just picks up the kill onto Spider. Spider is out with 0 points on the board. Man, I hate to see that. I wish we could have seen the fight. But the action's still going here as Ventus's Rexy, I do believe OC Zhang Yu and NDG Dao Yihui continue to go head to head, and multiple other players getting forced in this direction by the zone. Nothing's going to slow down anytime soon here as Zone 2 gets ready to collapse onto Zone 3 in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, holding fast though, and it looks like Dao Hui able to survive all of that action. But it did go down. Ongfly going to be able to pick himself up the Mora's Blessing or the scraps. I actually didn't see who got it. I think of the fact that he's got a grey weapon, he probably didn't get that Mora's Blessing. And it's just looking to get away as Yuran, Wang Liang find themselves in a little bit of a scrap here, but Yuran is able to just about avoid away from him for the moment. And it feels like Wang Liang undecided whether or not he wanted to commit for the fight, but he's going to get himself countered. He's going to try and turn it back around as the freeze comes down, as Yuran knows the scale rush as soon as this ends, isn't able to quite connect it, unfortunately, but catches up with a knock-up. And now, Wang Liang getting himself into a whole world of trouble as Yuran refuses to give up the chase, catches him once again. Wang Liang pops the ultimate, is not able to get the freeze off as Yuran has popped the ultimate and is looking to try and get him with the sword, unable to fully connect, and it's going to cancel it out early. And it looks like both these players just going to go for a full reset and step away from one another while we cut over to Reki and Zhang Yu in the middle of a scrap himself. That's the no ult zone popped, and that means Zhang Yu doesn't have that kind of get out of jail card with that. But same for Reki. But they are just both going to choose to fight here in the zone. And Reki is going to get opened up onto first. Immediately freezes himself. Zhang Yu continues his reset, able to get the full heal back up. And now Reki actually looking to make his way out of the zone, knowing he's down on ability and unable to ult. But we cut over to now another fight where Wang Liang is being zoned away on the edge of this no ult zone. Is going to be able to freeze himself up, but Yuran should just be able to finish him up, especially when it's 2 versus 1. But he does get a whole bunch of damage off, and Mike is slide in. Mike is trying to secure himself yet another kill, but Yuran refuses to let Mike come in and third party this one. But it doesn't matter because somebody else is able to do so. Now Mike feeling it, wants to go a little bit more aggressive, but immediately gets himself caught out. And now Mike's in danger as he looks to jump away. Daohui is getting some damage off onto everybody here in the middle of this scrap, but it's not quite done yet. There's still more blood to be drawn here by Daohui with the greatsword, doing so much work onto Zhejiang as he is getting him so low, pinned him against the wall, and the ultimate's going to come out now from Zhejiang, trying to get onto Daohui, but Daohui able to escape away. Continuing up these last few slashes from the Yoto ultimate, almost finish it up, but he's been bopped into the circle, and now Daohui rejoins into the fray and secures himself yet another kill. Yuran looking to run away and continuing the fight going, but Daohui throws the fireball down. Ultimate now on cooldown. It looks like they are just going to back away as Dongjing just tries to get some long-range shots down.
Yeah, Daohui, though, still wanting a little bit of this action, going to throw that greatsword around. But as AOW's Mike backs off, he's going to take the opportunity to back away, looking for that fireball to come back up. So he has a little bit of something in the tank in case things go wrong. GBL Zin still on the receiving end of Ventus's Rexio over here. These two still going head-to-head. After the new old zone has come and gone. Neither of them willing to give an inch as the fight continues. Zin going over the wall, going to find a bit of a reset while still moving towards Reki so that they can keep the pace going, keep the action going. Got to keep that pressure on. Zin going to back off just a little bit as Badass Wongfly comes in from behind and takes some range shots at them. NAD's Daohui here, trying to secure the kill onto JDG's Xu Zhang while AOW's Mike pressures both of them with the musket shots. Also some shots coming from downtown from GD's Dong Qing. Mike now coming to try to clean this up as Xu Zhang finds an armor swap, and as well as GD's Dong Qing also coming in. Daohui, though, gets the full reset coming back in. The fireball comes out, doesn't connect, but Xu Zhang locked it down into the zone. Daohui wants to try to get this, but will he be able to? Xu Zhang able to buy Daohui a little bit of time, but it doesn't look like he's going to be the one to get it. It's GD's Dong Qing who's able to secure the final kill off the back of it. Daohui waiting just a little too long to press into that fight. Dong Qing able to secure his first elimination of the game, but AOW's Mike now hungry for the third party, trying to come in and secure himself his fourth elimination off of the back of Dong Qing. Dong Qing gonna burst that ult multiple times to get away here. Didn't have an extra charge left there, unfortunately. Mike trying to take some pop shots. Dong Qing just continuing to grapple away on repeat. Mike looks like he might continue to give chase until he's got no grapples left as the fight breaks out over a Mora's Blessing.
Yeah, everybody looking to try and control this Mora's Blessing, but it is getting a little bit hard for all of these players to do so. As Jin take a couple of shots off on the side, is just going to back off and recover himself up for the moment. It looks like actually all that action that we were about to get towards that Mora's Blessing we either missed or has just fully cooled off, and nobody is actually deciding to go for it. Mike still leading the pack with 3 kills. 4 kills are Zhejiang, who unfortunately has been taken out of the lobby. So Mike just behind him, but right now with those 3 kills, one of the top performing players in this lobby along with Wang Liang. And actually looking at the overall scores, Mike climbed himself back out of that 6th spot, so he just needs a good game here, get a good multiplier, maybe a couple more kills, and Mike could comfortably climb himself back into that 3rd spot and actually potentially look to contest higher in the lobby. We're gonna have to keep our eyes on him, because every time we say something about Mike, he does exactly the opposite. He is unpredictable at best. As Zhang Yu is knocked out, that is a big blow to him, and potentially could cost him, you know, a top 3 spot for himself, as he, again, a 0-point game coming in from him, or at least a decimal point game for him. But not particularly the greatest showing. As Pandaman just going to heal up and relax for now. So Dongjing and Hongfly going for a fight here. Hongfly actually does have the upper hand as they drop through the floor. Can he find this kill? Dongjing trying to get away, is able to head into the zone and just to recover up a little bit, but he has been found, and Hongfly will finish him up.
Yeah, we got to talk about the read that Wongfly made there. Instead of chasing through the building, He bets that they're going to go continue through the building and come out that path, sets himself up for a scale rush, isn't able to find it, and then again goes over the building the second time, reads that they're going to go to the backside, has no way to track them. They could have easily just turned around or sat in the building and healed, but he makes those predictions, and off the back of it is able to pick up that elimination onto one of the top players here today. Wonklai coming alive. GBL Zin finds Casey's Panda Man while I'm talking about that, though, and unfortunately, Panda Man going to be eliminated from the lobby with only 2 eliminations under their belt. You hate to see it. Now GBL's in, locking in onto Ventus's Reki. Reki, ooh, getting it from both ends, actually, as he's frosted up in the zone. So he's taking the zone tick, and then the Flamer comes out. So he's going to eat multiple ticks to his HP bar at the exact same time. If Zin can just lock them into the zone here, oh man, Reki, so low. Zin, it just needs 1, maybe 2 hits here to secure this. Rexy threatening the space with that charged left click on the dagger. Zin gonna take a pot, get the reset. Oh, Rexy actually gets the pot off, though, is able to walk away from that. The tree blocking Zin from being able to fully connect from the grappling hood. Rexy still just looking for some space to lock it down. Zin catches onto him, though, and now all that armor is gone, and they're back to 1 HP and a dream, as it were. A little more than 1 HP, but close enough when you're staring down the dagger of GPL Zin. Zin able to connect, but they were able to get a pot off just in time again. Now Rexy forced the pot up again. Oh no! There's no place to go. The flame kick is gonna do it here. GPL Zin secures another elimination, but it's now AOW's Mike who finds himself locked into the fire as he falls out of the frying pan, and the rest of this lobby are like hungry little ducks looking to end Mike's career.
Mike being chased down. This could be so bad for him, but he's using good movement to get away. But he's got just too many little duckies chasing him down. It looks like he's away, but then he's immediately got somebody else on the wings chasing him up. Mike able to jump up, avoiding away from the flamer this time, comes back out of the wall and is immediately jumped back onto once again. They are hunting him down. There is nowhere for him to go as he gets caught by the grapple, tries to climb up, but he is unable to do so. Actually getting a bit of a reset off here. Mike may be able to pull it off. I think he just cancelled that. No, he did get the reset through, and it looks like Mike almost gets away with a full reset, recovers his health, armor's almost there. Mike's back to full health. Mike's back in business, baby. He managed to turn that around and actually hold strong at the end of the day.
Yeah, Mike able to just hold on a little longer, and he desperately needs it off the back of this game. He's got 3 eliminations. He does not want a repeat of game number 2, where he picks up a massive lead and then goes out in the middle of the pack. By the way, we are zone 4 collapsing down on to zone 5 as we speak, with 6 players left alive. Not a lot of eliminations left for some of these players to pick up, and you know, Wang Liang here with 4 eliminations. This is a very different Wang Liang. This is the Wang Liang I'm used to seeing from the first season, right? Where he's just very aggressively pushing onto everybody. As soon as he takes a reset, we just saw it here. He finished that pot up and came all the way down from the middle of those trees to climb up top to take an engagement. Somebody up top on the ballista, it's EWG's Yiran looking for something, but all these players just playing ring around the tower here. Nobody's going to give Yiran the opportunity to put in work with that ballista. Yiran, you might as well go ahead and get off of that. These players know better. They can hear that, and they want nothing to do with those giant fire arrows.
I mean, would you? I would.
No.
I like, you know what? I enjoy not having a fire arrow sticking in me, especially a ballista-fired one. That's horrific. Yeah. Oh, Mike has been found by Hongfly. They're just going to challenge each other. Mike loses a lot of health. Hongfly trying to find the scale rushes off as Mike needs to be quite careful on this front. Fighting is breaking out inside and outside, not on top of this tower right now, as it looks like they are continuing it up. Cabal comes in with a flamer onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang will not let that stick as he looks to try and freeze him down, is dashing around everywhere, but goes very, very low. As Cabal now being chased down, and it looks like Hongfly has found himself a juicy morsel to finish up, as Cabal is got nowhere to go unless he can turn this fight onto Hongfly, but he is incredibly low, And actually, Wang Liang being chased down by Xing elsewhere. He's out. He's taken down. And that's going to be the end of his run today. 5 players left standing, Rune, and we only have 5 minutes left. This has been a very fast-paced game as Hongfly finds Kaibao once again. Mike has made it because, you know, if he dies 5 minutes early, it's fine because there's only 5 players left.
Look at this. This final circle is going to close on this ballista as well. Looks like, ladies and gentlemen, we're in for your favorite portion of Naraka Blade Point. It's time for Ballista Watch as 5 players go head-to-head here in game number 4, hoping to walk out on top. But GBL Zin, who has moved all the way back up to first place over WBG Spider because Spider didn't perform this game, and Zin setting themselves up to win and take a second MVP. And we talked about it, that first MVP, so many points over how many WBG Spider has been able to secure in his 2 MVPs. If Zin gets another big game off the back of this, Spider is going to have a huge mountain to climb in these last 2 games. Yiran really wants to make this ballista work. Just can't find anybody. And I mean, the zone's gonna collapse down perfectly with the tower in the middle. It's time to go ahead and give up the ballista and start putting in some actual work, my friend. AOW's Mike likes this little space here. You can only come from one of 2 directions. He's going to use that overhead here with the spear to constantly buy that space. He doesn't want to come down and get caught out for the 3rd time and go low. You know, he's pulled off quite a few miracle escapes this game.
Yeah, he's been a bit of an escape artist, to be completely fair. I was trying to remember the name of that really famous one. Oh god, I can't remember his name. Died because he got punched in the stomach. I actually can't remember his name now. Begins with a H. Oh, Houdini. Harry Houdini. There we go. Been a regular Houdini. Yeah, it's Mike has genuinely been quite the escape artist though. To go back to my derailment, as like you said, using the spear just to hold this very comfortable position for himself as Yiran trying to get a couple of shots in through the wall, or through the crack in the wall, to the players who are inside the tower. And if this circle, it is going to close on the tower, there's going to be players who are in, and there's going to be players who are out. And for the players who are out, if you're on top and you can maybe med hard enough... Wait, Mike has taken the ballista? But it's loaded. Okay, it's loaded. I was about to say. Mike's up top.
Yeah, this circle is going to close in on the corner here. Mike really in a great position, but if it pushes off, not so great. And that's exactly what it looks like is going to happen there. He can't just kind of back into that space and get away from range shots. And there it is, the tower going to be completely gone. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Ballista Watch is over as these 5 players now forced to go head to head on the side of this cliff. GBL's Zin now on the receiving end of some punishment from Wolves. Kaibao, who brings out the Flame Breath here, coming in on to battle Swankfly as well. Says, look, you can go and get out of here. I don't want any flies in my picnic. It's a lovely Saturday morning picnic. You can go ahead and send that elsewhere. Kaibao gonna find a little bit of a space to get a reset here as the rest of the lobby turns their attention elsewhere. But EWG's Yiran is a little more hungry for it than these other players as he comes in and pumps a ton of damage out onto Wolves. Kaibao, Yiran trying to find that same corner for a reset that GBL Zin did earlier, but not going to be quite as successful. Zin is going to go airborne, holding on, waiting for that perfect opportunity to pop that Yodo Hime ultimate, and he's going to have it very, very soon as Zone 7 begins collapsing now. With 5 players still left alive, Kaibao not able to find that position to get the reset he wants, and he's playing Z-Ping, which means he's got to be struggling really hard if he's not able to get the reset he's after here. Mike coming in with the dagger, trying to lock him down. Kaibao going to be forced to pop that F2 finally. Going to bring that Flame Breath out and start trying to put in work here onto all of these players. That vertical is completely gone, except for the top of this tree now. Wolves going to send the likes of AOW's Mike into the zone. Mike goes very, very low off the back of that Flame Breath here. Kaibal trying to get topside, but it's GBL Zin locking it down with the charge left leg. AOW might gonna pop the ult. Now the next ult comes out. It's GBL Zin, and now the final ult coming down. Oh! Kaibal gonna go down to Wongfly. Wongfly gonna pick up another one. Wongfly gonna pick up a third. Wongfly goes down to EWG's Yiran though, and it's gonna come up. I'm not sure who it is, but I think it's gonna be Bowdog's Wongfly.
That was such a chaotic circle. That's the thing about Flamers. When they come out, it just ruins everybody's day. Mike was fine, and then he just kept getting flamed, and there was nothing he could do about it. The Flamer was so effective, and it basically forced all the Yotos to go, we have to, we just have to go now. And there you go. Your winner is Jin from GBL. So far, in these bi-weekly finals, only Jin and Spider have taken a victory in the past 4 games, and they are going to be very happy with this victory here for Jin. Another one, like you said, game number 1, they put some pretty good points together. They're going to probably put some pretty solid points together from this game as well. And with 2 games left, all they really need to do is potentially keep the consistency up, going a little bit further. I'm sure Mike is a little bit annoyed by the fact he got caught out by that Flamer, but, you know, he did make it to the final circle, which is something he hasn't done all day.
Yeah, you know, Mike, unfortunate for him here in the end. GBL Zin, though, having a very, very good game, as well as, you know, Wongfly. This is going to be another tight game for Wongfly. And I do believe out of 4 games, Wongfly's been in our top 3 times. He started the day at the very bottom of the overall leaderboard. He struggled in this bi-weekly and just barely scraped in to this final. If he had been positioned a little bit higher coming in to this bi-weekly final, Wongfly could be sitting at the top of the leaderboard right now.
No, you are right. I can't wait to see the overall leaderboard, because he's probably done quite a good amount of work to claw himself up that overall standing. You want to be, if at the worst, you want to be in that top 8, just so you get some cash. That's your kind of goal here, especially if you are, you know, like a bottom 16 team. You want to break into that top 8 and walk away with at least something today. Obviously, the points towards Worlds is always going to be great, and, you know, all of that. But it's bare minimum at its completely rawest form. That is something that obviously all of these players are currently playing for. So eyes very much on Wongfly going further forward into today, into the last 2 games, to see actually how many points he is going to be able to put together.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you know, these are the players that kind of sneak in on us, right? Kind of always in that top 2, top 3. They're not having these huge pop-off moments. They just keep that consistency across the board, and all of a sudden they sneak up on you when we get to those final standings at the end of the day or at the end of the bi-weekly split, and you're like, wait a minute. That's right, Wongfly has actually been towards the top every single game, and all of a sudden these players who are coin flippy, as we like to call them, they don't have that consistency, and they end up lower and lower down the board. And we see the likes of that with players like OC's Zhang Yu today, who struggled to kind of put some things together, and he's dropped all the way from that first place standing at the beginning of the day down to like 6th or 7th place at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an interesting day on that sense, actually, where, you know, I don't know if it's even an interesting day actually in that sense. I just think there's a slight curse that I think we carry with coming into the bi-weeklies in first. I can't remember the last time I saw a player enter with first and take first in a bi-weeklies, at least the ones I've done. It's always been someone else who comes back from a lower spot and actually takes that first from them, whether that be 2nd or 3rd or 4th. The first seed always seems to kind of struggle. And I hark my mind back to the moment where we had FPX start with like 60 points or 70 points or something crazy, and then ending 5th in their group. But there you go, Jin. An 8-point game. Again, a relatively low-scoring game overall. But Mike leaving in 5th place. But, I mean, like, 2 points behind is 5th between 1st and 2nd. 1st and 6th. 1st and 6th. There we go. 5th. I swear. It's a very, very tight top end of the table right now.
Yeah, it's very tight unless your name is WBG Spider, who's been battling head-to-head with GBL Zin. And here's the thing. Zin might have not been MVP these last 2 games, but he was 2nd or 3rd in every one of those games.
Yeah. Where
Spider walked away the MVP. He was the MVP in round 1, and Spider didn't come anywhere near the top of the board in round 1. And here we are again with GBL walking away with his second MVP, and Spider walking away with a big goose egg. This
same for Zhang Yu though, who was, remember, first at the beginning of the day.
Yep.
This guy came in with the most points, and he has fallen unbelievably short. But someone who hasn't is GBL's Jin. 16k damage coming in. A lot of that, 12,000 of that, 12,500 of that actually comes from the melee weapons as well. Jin playing absolutely phenomenal there. Really, really clean stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Zen doing a very, very good job here in this 4th game, bringing himself back up into that first place position and actually creating quite the point gap between himself and the likes of WBG Spider off the back of this game. He's gonna be really happy.
I have to be that guy, Rune. That splatter behind his head is just really unfortunately placed. He looks like a character from the Grinch. Like, oh no, shit, they did him dirty.
Oh my goodness, Jake, really? You gonna do the man like that?
It's like
I see.
Patty or Selma from The Simpsons.
Anyway, GBL's in. Absolutely, congratulations on the second MVP here today. You know what? I do have a theory, by the way, about these players and teams continually coming in to our bi-weekly finals and not performing when they're sitting in first place. And it's something I've noticed because, like you said, it's almost like a curse. But what I think it is they're not pacing themselves. You got to remember that this is a league. You're running a marathon, not a race, right?
Yeah.
So some of these players come into the bi-weeklies and absolutely go as hard as they can out of the gate nonstop, and then they find themselves up top, and we go into the finals, and then they fall off. I think it's a little bit of burnout where you have forced yourself to perform at a level that is so high that you're not able to maintain it indefinitely. And then you get to the bi-weekly finals, and these other players who just play consistent Naraka so that they can make sure that they do place into the bi-weekly finals have been saving that energy for the finals. Then they get here and they go, oh, hey, I'm only 3 or 4 positions behind. I've played consistently. Now I can put the pedal to the metal. And if I don't have anything in the tank after today, cool, I get a break before we come back next week and do it all over again.
Yeah. On one hand, I also feel like for some of these players at the top, maybe it's like it's kind of that similar kind of thing as like the ranked anxiety. You know, where you're like, I've got my rank, I don't want to lose my rank, and like they're almost too nervous to risk actually playing and just having a bad game, but then they just have a bad game because you basically just self-fulfill a prophecy there. You're like, it's not gonna go well, and then it just doesn't go well. You need to play aggressive, and I think Zhang Yu now is gonna have a lot of work to potentially even look to catch up the rest of the teams who are sitting at the top, because everyone else below him has been having a relatively consistent day, even though we talked a little bit about you know, we focused a lot on Mike, but like all in all, he's still putting points together. It's not enough to match what Jin and Spider are doing, but like Mike, all the players around him as well, we're seeing relative consistency. And even when people like Hongfly are just like, honestly, just reeling in that top 8 at like a monstrous rate. They've got 2 games left. Like, it is genuinely feasible for them if they have 2 good games here. You know, it's definitely going to be a bit scary for Zhang Yu now, because they have to do some really, really good work, and they got to change a lot about their play style for the last 2 games of the day. And one of those games is on Holorith, which is an entirely different game. So they have one more Morosile game, which is the map they're all familiar, they're all comfortable on, before they even think about what they're going to do going into that 6th and final game of the day.
The other thing to keep in mind too as well is game 5 is going to be a huge part of that deciding factor, because we saw it when we went to Holoroth for game number 3. That point gap is so tight because of that Z-Ping meta, right? So if you're a player who's sitting in a situation like OC Zhang Yu is, and you have to have a pop-off game, it has to be game 5. You can't go into the Holoroth match expecting to pop off into that lobby that's full of Z-Pings, because we've seen how that meta plays out. And you might have that game where you're able to make it happen, but the odds are stacked against you. as we welcome back to I thought you were staring me down for a second. You were
no, it's just like my my internet's been a little in and out, but no, sorry, I'm back. Hi. Yeah, I'm very excited to get into this final game of Morris and then moving on to Horror Rift to kind of round it out. It's nice having our last two games being both different maps. Because I think it forces the players to change up a lot. It also forces, again, kind of more tactical hero picks where they have to save things for, you know, Horror Rift. Anyway, I'm going to figure out what the hell's going on my internet. Well, we throw it a quick break. We'll be back with that 5th game in a moment, so we'll see you then.
Still not a beautiful place to fight, especially depending on your weapons. This one right here from WX98, the longsword, getting those sort of tumults as well with those sandstorm. On the Terracotta Warrior, about to time out, pinked out on his big monk form as well. Can they make this fight happen versus Alliance? Alliance is like, oh, that's a good double. Oh my good heavens, what?
YZG CXZ is going to go through massive damage with Pixel. Is going to be able to almost shut them out from outside of it, and he doesn't have enough time to pop his Yoda. Oh, yes, he does. Pixel has just enough time, though.
It's going to be the Yota ultimate coming down though from Aki. Can he make it happen? It's in a 2v1 right here. That's a good hit. Another good hit as well coming through. He might be able to pick this one up. He is going to get a kill. Wu Chen's going to make this one happen. Or is he though? I may have spoken too soon. I may have jinxed you. I'm so sorry about that one, but I believe that might be my fault. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
No, you hitting that cast. Did you just get him with that cast? That's what just happened. Say it again?
Would you rather Zeus as your best friend?
Oh, I would say best friend. I would say best friend. The only reason why I say best friend is because I feel like with a best friend, it's not really necessarily like, oh, you have to. It's more just like, oh, it's just a thing and a vibe and everything else, and so it just makes things a little bit easier. Meanwhile, even with this coming into it, there's still more and more to be had, as it looks like King Pao is going to be able to get the elimination.
What's going on, Naraka fans? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2 as we take a look as the sun sets on beautiful Shanghai. But the sun's not setting here on the action in Naraka anytime soon. Like they say, it's 5 o'clock somewhere in the world, and I know most of you, ladies and gentlemen, tuning in to view are viewing from all over the world, whether you're in North America, SEA, across the globe. We appreciate each and every one of you coming here to watch the Pro League. But these players have got it to do. We talked about it before we went to break. Jake, OC Zhang Yu needs to make the magic happen here in game number 5. The pressure is on. WBG Spider, off the back of a big goose egg, also needs to find his footing in this particular game, because going to Hollow Roth, we know that the Z-Ping meta will return, and it's likely not going to be a very high scoring game.
Yeah, realistically, if you want good points and you want a chance to actually like rocket up a position, this is the final game to do that. You have to pull out a bloody miracle on Hollow Roth, just purely because of the amount of Z-Pings getting picked up on there. Sure, there could be a Justina and Yotos that are also very pickable on that map, but people are favoring the Z-Ping because they're still learning it and they want the safety. There's a lot of traps, there's a lot of things that can do little bits of damage to you. They want to be able to have that extra bit of sustain in their kit. So that's why we're seeing so many people pick up Z-Ping on that map. I'm curious, you know, as the weeks go on, as potential nerfs roll through, what that meta will look like. But for now, Hollow Roth is a map where a lot of action breaks down, but not a lot of kills go down. I think is the best way to really word it.
Yeah, you know, a lot of fights break out, but I think the fight between OUG's Luren King in game number 3 and who was it? I do believe it was NAD's Dao Ihui, really cements that sort of pacing very well. That was a fight that lasted almost 5 minutes. And again, we're talking about a game where 25 minutes is the entire experience. Once that 25 minutes is up, that final zone is collapsed, the game is over, right? So if you spend 5 minutes committing to a single fight, a single kill, that's a lot of your time gone and out of the window. That's also a lot of time that the rest of the lobby is putting together loot that you're not putting together. And also, in that particular instance, Luren King, when he secures that kill, doesn't get any of the loot because OC Zhang Yu shows up and forces him off of the Karen because he has no fuel left in the tank. He's been chasing for 5 minutes straight. He had used his ult. He had used his abilities, right? So not only did he chase for 5 minutes only to pick up a single elimination, but then he spent those 5 minutes not picking up resources he needed and was denied resources.
We actually just had wolves on our screen. Have I told you this? Because I got told this by Foxtrot. They're a EU wolves. They're literally from Old Blighty. They are the Wolverhampton Wolves.
Yeah, they are.
They're an English football team. I did not know this.
They are 100% an esports org created by the Wolves English football team. You are correct.
Wolverhampton Wolves. Yeah, Foxy told me that on the first week, and still because we always think Alliance, the only EU org in this tournament. No, there's two. There's one from Britain as well. So, you know, a little bit of pride on that front. Anyway, going completely derailing as we are getting ready to go into our 5th game. This is the final game where you are able to most likely put together a bunch of points. So, eyes very much on this. I expect to see quite a few Yotos, quite a few Justinas, and a very, very aggressive game. I think people will be saving their Z-Pings until the next game. Unless people want to burn it now, try and just sustain out and maybe draw out this game and then play something hyper aggressive in that final game. We know that there are people who are very comfortable to pick up the Tarkaji, and we know that he actually does get played on that on the Hollow Roth as well. But so far, just Z-Pings and Justina's coming in, and oh, there we go, Panda Man pulling him out once again.
Yeah, Panda Man can actually play him all 3 games if he wants to running. So it's going to be interesting to see. Dao Yue also in a similar situation where he can play Tarka all 3 of the last games running. So potentially we'll see Tarka come out from both of them in every single game here. And no surprises. 1 Z-Ping, a bunch of Justinas and Yoda Himes for the rest of the lobby. This is it. This is the game where you've got to put it together, make it happen. And I'm looking at AOW's Mike, WBG Spiders, and OC Zhang Yu because from the rip, they need to get that momentum rolling and not stop. especially a player like WBG Spider, who is extremely momentum based. He needs to pick up some early eliminations and force this lobby to play at his pace, or he is not going to perform.
Absolutely. Well, we are getting ready, seeing where everybody is dropping. Again, very clustered start, so we could have another game just like game 4. But here we go. The final game on Morris Isle, game number 5.
Yeah, starting out as is tradition with our MVP from last game, GBL Zin, who's sitting at the very tippity top of the overall leaderboard right now. Off to a decent start, picking up some weapons. There's going to be the blue armor that he desperately needs. Speaking of also a decent start, WBG Spider with a set of purple armor under their belt here onto the Justina, looking to get a couple more resources under their belt before they head into this fight with NPG's Dubai, which they are definitely going to be taking here. Dubai trying to find some shots with the musket. Dubai, however, with that purple katana, is actually quite a big threat here to WBG Spider, who only has white weapons. We're going to see that sorry, I wouldn't say musket, but it's a pistol coming out from Dubai, actually doing a lot of damage. Look at this Spider using that tree to block the grapple there. Actually pays off huge dividends for Spider into this fight as Dubai goes extremely low. And this is where he needs to go ahead and lock down Dubai before he has an opportunity to use that Justina ult. And there it is, WBG Spider opening things up. But GD's Don Quing coming in for the third party. Blitzes Spider with not one, but two. Dual blade combo. Spider gonna pop that frost core though and try to turn things back around onto Don Quing. And we see this. Look at this. We see Dubai thinking about doing the salty. He's watching this fight, looking for an opportunity to come back in and get some of the loot back off of his corpse potentially, or maybe even third party this fight. But it looks like the fight is going to break up as WBG Spider backs out to take the full reset, and Don Quing still hot on his heels.
Spider actually did get the quick swap and grab the katanas on the way out, so he does have the purple armor and the purple katana to work with. But Ran is running over Ego right now. Ego's gonna bop him back, but Ran keeping the pressure up as Ego's armor is just obliterated, but Ego not willing to quite give up yet. Both of them starting to run a little bit low on that front as Ran will freeze himself up. Ego not actually going to go for the reset, does have that F ability coming up fairly soon. Actually going to hold pretty fast on that front as we cut over to Reki and Zhang Yu in the middle of a scrap themselves. As Zhang Yu is saying they need to put together a good game. They need to have a solid performance or they are in for a whole lot of trouble. And Zhang Yu actually pops the ultimate and immediately cancels it. Goes a little bit too early on that front. As Zhang Yu loses so much health to Reki.
Yeah, Reki really trying to come in and punish this F3 as well. Now Zhang Yu trying to come in, but Reki going to turn it back around with the dagger, getting the full left or right click there. Zhang Yu going to be forced to take the armor swap into the white, unable to land into the neutral with these nunchucks whatsoever as Reki continues to obliterate through a third armor swap onto Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu is really trying to pull out all of the stops, but isn't able to find the footing he wants here. All he's able to get is a reset there from the white armor as they once again go head to head, but he needs to be very careful. He had to armor swap 3 times into this fight, and there's no armor left for him to swap into. He's able to get the grapple, but once again, that's the first time he's taking control of this neutral, and he's down to half health, no armor to swap into, and Rexy still giving chase onto him. They're using those nunchucks to create a little bit of distance, and we see Zhang Yu trying to find an armor swap, trying to bait into the meter dump on the nunchucks. They're able to get the F3 up, but now the ult's gonna come out. Rexy forced to throw one blind, doesn't find what he's looking for, still continues to come in, trying to land the shot, and there it is! Ventus's Rexy gonna pick up the kill, and we also see NAD's Dowie Wei picking up an elimination onto NBG's Dubai, and Dubai gonna be completely eliminated from this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a very rough start there for Dubai, who is, remember, the champion of the previous season of the Nbpl, getting knocked out early here in the second Biweekly finals in the final game of Morris Isle. Not had a great run this time around, unfortunately, as Uran and Ego still in this fight, actually. This has been going on for a long, long time, but Uran has now got a purple dagger that is actually able to do quite a lot of damage to Ego. Ego bopped into the zone, is going to recover some armor, but will find themselves caught out as they're trying to dodge away, and the freeze is Yoran's being caught! Yoran's able to get him off and turn it back around as Ego bops him back with both of them inside that zone. Only does a little bit of damage so far, but there is a third party hanging about. Yoran just runs straight past them. And it looks like everybody's just going to cool off on this action, cool off on that fight. Just take it a little bit chill as Mike actually also on the run has got himself a kill, but did lose his revive early on in this game.
Now taking a look over here to KZ's Pandaman for just a second. As a fight breaks out, we move over to Battle's Huangfly, who's got Yiran locked down into the zone here, and Yiran forced to use that Frost Core just to stay alive. He's taking a ton of damage from the zone. If Huangfly can lock them down here, it could spell disaster, but it looks like Yiran able to just barely get into the zone in time, and Huangfly actually being just completely dogged by the terrain here. They could have easily picked up that kill onto Yiran. Twice the terrain stops them from moving forward with the momentum. Yiran gets an opportunity to get that Frost Core back up, but Huangfly locks them back down into the zone. Now puts some distance in, and there it is. EWG Yiran goes down to Huangfly, tries to move through Huangfly because of the threat of the zone pending over their head, gives the neutral back, and Huangfly secures their second elimination.
It's gonna be a nice pick up for them as Zhejiang in a fight versus Ego. Ego gonna take quite a lot of damage here actually inside the zone as well now without the shields, and is slowly just being stripped of their entire health bar. They're trying to dash away to safety, but they are just too low. One more tick of the zone could just about do them. They were able to get away, and they are so low. They're trying to avoid this zone because they know one more tick could just do them, but they've gone to the blue armor, but isn't going to be lasting for long, unfortunately, as Ego tries to freeze himself up, tries to survive, and they're doing a pretty decent job of holding on, to be fair to them, but they are being chased down unbelievably hard as Jin is putting the work in, and Ego actually able to slip away again for just a little bit longer. This is getting harder and harder for them to find it as Ego finds a cheeky turnaround onto Jin, and he actually gets the downward stab onto Jin, but Jin is finally able to find the kill.
I'm very surprised. I expected Xin to turn around this corner and pop the water wheel. But unfortunately, we don't get to see the water wheel kill I was hoping for there.
We've had one.
We've had one. Yeah, we've had one in the Pro League, and I was really hoping Xin was going to lock it down for the second one there, but unfortunately, we don't get to see that. But speaking of locking some things down, you guys can lock yourself down a copy of Naraka Blade Point if you haven't already. Has some free codes popping up on the screen on the right now. You got to get fast on the fingers, though, and head over to Steam and redeem them very quickly. Taking a look at the top of the order right now, GBL Zen still holding on the first place right now with 37.7 points. WBG Spider not far behind at 33.5, and EWG's Yuran holding on to third at 30.4. But I want to take a moment to talk about Battle's Huangfly. Has moved all the way up from 14th at the start of the day to 5th place to overtake Zhang Yu, who was our first place coming into the day.
Yeah, he's actually done amazing, actually. When you look at it overall, really solid stuff coming in. But Jin, definitely not comfortably in first. Needs a good game here. Only got one kill, and then needs a comfortable game on Horror Rift to end out, and then Jin is going to be quite happy. But we've definitely had bigger leads from first places right now, so definitely in a position of concern. But you know, has set themselves up to take this whole thing and take the whole day. As Jim, looking to pad those stats a little bit more, has found JDG's Chengjiang is going to look to freeze them up in the F abilities. Both the Yotos cancelling each other out as Chengjiang actually has thrown down the Yoto ultimate and is doing quite a lot of damage to Hongfly, but Hongfly is answering back with his own slashes and is looking to secure this kill, but is unable to make them hit as Jin is sliding forward. He really wants to get this kill. He doesn't want to give it over to Hongfly. He's just going to come in and take the kill away. The pistol shot's not going to land. They're able to swap out to the blue armor, thanks to the Mora's blessing being nearby. But Hongfly is chasing for this kill. And it looks like JDG's member not going to be lasting for much longer as Mike has found himself caught out by Dalhui. Dalhui not giving up, wants to keep the pressure up with the dual swords on to Mike. Mike gets the counter back, takes away the dual swords, but actually isn't going to pick them up, just knocks them off for now. And again, turns the attention onto Dalhui. Dalhui loses half of his armor. And Mike going to quite happily get himself a reset off this before potentially pressuring for a little bit more.
Yeah, Mike coming in and trying to lock this down, but it's not going to be enough as we see Dubai coming in with the flamer as, or sorry, the fireball. I want to say flamer because we're so used to seeing the flamer and not the Tarkas. Is able to secure the charge. Left click off of that, but needs to be careful because the freeze might be coming out from Mike here. He does have a little bit more movement options though with the ultimate. Dalhui trying to find a reset before Mike gives chase with that ultimate. He's going to go ahead and cancel the ultimate, so he's got the extra charge left over as Mike continues the hunt here. Dalhui comes up. Maybe I spoke wrong. Maybe he didn't cancel the ultimate. It looked like he did. But he still has the effect running, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he still does have the ult running, but you know, he needs to be careful. He's down to like 5% ultimate charge there. Hasn't got the opportunity to fully reset, and you're chasing down AOW's Mike, right? Who does have that frost core available to them. So you don't want to be in that situation without your ultimate. He is able to find the full reset though. Comes in with a scale rush, following up with some dual blade action. Looks for it again here. Is going to release the charge to right click off of the dual blades to do quite a bit of damage. Waiting for the scale rush as Mike looks to come out again. Mike goes for the parry, but Dalhui actually baits it out and holds onto the wall for a little bit longer. Catches Mike again. Mike no frost core, and Dalhui still with a fireball. It could be disastrous for AOW's Mike, but Dalhui's got to find him. Mike finds a white armor swap here. Looks like he's gonna get a reset, and Dalhui still can't find him now. Comes around the corner, finds Mike. Mike turns it onto him with the dagger. Dalhui on the receiving end of some huge...
Oh, yes!
Dalhui could find himself back to the lobby, and there it is. NAD's Dalhui is going to lose the life, but he still has the resurrection, so not quite the lobby, just back to the soul altar.
Mike, though, gets his purple armor, gets his purple dual swords, and that kill. Mike is going to be very happy with what was a pretty squeaky bum moment for him, if we're going to be completely honest, as you seeing Spider coming in with a freeze. OUG's Lurain King once again knocked out very early, and 8.2 points is how much he has got total for today. So not been a good day for him as well. Ego also out with just the 6 points, but top of the tables still getting quite close. Spider closing in on Jin. He's got 2 kills off the back of this game, and Spider wants to reclaim his spot at the top, wants to reclaim that first place, while Mike just playing for pole position at the moment. First, not impossible, but very hard for him to achieve. So he's probably just playing to try and get himself into that kind of top 3 is really going to be Mike's game plan here. And Yuran knows that, so has to play very aggressive, but not too aggressive, but he gets himself taken out early because Yuran has been playing phenomenal all day long. Kaibao being chased down. Jin's also here, looking to try and hold on to his spot at the top. As Mike unable to connect onto Kaibao from Wolves, and Jin, he's not giving up. Yuran's here. Most of the top 3 are here in this little encampment. If they decide to stop hunting Cabal, they could potentially take each other out.
You would see now AOW Mike forced to use Frost Core again. Mike, really, dude has been Harry Houdini all day, like you said. Absolutely, every time we think he's going to be eliminated early into the lobby, he just pulls something out of the back pocket and is able to lock it down. We just saw him do it again and picked up his second elimination. Like you said, that purple armor, those purple dual blades are going to serve him very, very well as we turn our attention to GBL Zin, who's moving across the map here, taking a look at where the next circle is going to be. Morse Blessing about to come out, and if I'm not mistaken, it's EWG's Euron getting absolutely blitzed down by KZ's Panda Man right now. Panda Man really putting in the work here onto Euron. Euron going to be forced to pop the ultimate just to get away, but no, that's Wolves. Kaibao trying to come in and capitalize. Euron forced to use the Frost Core as well. Panda Man waiting with the scale rush in the wings. AOW's Mike, JDG's Chuzhang, everybody is showing up. It's a party, and Yiran is the one paying for all the drinks, because man, is he getting dogged down by every single member of the lobby. Mike trying to make it happen. Mike able to secure his third elimination, but now is caught out here. KZ's Pandaman gonna take a little bit of loot. He's got no he's got no shields right now, but he's got his ultimate going, so he might be able to get out of this. Mike gonna back off, gets his elimination, is more than happy to take that and run now over to GPL Zing.
That's a huge kill for Mike as well. He took out the person who is competing with him for third right now, takes them out of the lobby. They only get one kill. Mike can now hold on and try and play later into this game and see if there's an opportunity for him to basically usurp Yiran from that third place, as everybody is collapsing on this Mora's Blessing. Mike has jumped into the mix as well. Most of the lobby is here at this Mora's Blessing. This is gonna be a bloodbath if they carry on holding, but Kaibao has himself the golden katanas right now and golden armor. This is a pretty good setup for what could be a very, very explosive game for Kaibao.
Yeah, Kaibao desperately needs this game as well. You're talking about a player who is, I do believe, in like 6th coming into today, and suffering the same issues that OC Zhangyu is, just not been able to have a decent game where he can put some points up on the board. I mean, he's sitting in 18.4, which really, given the number of points that he brought over for the day, I think he was sitting at 8 points. He's put 10 points together in 4 games. So he really needs to have a good one here to bring himself up into decent position. But speaking of decent position, GPL Zin still holding on to that first place, despite having a relatively low kill game here. He knows he needs to put in some work though, because even if he has a consistent game, it needs to be more consistent than one elimination if he wants to be able to hold on to that first place going into the 6th game, because WBG Spider is definitely hungry to trap some of these flies in his web.
Yeah, definitely looking for it, but they are holding fast at the moment. A bunch of people setting up around these buildings, and we're heading into the Buccaneer phase, actually, where the cannons and the pistols are coming out and everybody is trying to get a bit of damage on, but Hongfly being ambushed somewhat by Mike. Every time he tries to get on top of the roof, loses a fair amount of HP, but Mike will not let Hongfly go. Hongfly using a lot of health here. Now Mike is feeling the aggression onto this guy, but everybody is going to want to chase down for this kill, and Mike has to be very careful not to get third-partied or even taken out himself, as Hongfly trying to find the reset, unable to do so. Does get the scale rush off the wall onto Mike, and Mike just going to go for a reset within the building himself.
Yeah, AW's Mike gonna slip through the cracks here. KZ's Pandaman wants to commit, but sees Mike has got the full reset on his HP here and decides better of it given the situation. There's a lot of players in this one little space. We are Zone 4 collapsing onto Zone 5 with 11 players left alive. This might be the most number of players we've seen coming into a final circle all day long. NAD's Dowie Hui catching a huge shot on to Wolves Kaibao with this musket, just trying to create a little bit of space and burn through some of those resources. Vengeance's Rexy turning on to Pandaman. Pandaman trying to return the favor here. Reki, though, going to be on the receiving end of some pain from WBG Spider, and a bow shot to the face here. Reki going to be forced to pop that F3 to get the reset they're looking for. Look at this. They're just walking in tandem with the pistols, chasing the same player. This is what happens when you get low. The sharks of the lobby all agree you're the next person to be eliminated. We're not even going to pretend that the other players around us exist right now. I just want my kill here. Rexy going to catch, I do believe, Dao Hui here with the uppercut off the side of the building here. Dao Hui going in here, finds an armor swap, but Wang Liang waiting in the wings. He actually catches the fireball onto him, and the fully charged left click from the great start. Dao Hui actually makes that happen and picks up the elimination, but now in a very bad way, and Vengeance's Rexy returns the favor.
Yeah, Rek able to take him down, but everybody else is collapsing in. Pandaman now stuck inside the wall, running away as Reki's going to be forced to panic ultimate to break out, as Kaibao is losing a lot of health thanks to that ultimate from Reki, but Reki trying to finish him up, unable to actually really make it stick, and Spider slides in and can take that kill. Lovely pick up there for Spider, but Kaibao again Still set up very well with his gear, but hasn't got a single kill right now. You got golden armor and golden weapons, and he's playing very, very passively. The Spider, on the other hand, refusing to sit back and let this game run away from him. He needs to make this game count. And Jin has been relatively quiet so far, but Jin has spotted out Spider, and if he can take out his opponent here, the person who's contesting him for first, this could do him so many wonders. The Spider keeps getting caught out. Zhang Yu has found him, and Zhang Yu, the player who took earlier, who started the day in first, looking to try and take out someone competing for first right now. The freezes are coming out, and Spider jumps into the zone. He's taking quite a lot of zone tick damage. He's getting caught out by everybody. Spider's bleeding down. Spider's down. JDG. Chuzheng able to find himself the kill. Spider denied the opportunity to pounce into first.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate there for WBG Spider, but he did walk himself into that situation and tried to make it work for him going into the zone. But when you're that far behind and you don't have the resources, somebody's going to take advantage of it, and that's exactly what we saw happen there. Chu Zhang just happened to be the one positioned to take advantage of that mistake. So unfortunate for WBG Spider. GBL Zin has got to be feeling so good after seeing that name come up in the kill feed as well, because nobody close enough to even make an attempt at Zin right now. Zin just needs to pick up a couple more eliminations and make it to top 3, and he is very, very close to doing exactly that. KZ's Panda Man here running with the target hole now, looking to potentially catch somebody with the katana. He was gonna go for the infinite, but immediately gets denied by another player. Panda Man really just wants to make this infinite happen here into competitive play, and unfortunately we know exactly why that doesn't work. JD's Chu Zhang, the one who was able to pick up the elimination onto Spider, now the one finding himself in a very similar situation as Panda Man gives a chase. Chu Zhang gonna be forced to pop the F3. Panda Man's gonna people's elbow him out of it, but luckily the F3 continues to move forward. Chu Zhang set on fire though. That F3 gonna time out very, very soon, and there it is. OC Zhang Yu able to pick up the elimination onto Chu Zhang. OC desperately needs that elimination after coming into the day and being dropped all the way to 6th place from first. KZ's Panda Man now on the receiving end of some pain from Wolves Kai Bao. Panda Man gonna F up here in hopes of not being eliminated. It turns that energy on to the likes of OC Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu gonna be forced to pop their Yoda Hime ultimate here, trying to get away. Turns that attention on about us. Wongfly is just looking for some space to catch a reset, and now wants to maybe pick up the elimination onto Panda Man, but it's Wolves Kai Bao who finds his first elimination of the game here and is able to pick up that kill. 5 players left alive. 1 minute and 30 seconds to determine who's gonna walk away the MVP for game at number 5 here. Mike coming up top, looking to evict Kai Bao from the tree. Kai Bao happily takes to the ground here with his legendary katana and a legendary set of armor. He just needs to hold on a little bit longer into this lobby. Zin also looking to potentially secure some more points and widen the gap he's created from WBG's Spider. Right now, this is going to determine everything.
It's going to be a very important moment as Mike goes to the freezes so the grapple connect. Everybody is holding fast. There is 2 Yotos, 2 Justinas, and a Zipping in this final circle. It's going to get very hairy. Mike actually gets himself knocked into the zone, which means he's now going to get gatekeeped out and lose a little bit of HP. F ability comes down from Zhang Yu to buy himself some space as Hongfly gets boxed into the zone. He's going to lose quite a lot of HP. Again, being gatekeeped. Mike going to freeze himself up. He's still going to be okay. He's going to be able to recover that armor as Hongfly chasing forwards. Mike catches a couple members up with the uppercut, but now Mike's in trouble. He's losing his armor. He's going to pop the freeze. He's going to try and freeze the whole lobby together. He's able to do so, but here comes Hongfly with a massive ultimate, taking out 2 immediately, and Kai Bao goes down as well, but the fight isn't quite over because Jin and Zhang Yu will brawl it out as Jin destroys the ending of that game, putting an extra 2 kills together and takes first.
Yeah, huge game for Zin, but Baldas Wongfly, the player who's been consistently in the top 3 all day, who's climbed all the way up from 14th to 6th place, takes this lobby with 5 eliminations under his belt, gonna be walking away the MVP. This is gonna help pad that score even more, and Huang Fly quickly climbing up in the prize money.
Yeah, that was a really, really good win there for Hongfly. He needed that. We were saying, you know, this guy has done some phenomenal climbing today. Consistency has been his friend. And when it counts, he comes in and actually ends on a pretty good game. But it was a low kill game. We do have to kind of, you know, put a little bit of a little bullet point underneath this. There wasn't that many kills that went down in this game. Players played well, but I think that was 4 or 5 kills was the most kills we saw a player get. Maybe 4, I think. It was a pretty low kill game, which means it's a pretty low point game. Which
I think
means Holorith is going to be very important because there was no one popping off this game.
Oh, absolutely. Every single elimination is going to matter in Holorith, but I do believe it was 5. I think Huangfly actually got really? 5 kills, and that's how he was able to walk away MVP despite not being first place in the overall lobby there. But still, that's the average we expect, right? 5 is the average. It's when we start seeing 6, 7, and 8 eliminations that we see those big points rolling through, especially when those players are walking away in first place. I've really got to give it to Battlehouse Huangfly, right? This was the perfect opportunity to Yodohime ultimate, and it didn't just come down to who Yodo ulted last in the end, right? So he made it work for him given the situation, and that takes a lot of skill besides just having the patience to hold on to the ultimate. So Huangfly played one hack of a game, and man, Spider's got so much work to do in this next game if he has any hope of taking first place. Like,
Spider getting knocked out early is so bad for him. He is going to have a pop-up game. He can't actually lock in the zipping. I actually think he has to avoid zipping. I think he has to go for something like a Yoto or a Justina and pray that he doesn't get caught in any of these extended fights, because yeah, he got knocked out very early. Where is Spider on the overall standings? I can't see him.
5th place, because he did pick up 3 eliminations.
4.4 points. But Jin doubled his points. Like, perfectly doubled his points. Mike, 5.7 points. Like, Spider has people reeling him in at a scary pace. So this final game, we need to see Spider play something aggressive, and I think the others will be aware of that. I expect to see Jin and Hongfly also looking something aggressive. I expect to see all these players now contesting towards the top end of the table all go mega aggressive in this final game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you got to think about this as well. I'm gonna make a little prediction based off the back of this. I think WBG Spider has to lock in Takeda. It's a huge risk, right? But into a Z-Ping lobby, if you can make it to that final circle off the back of skill alone, not only can he play aggressively early because he's able to control the neutrals in those fights, because Takeda definitely is an early to mid game hero, but if into a lobby full of Z-Pings, he can make it to that final circle. He then becomes a late game hero, a final circle hero, if you will, which means that WBG Spider will have a chance to put points on the board from start to finish into the Z-Ping meta in this lobby. I don't think he has any other choice if he wants to walk away in first place today.
You know what? I agree. I think that's pretty reasonable. I mean, like, you also had the Yoto, which, to be fair, is also dominating in the final circles. Yes, it's not as strong into specifically the Z-Ping, but you still have, you know, a lot more flexibility from that. So I think Yoto's also a fair bet, but I would like to see him come out. But here we go. Our MVP from this final game on Morris Isle, not the final game, from the final game on Morris Isle, is going to be Hongfly here. 11,600 damage coming out from him. Overall, really good game. 5 kills. You were right. You're 5 kills.
Yeah, big game for Huangfly here. And here's the thing. Again, we're talking about a player who's climbed all the way up from 14th to 6th. And that was 6th before we saw him pop off in this final circle. He could potentially be in 5th or 4th. This is a huge day for Huangfly. And again, these are the people or the players that we see do very well, where they kind of like skirt under the radar because they're like constantly in that 3rd or 4th place, just consistently putting points on the board. And then once we see some of these top players have a coin flippy game where they walk away with a big fat goose egg, all of a sudden, you know, Huang Fly here, who's been putting those consistent points, just goes doop, just a little bit further up that leaderboard every single time. And he has climbed significantly up that ladder.
It's been very impressive from Hong Fly. It's genuinely been a very, very impressive game, day for him. I'm excited by this final game. I'm waiting with bated breath. I think we are going to have a very tight game. I'm worried if we do start to see the Z-Pings. I think if Z-Ping does get locked in, Jin is going to be laughing because he knows no one's really going to be putting together enough points for him to really get contested at the top. So if you're Jin right now, you want just a Z-Ping lobby. That's all you want. But, you know, if you are Spider, if you're Mike, if you're Zhang Yu, you know, if you're these kind of players, you really want to be picking the Yotos, you want to be picking the Takajis, you know, you want to be picking the people who can go just giga aggressive and look to snowball a bunch of kills together and overtake this game. Otherwise, their hopes of climbing any more are probably going to be very slim.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. Again, if, like you said, if the majority of the lobby locks in Z-Ping, GBL Zin has got to be like, yes, it's going to be, this is exactly what I need right now. Can go in, can just play consistent. And that's something GBL Zin does very well, is consistency. I think WBG Spider, like we talked about, is forced to play Takeda this game, and he is forced to pop off if he has any hopes of going into that first place position, getting those 10 ranking points towards World Cups, as well as that coveted first place money. You know, you always want to walk away in the money, and WBG Spider wants it bad. So I don't think he's going to come into this game and go quietly into the night. If I'm WBG Spider at this point, I come in and go, I'll risk another goose egg just to be able to come in and play aggressively for the opportunity to take first place.
Yeah, no, completely. It's gonna have to be an aggressive game. I hope it is, because Holoref is such a fun map when people are playing aggressive. I think I hark back to last week and I can't remember the player. I'm really sorry, but we had someone pulling out Takaji on Holoref, and they were just so fun to watch. They were baiting people into the death ball. They were constantly fighting. Unfortunately, they never made it to a final circle because they were just getting bullied out. And this is the problem with that pick: is you pick it, everyone goes, yeah, no, and they all just jump on you and deny you any opportunity to, you know, actually activate your final form, shall we say, in the final circle. But definitely, you know, we need aggression. We need not Z-Pings unless you're Zin. And we need a snow end. That's what we need. Brave for snow end.
You know, absolutely, we want that snowstorm to blow in, and we absolutely want this 6th and final game to blow us away, because, man, it is do or die time for many players here in this lobby. And I'm just I know a lot of the people here in chat just hoping KZ's Panda Man comes in and plays some more Tarka G. At the end of the day, we love to see some good Tarka coming out. And Dao Yue as well, I think, is probably going to lock in Tarka, so that's going to be very, very interesting to see coming in to Holoroth.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's kind of like I think we've set all the expectations for this game. We've set what we want. We set what, you know, this is how this game is going to be played out. This is what we expect. This is it's gonna favor if it goes this way or this way. I think it's really just about, you know, hopefully we get into that game as soon as possible, and then we can put off or shut up. And I believe it is time for us to throw to a quick break before we get ready to go in to our 6th and final game of the day. So we'll see you in a moment.
裂，就带走黄不来了吗？王良这边是击败了黄不来，拿下了本场比赛前面。这波能反杀，看看翔月的这波操作，他射了。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NBPL. We're getting ready. I've turned my lights off. We're getting ready to go back into the final game of the day. It's going to be dropping in on Hollow and it is going to be a tight one as well. Between first all the way to, I'd say, maybe 4th or 5th. Here we go. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to guess. I'm going to tell you exactly where we are. This doesn't matter. I'm going to be real with you. What's going on right here? I don't care about that. Let's see what's going on at the top. That's where my attention is. I want to see exactly how all of our teams, the guys at the top, are handling each other because it's super close. Yes, there is 10 points between Spider and Jin, so Spider needs a bloody good game. We've seen him do a 10-pointer, and we've seen Jin do Reddit. One bad game, but Spider needs a good game. Hongfly has come into 3rd, and now he has surpassed Mike. Mike finally beat out Yoran. I was like, yes, I got myself 3rd back, and then Hongfly just drives straight past him. Luigi style, gives him the death stare and takes 3rd space. So it's tight at these from like 1st through to 5th. There is a lot of movement that could be going down.
Oh, absolutely. Huang Fly, by the way, right now on top of the world. He can't rest on his laurels. He needs to play a very consistent game here. But imagine climbing from 14th to 3rd place. Team Baodao's manager's got to be looking at Huang Fly right now like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You know, after a day like this, if I'm Team Baodao's manager, if Huang Fly comes out in, you know, 3rd place after being down in 14th to start the day, I'm looking at him like, bonus, we're going out, we're getting some, you know, steak dinner, some Korean barbecue, something. Because what a fantastic job from Baodao's Huang Fly today.
I mean, like we were saying earlier on in the day, like if you're in that top, like if you're in that bottom 16, like kind of 14th, 16th, at best you're aiming for 8th just to get in on that cash prize. How the hell is he in 3rd? That is bonkers good. I'm, you know, it's gonna be a fun game for him.
Look, it's kind of like the perfect storm that has gotten him here, right? It's the combination of Z-Ping meta on Holoroth means that if you have a big goose egg on Morris Isle, that it hurts twice as much. And we've seen some of these top players having those big goose eggs when they're not walking away the MVP. Consistency ends up meaning even more because of that as well, because at the end of the day, if you're consistently putting points up on the board, even though there's these tight games where a lot of the scores are very close, you're going to be the one who can have one good game and climb multiple positions, which is exactly what we just saw happen with Baodao's Huang Fly.
Alrighty, well, we are getting set to go as Jin and Spider being held side by side to one another. This is 1st and 2nd. 10 points separates these guys. Spider at best has scored 10.4 points on his wins. but Jin has been consistent. Even in games where he hasn't won, like you said, he's been in that top 3, top 4. So he's always scoring enough. So Spider needs more than a 10-pointer. He needs like a 15-pointer game to actually take this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He either needs a 15-point game or he has to hope that GBL Zin gets eliminated off of the rip. But I don't think that can happen, right? Zin again just has that consistency. As we take a look at the stats and how they've shifted here, Zin actually losing average damage while Spider gains some, and the average kills being separated just a little bit off the back of this here. But Zin still the one holding on to first place. So GBL Zin just able to continue to hold that first place position. And I mean, again, 10-point difference is massive in solos, especially when there's only one game left to play. Zin literally needs to just come into this game. He's playing a different game from everybody else, quite honestly. Zin locks in Z-Ping, period. There's no way he doesn't, because he just needs to survive. That's it. If he makes it to top 5, there is almost no way WBG Spider can overtake him.
Yeah, no, that's the sad thing. Well, it's not the sad thing. That's the good thing for Jin and the sad thing for Spider. He has some serious work to do, but he's not the only person who has some serious work to do. Mike has got to put some absolutely phenomenal performances on, and we actually spoke to him before we get going into this final game.
我觉得吧，就是如果你水平要拔尖的话，它的前提条件就是你导引加的运营嘛。然后是有这类人的，然后就是怎么说呢？那两个人就是显而易见就能看出来，什么翔宇啊、蜘蛛侠啊这种。然后可能大伙其他人的实力的话，可能就有点像运营就是运营的好，然后或者刀不赢，或者刀赢的话运营不好这种情况会经常发生。然后我觉得还有一个原因就是。就是这个赛季的平均水平会变得平均一点的平衡一点，这个原因有一个是因为就是可能会刀的人会运营的话可能要练习，但是会运营的人学刀可能就是正常就是学就完事了，然后学会了之后也会变得非常的厉害。就运营这个东西不是随便就能学得来的这种东西，然后也是因为这个情况，很多就是有了运营没了刀法的人就学了刀法，可能就直接拔尖，或者就是反过来就是有了刀法。没有运营的人，再去学运营，可能就会也是拔尖。然后这个情况的话，就是时间的问题吧，感觉时间越久，这类人会越来越多。
Nice to hear from Mike there and kind of his thoughts on keeping up. You do have to, it is a matter of outperforming lots of people. It's like you said, it's not just being good though. You have to outperform the best. You have to be able to beat the best if you want to be at the top of a league like this. And we say, here we go. We're going to say the cursed term. Consistency is key. What makes a good player is not someone who has a 50-point game one time. It's someone who has a lot of 8-point games. Someone who's always scoring good. That is what makes a better player.
I swear somebody's gonna come back and go through all of these VODs one day and count how many times we've used the word consistency, and it's gonna be significant. And speaking of significant, we can't downplay how significant of a game WBG Spider needs to have to win this. But I'm looking about us Swampfly this game, quite honestly. I want to see if he can climb even higher. I mean, he's already come in and taken. Oh yeah, look at this. There's Takeda #1 coming out from Wolves Kaibao. We saw this earlier this week. Kaibao trying to use the Takeda to overcome the Z-Ping. He set himself up for it and then made one mistake and lost it all in the very end. KZ's Panda Man going to be locking in Takeda as well. OUG's Luren King going to be bringing out Wu Chen. That's what I'm talking about, Luren. All right.
Oh god.
To see Z-Ping, and Z-Ping. No surprises here, except maybe for Dao Yue. I kind of expected the Tarka to come out from Dao Yue.
Oh god.
And taking a look here, there's no way WBG Spider's locking in Z-Ping, right?
He just locked in Z-Ping.
That
is him saying, actually, I know how close second and third are, and even potentially fourth. I just want to play a consistent game. Like, that is him probably residing in the fact that actually his game plan here isn't to go for that big game and take first. His game is, I just want to hold second. Which, in a way, I kind of respect, because it is a tall ask versus a very consistent player. So, he's very much kind of just resided himself to, let's just have a good enough game to stay in second.
You know, honestly, I have to respect the decision as well, because, you know, it's the difference between walking uphill on your morning jog and climbing Mount Everest, right? Oh, and we did not just start off the game with a Luren King deliberately walking through the trap, and oh my goodness, every single time it catches me off guard, because pro players, you don't expect them to just forget that these traps exist, but here we see it as the action gets started finally. Baoda's Wongfly coming in on the JDG's Chu Zhang. Wongfly now being third party by AOW's Mike, who's going to be more than happy to move around, and all of them. Yep, we saw the likes of, I do believe, OC Zhang Yu walking in to the big thorny roller there, and Wongfly more than happy to just back up here while these players fight down below. AOW's Mike goes so low, and he's going to be chased down here by the only Wu Chen in the lobby. Luren King more than happy to continue the chase onto Mike. Mike finds an armor swap though, but KZ's Panda Man hot in pursuit. The only Takeda in the lobby coming down onto Mike. Oh, no, sorry, not the only Takeda. I do believe there are two Takedas. I misspoke. But yeah, Panda Man trying to lock a kill. Did I just watch 4 people parry to each other at the exact same time? What is happening?
Mike's... How did he turn that? What? Harry Houdini. Honestly, his name is not Mike, it's Harry. This guy is so good at like just avoiding situations like this. And he's full reset. He's out. Like, people can chase him all they like, but Mike is now fully back and has found himself Reki, as he is going to get a whole bunch of damage off onto him. Reki's popped the F as well. Mike, how does he keep getting away with it?
Again, you know, he's not even Harry Houdini anymore. You're a wizard, Harry. He's a wizard at this point. Performing actual feats of magic here in the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. Baoda's Wongfly, however, gets put in time out by JDG's Chu Zhang, who pins him to a corner. Panda Man putting in work with Takeda, but now WBG Spider gotta find Panda Man in the corner and punish it. Spider picking up his first elimination here in the 6th and a final game. Again, you clearly just playing to hold on for that second place. Don't get me wrong, he would love to have that explosive game, but the hero pick says it all for our boy Spider. AOW's Mike gonna catch a huge parry off the defenses as Rexy wants to secure the kill, but multiple players trying to deny it here as Mike goes very low and gets very lucky that the rest of these players have not turned their attention back to him as he gets a full reset in the bush. WBG Spider going to be forced to pop the F2 as he's trying to get a piece of this action. OUG's Luren King up top, not wanting to give up the chase onto Mike. Finds him in the building, but Mike quickly turns it around with a set of nunchucks again. Here comes the magic. Can Mike make it happen?
No, but he can onto Dahui because he gets a counter back. He's fine. Oh, this fight has been... you are right. This is just Zping fights. They just go on forever. Mike should have died a long time ago and respawned and just started re-gearing up. He's still rocking that grey armor he had at the beginning. I mean, at the moment, the grey armor's gone, but he's just going to walk off. He's going to heal while everyone else gets caught in the fight. Dahui still healing up, holding fast as Spider is trying to find the kill as Mike slides back in. As Spider finally picks up his second kill, but Luren King unleashing hell onto Spider. Spider's going to pop himself a bit of a heal and try to get away. He's got himself the heal ticking, and he'll be able to full reset. Mike also just keeping himself okay for the moment, but he now wants to look for Luren King. Even with that grey armor, he's feeling comfortable because of the sustain, because he has his ult up and available and ready to him, and he may have to pocket here to try and stay alive. There we go. Pops the F at least as he is looking for Luren King, who just jumps away through a portal, but Luren King is just... he's playing ping pong with him at this point. It's just going back and forth.
Yeah, very interesting to see the V3 come out from the Wu Shen pick there, but it actually serves him very well in this particular instance. NAD's Dao Hui gonna catch on to WBG Spider, looking to return the favor from earlier, gonna pop the ultimate, both of them in their F2 here, and Dao Hui does not want to give up the chase here, but Spider looks like, oh, maybe they're not, as Dao Hui pops the bubble. Spider only 70% on the ultimate, gonna be forced to pop it to get a little bit of a heal, turns things on to Dao Hui, but Dao Hui trying to come in with that charge right click on the katana. The uppercut from Spider though might make things happen. Dao Hui with the F2 though comes in confidently, but walks into the charge right click from WBG Spider. Spider is gonna secure this kill as he sends Dao Hui into the zone and picks up his third elimination.
How on earth is he doing this? Spider actually popping off. He needed a good game if he wants to contest first, and a good game at least to hold second, and he has started on fire. 3 kills, hasn't used his revive yet either. He is sitting very comfortable. He's gonna let Mike and Lu Renking fight it out as Lu Renking gets countered by Mike. Mike is gonna unleash onto him. He doesn't want to lose this kill, but once again, Lu Renking just plays with his food. Spider jumps forward, and Lu Renking, it looks like he's actually just gonna give the kill over to Spider instead of Mike. There's a bit of vindictiveness in this coming out. I know he portals back and Mike gets it.
Oh no. Oh, talk about a situation. Danged if you do, danged if you don't sin. No! The traps every single time.
We haven't actually seen anyone above on the actual puzzle itself. We've only seen them downstairs. Has anyone actually cracked it yet?
Yeah.
It's been opened. I want to see what they got.
I'm gonna assume probably a legendary weapon we just haven't seen yet, because I haven't seen any red armor yet.
No,
oh no, WBG Spider coming in with a massive parry on AOW's Mike!
It's in trouble. He's holding fast though. He's able to pick up his nunchucks, and now Spider is getting his health bar absolutely rinsed by Mike. Spider does still have his ultimate up and available. Both of them are holding and just going back and forth in this trade. Spider is low HP. He's gonna pop the ultimate. Mike has popped his in response as well. They're both sustaining up as long as possible as Mike is gonna get himself uppercutted. He's going low. The sustain is keeping him going just a little bit longer, but same for Spider as well. Mike holds fast. Both of them are recovering full amounts of health. This fight is ridiculous with the amount of sustain between both of these Z-Pings. As Spider now on the run away from Mike, but Mike is refusing to give up, catching on with the grapple as Spider tries to reposition and get away from him, but it looks like he's unable to do so for the moment. Mike gets bopped up, knocked back towards the end of the zone. Not going down quite yet, and both of these players just continuing this extended fight. Cooldowns are back up. They both have their Fs up and available. The cooldown on this ability is way too short, if you ask me, because they are just going to be able to heal themselves up constantly. Mike has pressed F once again and decided to recover. Spider, there goes his F as well, and now Spider is able to take out Mike.
Yeah, Spider able to secure their 5th elimination of the lobby. GBL's in with no eliminations under their belt right now either. Spider has closed the gap by 5 points just off of eliminations thus far. I wonder if WBG Spider is maybe regretting his pick on Z-Ping right now, because he's putting himself into the territory where he could potentially take first place. That said, maybe not so much, because he is actually having a very, very good game off the back of Z-Ping, and if he didn't have that sustain multiple times, I think Spider would have been eliminated already.
Yeah, I think you are completely right. Spider is holding on. He's using his zipping very aggressively. And he's picked this, and now has realized maybe there's a world where he can actually contest that first, because he is playing just monstrously well. 5 points behind Jin right now. And honestly, Spider, a couple more kills, and then just holds on fast for the end of the game. There is a world where he could look to take that first in the group overall in that final moment on a mode where we said you don't get many points on Holoref. He's getting a lot of points on Holoref. As Panda Man is doing his best to get through him, but you just can't kill Zipping. This hero just has way too much sustain.
Yeah, it's kind of insane how much sustain he has. But Pandaman here does have the ability to take back control of this neutral because of the ultimate. He still has another ult charge. And Mike, nothing in the tank. He's going to have that F2 back up soon, though. Or sorry, not Mike. WBG's Spider does get the F2 off, finds an armor swap as well. And Spider back in it. And the ultimate here from Wolves Kai Bao, nowhere to be seen anymore. There's no fuel left in the tank. These Z-Pings just make it so hard to lock them down and secure that final kill. Mike, off the back of a second parry, is going to be eliminated. Both of his lives clutched out from a massive parry. This time, NAD's Dao Yiwei, the one able to secure it.
And that probably gives Bowder's Hongfly pretty much a guaranteed third here. Unless he gets knocked out now. Hongfly is there. He's done it. Mike, one of a point ahead of him, knocked out. Mike potentially could lose third to fifth here, depending on how Yiran plays. Also, I guess Zhang Yu as well. But even so, a rough loss there for Mike, and he lost a lot of power just because he unfortunately kept getting caught, kept taking fights when he just wasn't really geared. Mike was still rocking grey armor for most of this game. Like, he was just not geared for the fights. And Spider taking a fight versus Kai Bao here. Both of them just going to go for the resets. But you know what? We had a discussion at the beginning of the day about Zeeping, and I was like, oh, I still really like it because I haven't seen much of her. I'm starting to get it. This hero has way too much sustain. It's like, because the F ability lasts for like, what, 12 seconds, I reckon? Like, just, but it's got a 20-second cooldown. So you only really have like 8 seconds of downtime on it. It's actually a little bonkers. Like, how long does it last?
It lasted fairly long, either until it fully heals you back up, or it heals up the amount that it covers, or until you get it popped by another player by dealing too much damage. Speaking of which here, Wolves Kai Bao tried so hard here with this Cicada, and even with the ability to just press F and take control from the neutral if they have the F2, the sustain is just too much coming out from the ultimate here, and Spider able to hold on for so long. Zping really just so strong. And the other thing you have to keep in mind as well is where if you're not playing Zping, you have to commit to a space for a reset, where Zping can just pop her ult and her F2 at the same time and move around and basically heal back up to full and not have to worry about it, and then also punish another player who's trying to take a reset in their face if they aren't playing Zping. So while they continue to heal, it's a lot in the kit, and there's a reason she's so very dominant when she is in the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, looks like Dahu is jumping in. Jin needs to find a kill, actually, because Jin could potentially lose their spot at the top as Dongqing takes out Kai Bao from the lobby. And we are down to 13 players left standing. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a snow end. I have literally still never seen the snow in this game mode. Yeah, which is starting to get a little sad for me at this point. As, we're nice and high up in the air, everybody just climbing up to the top of these zones. As Spider 6 kills, 3 points behind Jin right now. Jin really needs to make this work, because what we thought was going to be a low-scoring game full of zipping, Jin was pretty much happily set up, and Hongfly just about to pick up a kill onto Pandaman potentially, or potentially go down to Pandaman. Pandaman's done it! No, he hasn't, because that hero's ridiculous. He's gonna jump forward. Pandaman's gonna chase onto Hongfly, and actually Pandaman almost goes down. The sustain comes in, and Hongfly just about able to get away. Remember, if Hongfly died there, Mike stays in third.
Yeah, Huangfly needs to stay alive right now. He even just placement points, 0.5 placement points, keeps Huangfly back in that third place position. I don't think he can take second now, as WBG Spiders put in far too much work. GBL's in here, desperately needs not to get caught out and die here, because if he wants to hold on to first place from WBG's Spider, yeah, he needs to stay till the very end here. But luckily for them, it's a Wu Chen giving chase, and they have so much sustain into the face of anybody that is not Zping, that GBL Xin is clearly going to still be alive here as they move down after taking the full reset. COC Zhang Yu and think about punching in onto it. NED's down each way, going head to head with 17GL's Ego at the moment. Ego gonna pop a reset of their own and go top side, as nobody wants to commit to these elongated fights, especially when there's only 8 minutes and 50 seconds left in the very final game. 13 players still alive as Zone 3 now fully collapses down onto Zone 4, and it's GD's Dong Quing who's able to move into the Moore's Blessing and secure the legendary armor. Ventus's Rexy gonna use that F2, goes in for an armor swap, doesn't quite get it. He's gonna be forced into this Bane's Breath as they try to get away. WBG Spider trying to lock down our Wu Chen, but that the V3 continues to be just tricky enough to keep our Wu Chen player alive.
Yeah, Spider not able to fully connect onto that one, unfortunately, as he is still chasing. Panda Man has found himself somebody, I can't see actually who, but they are able to escape him. Jin, still 0 kills, needs to start getting some kills on the board, and now's the opportunity. Not if you're going to get sideswiped, though, mid-air, as everybody's slowly collapsing in. The Bane's Breath coming down as well, which will zone everybody up and away from this particular part of the map. Dongqing with the golden armor and the cannon starting to rain some hell down on everyone, actually, wrecking the flamer as well, causing a real problem for a bunch of players as Jin, chunked out somewhat, is going to be able to step away, pops himself the F, and yep, it's going to sustain back up as we do see Lu Rain King goes down. And I think at this point, Hongfly should get the opportunity to surpass Mike pretty soon here. You are right, Sir Scrub. Spider is actually popping off. He's very much doing that, as you can see. It's WBG Spider's back room right now. Just having a quick watch of the game and watching with bated breath the 3-point difference. We said this was going to be a phenomenally hard task for Spider to do. Even when we saw him locking the zipping, we were like, yep, he's just going to play for second. Spider right now is not playing for second. Spider right now is playing for first. And with Jin 0 points, Spider is very much in a very comfortable position where he could do it. It is well within the realms of possibility. And every time we look at Jin, he's actually getting just really bullied around.
Yeah, I mean, Xin here just trying to hold on for dear life. The problem is if the gap continues to get any wider, if WBG gets any more points, we haven't calculated in those placement points for Spider right now. If Spider is able to go to top 3, here we go. We're going to see that Sandstorm coming in. This is exactly what you were talking about earlier. They stayed in a little too long, or actually, sorry, that wasn't the Sandstorm. The same effect can be had by those little shrooms. Or not, I guess they're not mushrooms. I guess you would call them flowers here that are on the sides of these. Yeah, when they get popped, it creates that same effect here where it's very hard for them to see anything. GBL's in just kind of dashing around hoping nobody is going to lock them down here. WBG Spider picks up a 7th elimination while we're talking about that. On to KZ's Panda Man, and KZ's Panda Man gets sent back to the lobby. Unfortunately, no opportunity for him to put any more points up on the board. At WBG's Spider that
kill though was big because it also started giving placement points out, and now Hongfly has surpassed Mike thanks to those placement points.
Yeah, the placement points
0.5.
Hey, look, sometimes that's all it takes is 0.5. You know, while we're entering a little bit of a lull here, Zone 5 gonna collapse on Zone 6.
You might as well turn your monitor off. Like, genuinely, if this hits you, just turn your monitor off. It's the same effect.
But, you know, there was a point in the NA Pro League where there was a 0.1 difference that separated the first place and second place players. And the person we thought, like GBL Xin, couldn't be surpassed in first place, ends up losing out on, I do believe, $10,000 because of a 0.1 point difference. And that's a lot of cheddar to lose to 0.1 points. And AOW's Mike feeling that.
There's 1 point between Jin and Spider now. And this by the way, this is calculated before multipliers.
Yep.
Jin is really gonna have to get it together. Otherwise they are just out. Like,
yeah, they have to
kill
put eliminations
Spider
down.
and then kill the rest of the lobby. It's hard. This is going to be a tall ask from Jin.
Yeah, Jin really needs to find some momentum here. And unfortunately for Jin, the thing we thought was going to work against Spider in this particular lobby is now working against him. So many Z-pings, and he's locked in onto the safer Z-ping. It's going to be hard for him to put kills up underneath his belt right now. 9 players left alive. Zone 5 almost completely collapsed down onto Zone 6. Only 3 minutes and 45 seconds remain in our 6th and final game of the day. And this is a very open zone. You know, we talked about it at the beginning of the day in terms of trios and the monk, right? You know, there's only about 25% of the map that really is favorable for, you know, Transformers comp because it's this open. So interesting to see that we're going to land into a zone that is so open like this particular one is. Unfortunate for some of the trios teams that are probably watching right now going, man, I wish we were here and playing Transformers comp, but they are not. It is solos. There's no monk in sight because it is all Zipin Yang at the moment.
Oh my word. I'm loving the effects on the sand, actually. I've never seen that. Like, it actually sticks. It's super cool.
Yeah. So you can actually track players through the sand as well, just by seeing where their footprints are, as well as like the
draw little pictures.
Yeah. I mean, you could potentially draw some interesting pictures. That did you see how much sand that pistol displaced there in the end? Look at it. It is massive.
That's pretty cool. That's honestly really sick. Now, we have 9 players left in this lobby. All of them have, let's be real, infinite healing. I'm not sure how this final circle is going to go down because we don't have like an instigator other than the circle just forcing them closer and closer together. They're going to pop F abilities every 20 seconds to recover their shield and their health and just go for those resets. It's very hard for anybody to really contest, and Jin is probably panicking quite hard right now. He needs a bloody miracle to hold on to first, because with these 9 players left and still more kills potentially for Spider to pick up and the multiplier to be applied, it's going to get hard. Reki with the flamer, though, is actually going to be able to do a lot of work to the rest of the lobby. Going to be able to toast pretty much everybody here. As Jin trying to step forward, but they're unable to really commit to anything because, again, it's a healer. This unit doesn't have any major tools to, like, land or start a fight or damage. So they are just waiting on people either being pushed into them or a massive mistake to be made, but everybody knows they just need to play it a little bit chill. And the problem is Reki is probably the strongest person in this lobby with that flamer, just able to really corral the players where he wants. And Dongqing also got a flamer to buy, getting himself cooked up, going very low, gonna get bopped back and taken down by Jin. Jin is able to find his first kill. Great little third party coming in from him. Zhang Yu also jumps out, just tries to get himself some gear. Zhang Yu's going very low as well, but he does have the sustain. Everybody's getting nice and close. Jin needs to start to put together some more kills for himself. It is getting unbelievably tight as he's looking to try and find these uppercuts, as everybody is getting forced closer and closer together. The flamer will corral them away from the side of Reki, but Reki has been killed. Actually, no, sorry, he took himself a kill onto Wang Liang there. A big pickup as Jing still has his ultimate up and available. He's trying to hold fast for as long as possible. Spider still in this circle as well, being bopped out for the moment. Reki, low HP, but able to heal himself up as Hongfly goes down. Reki able to secure himself the kill. Surpassing Yuran has now moved himself into 3rd place overall in the standing, as Spider still holding fast. Spider takes out Dongjing. Spider is taking down as many people as he possibly can. He secured himself first with these kills because Zen is down. Reki is gonna fall. Spider takes 1st place, and he takes 1st place overall as well. A hero performance to close it out.
WBG Spider locks it down and breaks his own record with 9 eliminations and a 1st place finish in solos. WBG Spider will be our overall champion for our 2nd bi-weekly final.
Absolutely killer performance. We said he had resided in just taking second, and he went, nah, not even close, baby. I'm just picking this hero so I don't die. Everyone else is going down. And he started scratching names off that list one by one and just constantly in fights, because this is the one strong thing of Zipping is, yes, she slows the fights down, but like, you can just endlessly fight. You have way too much to sustain. Your F ability is just insane. Your ultimate is bonkers, and you don't need to stop to breathe. You don't need to stop to go and pot and reset. You can just continue to press that W key with Zipping, and Spider just put a absolutely monster performance on to close it out, and he takes the second Biweekly.
Yeah, I mean, a huge performance coming out from Spiders. And again, he just broke the record for the most eliminations in a first place finish for solos in all of the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. Not just season 2, across every season. So 9 eliminations, first place. This is literally going to be the most points we've ever seen come out of a single game for the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. I'm willing to bet he might have just broken the damage record as well. As long as he stayed in fights, trading damage. It was 35,500 damage before. Somebody broke it with 36.5. So it's going to be interesting to see those MVP statistics when they come up on the board for us after we get to look at the overall standing. Unfortunate for Wongfly, Yiran able to surpass him in the very end, take that 3rd place. But I got to give a round of applause to Battle Wongfly, climbing up from 14th place to 4th place. You know, you're down that low. You're just trying to get into top 8, much less. He was at a position coming into this game where he could have overtaken WBG Spider if WBG Spider didn't have like the most incredible game he's ever had in the league. You know, so to come all the way from the bottom to almost be able to overcome and take 2nd place away, huge for Baudos Wongfly. But man, it is definitely all WBG's Spider. He put in the work in this final game, and he proved you and me wrong. We said if he wanted to do this, he had to take Takeda on the odds that he was going to be able to clutch up the final circle there and hope that Xin went out early. And instead, he just said, nah, I'm going to W key the entire time off the back of all the resets I get from Zipping and show you people why they talk about my aggression.
I mean, the thing for me is, you know, I think there's 2 very happy teams right now, WBG and Bowder. I think Hongfly, you know, anything beyond top 8, well, anything but, you know, 8th was the goal for today, right? And then to go beyond that, anything over that was just an overreach and a bonus. To get yourself into top 4, just like mind-blowingly good there for Hongfly. His team are going to be phenomenally proud and happy with him. But then on the other side, Spider, yes, they always had first in mind because he was high up all day. But when they came into this game and go, probably just lock in 2nd, mate, and just keep yourself happy on that front. And then he just W keys it and takes first. Like, you're going to have some phenomenally happy coaches and teams right now. Really, really proud of their players. And I love solos. I absolutely love solos. What can I say? They're so fun. They're just so chaotic. It's where I feel at home. I love it.
Yeah, solos has been absolutely phenomenal. You know, WBG Spider is a player who made me appreciate solos that much more, because solos was never really my bag. Don't get me wrong, I love everything Naraka Blade Point, but trios has really been my home. I love talking about the different comps that the teams put together, the strategy. You know, we talk about the decision making and how important it is, and it's 2 to 3 times as important in trios, and that's really where my brain excels, is the decision making when it comes to Naraka. So that's why I love that home. But that game we had where WBG Spider broke so many records and literally just Thanos snapped half the lobby out of existence. Yes, this game, I think he broke that record, but that particular game, he never stopped. And when I mean he never stopped, I think the camera was on WBG Spider for almost 18 minutes of the full 25 minutes of that particular lobby, and he was literally gunning non-stop. There's a point I will always call back in the match. He's got a Wu Chen who's expended his ultimate, who's expended his F abilities this low, chasing him through Celestra, and a full health Justina walks across his screen as the Wu Chen dips behind a building, and instead of continuing the chase onto the Wu Chen, immediately turns his attention to the full health Justina, who clearly still has all of their cooldowns, and blitzes them out of existence. Just, it's like if you walked onto a screen in that particular game, he did not care. You could catch these hands. Unfortunate here for OUG's Luren King, but man, 5 goose eggs into finals is not enough. Like, you have to walk away from today and make some reevaluations. If
There's
you're gonna
definitely a
walk
bunch of players here who really need to look, but look at that, the overall standings, and by almost a 10-point as well, a 20-point gain coming in from Spider. He is able to surpass Xin, 55.7 points at the end of the day. Jin is still in second, so he can't be too upset on that front. Yuran gets himself into third, then Hongfly, an absolutely killer performance, even though we got 1 point in this final game, still able to make it into fourth. Then it is Mike. Zhang Yu, who started the day in first, fell all the way to sixth. Reki from Ventus, able to get himself into seventh, and Dongqing is eighth. These are the top 8 players of our solos bi-weekly finals. What a day it's been for some of these players.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this year, Spider, man, if you're not a Spider fan before today, you are now. Continues to come into the league, a new solos player, right? Breaking records on repeat. This man does not rest on his laurels. Here we are. He's also going to walk away with the most melee damage for the day. He's going to be walking away with not one prize pool, but also the MVP prize pool for most damage at 74,000 damage, almost 14,000 damage over second place, who is NPG's Dubai at 61,000 damage.
I think after these last 4 weeks, all of the solos in the Nbpl have probably developed arachnophobia. Spider is just destroying the competition. He is playing phenomenally well, and he's definitely a player to watch for the coming weeks of the tournament as well, because he's a scary man. I mean, I don't like spiders as it is, but like, he's not the kind of person you want running you down.
Oh no, absolutely not whatsoever. Spider, what a performance, man. Huge game for him here. I mean, we didn't get to see I do believe the overall and the MVP, unfortunately. I wanted to see how much damage he did alone in that last game, and if he broke record. Broadcast, if you can hear me, if we can get the MVP screen for this last game, that would be phenomenal. Because I want to see those stats. I want to see if he broke the record, because he definitely broke the record for most kills in a single game in first place in solos. It would be huge to get the rest of those statistics, because man, what a story for WBG Spider as the whole of the Naraka Blade Point Pro League falls into his web.
Yeah, it's we got, obviously now we got the reset as we head back into the third bi-weekly. I'm curious, you know, what everything's going to look like. Is Spider going to carry the confidence forward? Is it going to be, you know, people who are recovering from, you know, a pretty shoddy week? I think, you know, like some Mike, he's going to have some work to do. GG as well. I can't remember the name of the player off the top of my head now, but you know, there's a whole bunch of players who haven't hit the mark this week or this on this bi-weekly. So they've you know, you're running out of bi-weekly, so you got to start making them count. So it's gonna be all about this next couple of weeks, and I'm curious to see how the players are going to be performing once they come back next week for the third round of the bi-weekly.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. And Spider has to be very, very, very happy about today. He was in contention for that first place already, but his last bi-weekly, off the back of that huge record-breaking game for the final game of the first bi-weekly part of season 2 here, you know, he came in and did nothing in the bi-weekly final, right? And it is his first time here. So a little bit of those jitters, a little bit of not being used to performing on stage or whatever. Clearly does not have that issue this week. Speaking of which, of this week, it's not over yet. You guys get 5 days of Naraka action back to back to back this week, because we did move our Sunday show to Wednesday. So make sure you guys tune in tomorrow for the trios bi-weekly final. But before we come back and talk about a couple more things, we're going to throw it over to Jaeger for our final interview of the day.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to Post-Game Interview. Today we are very glad to invite Spider to our interview room, and he is also our second Biweekly Final Solo Champion. Let him say hello to our audience. 来，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hi, I'm Spider.
好的，再次欢迎你，欢迎 Spider. Welcome to our post-game interview. And so I would like to know you won the champion today, and I know you have a lot of feeling and a lot of words want to say to our audience. So I would like to know how's your feeling right now. 那首先我知道现在肯定有很多话想跟我们的观众朋友们说。那现在此时此刻的心情是怎么样的呢？
心情非常的激动。
So actually, I'm very excited right now. Okay, so I saw you are very strong in parry in the game. So I would like to know, do you have any skill can share with us? 那我们也看到今天的比赛当中，你的震刀能力是非常的强。想问一下，有没有什么技巧可以跟观众朋友们分享呢？
有一种思路就是说，后续的先放，先续的后震，然后就凭感觉吧。
好的 when on the one-on-one fighting, so when both of us are using the blue focus attack and the one later use the blue focus attack, well, like earlier to use it, and the early one will use the parry. So that's why I can be very strong in parry. So we would also like to know, do you have set up the quickly parry? 那我们也想知道一下自己有没有去设置这个一键震刀呢？
没有。
那平时用的是什么比较多一点？
平时用的 C 震多一点。
好的。Actually, I didn't use the quick parry, and I usually like to use the C with the parry. Okay, so we also saw that Takada in the game 6, there are 2 Takada, and in the Horolos, and they are all killed by you. So I would like to know how you comment on this hero. 那我们也知道，在最后一把其实是有2个武田信中，而且是火罗国的地图嘛。但是2个武田其实都被你杀掉了，特别想问一下，你怎么评价这个英雄呢？
武田这个英雄本身单挑能力拉满，几乎没有人打得过，然后。 除了妖刀姬能跟他抗衡一下吧。
好的 ，Actually, I think Takada is a very strong hero in the solo game, and I think only like you do can compare with Takada. OK, 好的，谢谢，再次感谢小蜘蛛接受我们今天的采访 ，and we will give the picture back to the caster.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. And thank you, Jaeger, for quite the insight coming in there from WBG's Spider, who literally just had the best game of his competitive career and was able to clutch back first. Yeah, so far. I mean, so far a given. I'm pretty sure WBG's Spider going to continue to break records here in the Nbpl, but he's got to be very, very happy about that performance, because against all odds, he was able to clutch back first place from GBL Zin. And man, it was quite the crazy performance indeed, especially in the face of a lobby full of Zpin Yang.
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought it? Not me. Really killer stuff. But we have the Morris Cup coming up, actually, and this is more your area, so I'll let you break this down, Rune.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, make sure you tune in to twitch.tv/Naraka Blade Point. Right where you are. If you're not followed, click follow so you get those going live notifications, because grand finals for Morris Cup is going to be October 1st and 2nd at 3 p.m. PDT, 6 p.m. EDT. And man, you guys are not going to want to miss that, because there are some amazing players here in North America. But guys, that's going to be it from us today here in the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. I've been your host and your caster, the RuneKeeper. Joining me today has been HipBrain, and you guys have been incredible. We hope to see you tomorrow.